10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
Was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. Cast their memories into the abyss again and again as they stand on the border of truth and vanity, mourning them.
Don't look back.
Metropolis' very own superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released.
You say detective.
Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio.
Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis. But now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is day number 2 of the Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Botch Spice and Kahel will be your commentators for today, and we are so excited because yesterday it ended on such a high note with amazing Survivor and Hunter gameplays, but today it's going to be a continuation of that. Kahel, how are you feeling about today's qualifiers?
I'm very excited. I'm really looking forward to today's matches. And although we've seen some amazing matches yesterday, I'm expecting the same level of energy from the teams and players for today.
Yeah, we were kind of breaking down like what we saw yesterday, and it was a treat having Eli in the casting and
Oh,
the
yeah.
casting desk, sharing the love of Southeast Asia. I think he really enjoyed everyone in the chat, keeping things positive, telling us to hydrate because we had like a podcast that was going on. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're gonna come up with tier lists for palettes next time and other good stuff when it comes to the game. So I hope you guys have been doing well. You got your rest. And I hope the teams have as well, because we have a stacked bracket. We have, as we built it, this is the storyline for the first match that we're going to be witnessing. It's going to be the new kids on the block versus, I would say, what the old guards or the known veterans or the known names. It's Love at First Sight versus Rename. That'll be the first match of the day.
Mhm.
Followed up by, two I would say we're not too familiar with GS and HokkaidoShrimp. But before anything else, guys, we just have to show you what the teams are fighting for, because the prize pool, it's so big in numbers. That's a lot of zeros. I don't think I've seen that much zeros in a cell phone number, my bank account, and it's just way too much. If you guys want to go pro, this is what you guys are looking at. A prize pool of a whopping 620,000 USD, of course. That is the exchange according to current exchange rate. So that is what they're vying for. And also a chance to have bragging rights to call themselves the representatives of the Call of the Abyss 5 and a winner of Call of the Abyss 5.
Definitely. And like Nello was saying, this is a lot of iPhones. So I'm sure these prizes are really gonna put in that motivation for the players. It's definitely gonna inspire them to work harder. And we are very excited for that. I hope everybody's ready with their those tricks up their sleeves. We really want to see that. Hoping to see some top tier gameplay today. Again, this is the top 8 teams from Southeast Asia region. And here we have the bracket right here. Yes, as you have said, it's going to be Love at First Sight first against Rename. Again, these are old teams. We've seen them before, but I do believe that Love is fairly new. This is their first professional appearance. So that's really exciting going up against Rename. I'm sure the pressure is on them, but they did say that they are very prepared, so that's really exciting.
Yeah, see, I don't know if it's more pressure being the new kids on the block or the established name, because a lot is being expected of the established. The new kids on the block, they have nothing to lose. They want to be able to gain that much experience. So I think Love at First Sight, coming into this match, we were able to talk to Sneaky, one of the hunters of the team. She did say that, they're just going to take everything as it is. They're going to experience it as they come, and they're going to level up today because they're going up against Rename. We'll be going down to the player profiles in just a bit, but also if you guys can block off your time later today at 7 o'clock UTC+7. It's going to be GG versus HS. That's GutsGaming versus HokkaidoShrimp. Two teams I would have to say we don't know much about, but as we said yesterday, we'd love to see amazing teams come out of the woodwork and show us what they got. We already finished the first half of this bracket. If you guys saw, it was BL and NM to move on. They will be facing each other in day number 3. That's tomorrow. Schedule will be up in just a bit, but before that, Kahel, I want to get your thoughts on any highlights that you've seen yesterday, because you were joining us in the chat backstage. Were there any highlighted moments for you yesterday?
Apart from the podcast, well,
Yeah,
a lot.
Of course, that's the biggest highlight.
The biggest highlight indeed. Well, I really can't get over how BL really worked fast. It was those matches. Okay, we had a 2-0. It just shows that they were really prepared with it. And although this is ADM, this is already one of those established teams, they just slashed through it. Like, they completely dominated the thing. And I'm really excited for that. And shout out to Nello Mello, by the way. And a really good job from the team. He, you did say that he was just their manager and he would watch them practice and stuff. But I'm really proud of how far this this team has come, especially because these are also known players. So shout outs to Chao Kan and Kiradona. I'm really proud of these players. And we have JSXD and Neru.
Yes, and speaking of players, let's look at the team introductions of the teams we have today. First up, it's Love at First Sight. We got Sneaky and Snecky. I think they definitely are in tandem here with two Dream Witches, but we'll run down that in just a bit. We got Libby Jin or Jin, Adore Meow or Adore Meow, Meaningless, Yun, and M Kai or MK Kai. Yeah. We did note that this is a new team that is coming into the mix. So for them to be on this stage of Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers is a lot, because they were able to qualify in the Ethereal Theater, meaning they had enough points. The skill is already there, and it's just for them to put it all together in a competitive setting like these qualifiers.
Definitely, and we did discuss this offline, that this is a team hailing from Vietnam. Although I do believe that Sneaky is from Singapore, so really a lot to celebrate there. It means that the whole region is coming together. There are all sorts of teams coming from all over Southeast Asia. Really excited for that. I've seen Sneaky in IVC last year, if I'm not mistaken. She was there. She wasn't she?
I'm not so sure. I have to confirm that, if anyone in chat wants to confirm that as well.
Yes.
But
yes,
this is going to be the first time we're seeing her in the qualifiers. Sneaky having actually a Sculptor and Bloody Queen. I don't know if she has a Dream Witch. She did not mention that. But yeah, Sculptor, Bloody Queen is usually her go-to. Dream Witch is by Senki. So if ever they do bring that out, I think they were able to work in tandem with each other. Anyway, running down the stats, we have 66% win rate, average eliminations of almost 2. And in this meta, that's pretty... that's good enough to ask for, since it's very survivor-sided. 7 knockdowns, 54% average elimination rate. So pretty good numbers to bolster. And aside from this Dream Witch, we have to talk about, it's Sculptor, kind of moving down a little bit. I think Pollen kind of made his way more known in the Hunter meta, even though the Hunters didn't really receive anything good this Christmas. But we will have to move on. Let's talk about Senki.
Here is Senki. Actually, Senki is their resident meta hunter. He can use Sculptor, he can use Blood Queen, Dream Witch, and Breaking Wheel. So that's gonna be a bit of a problem for the survivors of Rename, because lots of games to play and not enough hunters to ban. They really have to be prepared for this. Now, although this is a 29% win rate from the Call of the Abyss matches, I think this is a huge sample we've got here. So eliminations 1.60, knockdowns 6.34, tear shock 0.69, 14 strikes, and an elimination rate of 22%. Now, Senki being here and being a meta hunter probably means that he's able to scrape by the situation, securing those 3-man kills at least.
Yeah, Senki, also known as Farfalla. We did talk to Sneaky about that. You know what? This is their ace up their sleeve, and this is actually the one that I think the rock of the team. But let's run it down. We got Libby Jin or Jin having the forward, also known as a support heavy. So aside from that forward, he also has a seer. COA win rate at 60%. Containment time very impressive with 78.62 seconds. Pallet strikes, it's I actually skipped kind of pallet strikes because it's good if you have one, but it's not it's very scary to try and go for a pallet strike with these crazy hunters. Yeah, super risky. Decoding progress at a very good 120.88. Rescue attempts, average rescues is 1.10 and escape rates at 38. So can't wait to see if Jin will be using the forward or that seer, because we have noted from yesterday that seers and forwards are really respected and banned. To great effect, because once you allow the forward to come through, I think we saw Neru's forward, we saw Quan Li's forward, we saw Zhao Khan's forward. Just an excellent way to just disrupt the flow of the hunter. Whoa, little girl.
Oh, yes. I think we've discussed this offline. A lot of the players from Love at First Sight actually do play Little Girl, apart from Seer. And although we won't be seeing Little Girl in the tournament today and for the rest of Call of the Abyss, I'm expecting some other choices from Adore Meow. She does use Prospector and Seer, so that's something to look forward to. well, given the Seer bans, I think I'm looking forward more to seeing this Prospector. So we have a COA 5 win rate of 58%, and Eli always says this, any number above 50 is impressive in itself. A containment time of 54.22. This could be the mid-game kite or the end-game kite, and these seconds do matter. Health strikes 0.08, and you did say that this isn't really something that survivors ought to aim for. This isn't the priority. It's you do have those windows and nice transition areas based on the situation. So it's no wonder we always scream at the sight of pallet strikes. And a decoding progress of 161. So far, we've been seeing 3 digits in all these characters, so it means that they could probably hold off their own, just like Meaningless here. Also 3 digits, and also the little girl.
Yeah, that's the trend that we're seeing. Unfortunately, Little Girl isn't going to be allowed in Call of the Abyss 5. And we have talked about how well she plays into the meta. Not sure if they're going to change her up for competitive play, but she is definitely well known in rank sessions. And a lot of the pro players just they want to get their hands and to be able to pilot this survivor already. But we still have to wait. I think the meta is in a good place, especially if people watching are survivor mains, because yeah, you could really feel the pressure from survivors now. Unfortunately, the hunters aren't eating too well at the dinner table now because of they didn't receive that much buffs. But yeah, they still hold their own, especially yesterday with Seichu and 72S. Now, moving on to Yun with the Priestess, another character that you really have to prioritize, especially when it comes to specific maps like Moonlit, Ever Sleeping. And we saw that Seichu was able to ban that. Now, running through the stats of Yun, containment time almost at 60%, decoding at 150. I really wish we're able to see like portal escapes when it comes to like Priestess mains out here. But something to note with Yun as well, you did say a lot of them are Seer mains, as if they're not Little Girl survivors. Here, Yun also has a mercenary, so we might actually see Yun be the rescuer of the team.
Looks like Yun is the pillar of support for this team, being able to use that mercenary. And speaking of mercenary, it looks like Kai will be the official or the assigned rescuer of the team. He is a new player. Which is why we're not seeing the data on him. There's not much to work with yet at the moment, but we might just see this in the matches to come. So really excited to see Kai get out there and prove his worth.
Yeah, and looking at the chat right now, I have a lot of love coming for Team LUV. I guess they're living up to their name, Love at First Sight. There's a lot of hearts in the chat for them. Let's hope that, yeah, they actually thrive under the pressure, because they will be going up against the team in front of us right now, which is a rename. We have Nagato, Shirin, NG or Nung, Oren's, King, and I. We have seen rename in IVC. We've seen them in the NMFAM tournament. We've seen them also in the recently concluded IVA. So I expect them to test Love at First Sight.
Definitely. And here's Nagato with that Dream Witch. He also plays Breaking Wheel based on our data, so that's going to be really exciting, especially if we get those really large maps in the earlier rounds. We're about to see how Love at First Sight will try to defend themselves against this Breaking Wheel or Dream Witch. And both hunters can actually be really feasible to use in big maps like Ever Sleeping and even Lakeside. But so much for the map picks. We'll see more of that later. Here is the win rate of Nagato, 52%, and eliminations 1.62, knockdowns 7.18, 0.48 terror shocks. Again, these are really rare to see terror shocks in the tournament. It's just because these players are really so good, not just the hunters but the survivors as well. 16.94 strikes and an average 4-person elimination rate of 45. Again, this is actually almost 50, so lots to look forward to.
Yeah.
And Shirin!
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So for those who don't know yet, Shirin is actually from the Philippines, so it's really exciting to finally see some Filipino presence in competitive Identity 5 and in Call of the Abyss, no less. So wishing you the best, Sheeran. And here is his win rate, 58%. Really high number. Containment time of 63. This is good enough not just for first kites, but also during mid kite. So this could be where that postman is coming in. And Pal Strike 0.14. Really good decoding progress. And it looks like he's doing some rescuing as well. And we do know that he also uses Magician. Who knows? We might be seeing a Magician today in Call of the Abyss. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, looking at the data here, even though it's just a snapshot, Sheeran, it seems like a very well-rounded survivor. Can rescue, can contain. So it has like a flexible role. So that's always what you want in a survivor, especially if you have an unpredictable hunter. Now moving over to Nung, we have 71% win rate. He is the dedicated forward. Containment time above 60 seconds is good as well. And he pops at least one cipher, I'm guessing, before he starts the harassment or goes for that rescue, because the rescue is at 0.70. And you have to realize also when these teams start drafting their composition, they kind of also, aside from prioritizing let's say the other supports, usually they always lock in first round forward mercenary, forward seer. If forward is always loose, it could make or break a game. And we've seen so much matches, and also yesterday, how the forward is such a big presence here. So we will wait and see how Nung will be able to utilize this forward.
I'm also curious to see how they intend to deal with a forwardless lineup, but more on that later. Here is Oran's, their dedicated priestess, with a win rate of 50%, containment time 135.
Wow.
That is long. Just to have those 3 digits, or even just in the 90s and above, that's already a lot of time bought. And still able to decode at least one cipher and rescue as well. An escape rate of 50%. Looks like we've got a lot to look forward for this player here. Watch out for Oran's, everyone.
Yeah, I think the hunter is not looking forward to that. 135 seconds is a long time. We have Ching with a forward as well, but he also so there's 2 dedicated forwards. At least I'm pretty sure they're flexible in terms of who's gonna main that forward, and maybe someone would go for support like a Gravekeeper or a mercenary. But let's check out Ching's stats here. 70 seconds when it comes to containment time, above 60% when it comes to the win rate. Rescues and decoding are kind of similar to Nung's rescue and decodings, and escape at 38%. So this is what's kind of tough, because you have 2 flexible survivors that can go for that forward, but it just takes one forward ban to kind of throw them off the loop. So I can't wait to see how deep their survivor pool is, especially like you mentioned, if the forward is going to get banned, that's going to be quite tough to bounce back from.
And here is I with that mechanic. It looks like this is the decoder of the team. And yes, we have mentioned this before. Mechanic is such a good character for securing those ties. Here is that win rate, 54%, a containment time of 54.97. It could be because she is able to do this containment while at the same time concealing the location of the doll, and that could be really good, because this decoding progress right here is 138. Still very decent. You can do that, yes, if you are seated on the rocket chair. You still can pull this off. And then it looks like she's also doing a bit of rescuing here, probably at mid-game or end-game, or if they're trying to pull off those clutch rescues when approaching end-game. And we have here an escape rate of 44%. Looks like leaning more towards the low side. It's probably because she is the sacrificial lamb, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, especially when it comes to mechanic, you want to, if the hunter allows it to come out early game, that's fine, bring it out. But if you have such dedicated or skilled, or have a very talented hunter with excellent game sense that knows where the mechanic is going to be at, just taking a page out of Seichu's book, he allowed the mechanic to come in at the last game in Leo's memory and found his target, and it's you couldn't even feel the decoding progress. So it's really scary if ever you're going to bring that out, especially if the hunter is okay with that early game cipher rush pressure, It just takes one. Even though you're allowed to decode on the chair, we saw a lot of hunters just find the doll and just kill it right away. Now let's look at the round one picks and bans at the start. It is the survivor side of LUV, so they chose this and renamed, going for the Ever Sleeping Town. Kahel, we saw Ever Sleeping Town yesterday. Give me your thoughts on what we might actually see here, since we went through the player lineups in terms of their character pools.
I'm actually not surprised to see Ever Sleeping Town in round one. We have seen this not only in the Call of the Abyss, but also in the previous tournaments, not just this year, but also last year. So this is really normal. It looks like, as you've mentioned yesterday, Southeast Asia is really sticking with the previous meta. So although there have been adjustments with the hunters, it looks like they're still trying to work with it, trying to solidify its position in the current meta. This is an ever-changing meta we have here. And although Sculptor does have that adjustment, we still have the breaking wheel. So that's something definitely that we can look forward to. Looking forward to seeing a lot of wheels today, at least for this round.
Yeah, we saw how effective the wheel was in Ever Sleeping Town. 72S and Senki having a mirror match, but wow, it was night and day. 72S going for a very calculated bleed out and just expel all the resource strategy, while with Senki, you know what, I think he had somewhere to go. He had like he had to go to the bathroom or something, or he had to go somewhere, because that match didn't last longer than 4 minutes. So shout outs to Senki. I think he was Seichu. He was the MVP for yesterday. Senki though, we might actually see Senki use the wheel today, but Nagato will be the first one coming in, banning the seer right off the bat. And this allows a lot of options for Love. They can go for Priestess, they can secure that Priestess, and they can secure that forward. So it'll be very telling. If he bans maybe Mechanic, he might go for like a Sculptor, or might go for a Breaking Wheel. We'll have to find out.
I don't know. I mean, we have seen recently that there are no mechanics anymore. Oh, I spoke too soon. And although this is such a huge map, I wouldn't prefer mechanic here in this map, but that's just me, because I prefer to use Prisoner instead, because of how he will be able to decode ciphers that are really far from each other, and transitioning from one cipher to the other using the bot does take up a lot of juice. And we've seen in previous matches that the mechanic and the doll always get spotted first, so this is really risky. I hope, yes. And speaking of that, Prisoner!
Yeah, so this is a bit of shades of yesterday, just a double decoding, double rescue strategy. So this is very scary too when it comes to whoever will be hunting first, because he's got two targets. I think that one of the best targets is that Prisoner, if ever you're able to stop the connections and just give the mechanic such a hard time. And now locking in the Dream Witch, I can see why now he went for this Dream Witch, because Dream Witch doesn't like distance being established, especially with her leeches. She's also a single hit hunter. It's going to be quite tough, because the only thing that they have that's going to be scary for this Dream Witch is Cypher Rush. When it comes to support, you can only rely on the forward to really extend kites. The Prisoner has that zap. If the mechanic is just daring enough to drop that doll before the hit, yeah, go for it. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be an intense match. But these survivors are going to have to solo kite for their life for for the Cypher Rush to get going.
They also need to be very coordinated when it comes to a point where they need to regroup, de-leech, get those heals, and still try to manage these ciphers. Now, the Prisoner could be particularly useful for that scenario, because he does have that, he has a stronger cipher management capacity compared to the mechanic. Now, I'm really looking forward to Meaningless here, should she be spotted first. The mechanic needs to pull off, yes, as you have said, the kite of her life, just to be able to get this mercenary and forward to at least finish a cipher. And that doll, I think everybody is going to agree here if I say that that doll needs to stay concealed. She needs to do a very good job of hiding it. Which also means that Nagato really needs to have that hunter sense to be able to memorize where the mechanic could possibly hide the bot.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, especially when you consider spawn points where the mechanic is gonna be, because you definitely want to just gimp the survivors and not making a 5v1. I think, yeah, job number one for Meaningless, aside from thinking about kiting for a long time, is just hide the doll. Because at the start of the game, the doll is super precious. We know that the mechanic is going to be prioritized in terms of being chased first, if not the prisoner. So you might as well prepare for that. Hide the doll first, and if you're able to hide the doll successfully, move away from it, get a good kiting spot for you to kite for a really long time and away from the doll. Just so the Dream Witch would have to deal with that cipher pressure, because mechanic on rocket chair can still decode, so at least that's one objective checked from the 5 ciphers that they have to pop.
Well, now that you mentioned it, if the mechanic is able to hide that bot, it's most probably near a cipher, so Nagato probably knows that. And speaking of Nagato, here he is sporting that Tomi skin from, oh my goodness, already spotted the mechanic, no less, the top one find. Well, if not the second, because that prisoner is also one of the ideal targets now. I'm wondering if that doll has been...
Yeah, the doll is actually... The doll is actually there in the alley. It's crouched already, so hopefully he doesn't spot it, but the ear mark has already popped up, and now I'm pretty sure that they see that the doll is here, so he's able to eliminate the doll while trying to get rid of it. But if you notice, once the game started, the mechanic was already injured, so early game sense goes to Nagato here, able to down the mechanic, Leecher as well, just to stuff this rescue. And now we see the pressure or the camping potential of this Dream Witch come online. While she does not have a full presence just yet, forcing the forward to leave, have to break the connection because the prisoner will try to pop that, and he does. So that's at least one cipher down.
Actually, I'm looking at the cipher progress icons on top of the second screen, and it looks like the progress isn't the same just yet, but we're about to see that. And here is the forward trying to go for the rescue of the mechanic.
Wow,
and was able to stun.
Yeah, Jin now has to be very careful now, utilizing the football just to go away. I love the thought of Meaningless staying in this area because at least there's 2 rescuers. He's able to move away the doll. Hopefully the doll can get to a better place, but now Meaningless has to be very careful with how long he kites here. 3 ciphers still remain. The mind games are beginning now. We see that the spawn follower is staying over at the 2-story, but there's no cipher to guard there. Blink changes right away the commitment on this hunter, able to utilize that blink. Yeah, so he did change already traits. The patroller did the job well done, and basement is here, so this could actually add a little more pressure. Mercenary has to be the one to come for the rescue.
I'm actually not sure if it's gonna be in their best interests to rescue at this point, but it looks like MKai is in the area. Either he's gonna be trying to trigger the earmark just to keep the Dream Witch in this graveyard here, while the rest are trying to get these ciphers going. And there is already 65% on that 4th cipher, and that last one, has already been touched. I think the mechanic, well, she's basically useless at this point because that doll is no more, and opening a chest is just not gonna happen anymore. Now the forward here is trying to go for a heal from the prisoner, but Nagato has already spotted them. Wonder who the next target is going to be. Probably this forward.
Yeah, the forward is definitely a good target here because he's already injured. 1 hit is going to do it. And I wish we could see the skills because he already utilized that football. So not sure how much he has left, especially when he was getting away from it. Now has to clean up shop here, breaking that pallet here at Corner House. Nagato now needs to be able to find where the other survivors are. Goes for the prisoner. Now, this is really important, Kel, because he used the spawn follower to hit that prisoner. He needs to be able to build up his presence here by leeching these these survivors, just so he's able to have more map pressure, so none of these survivors will be safe touching these ciphers.
Exactly. The only one who's safe at this point is the mercenary, and he is decoding a cipher that's already at 75%. But if he does finish that, there's still 1 cipher to work with. And mind you, he is healing the prisoner here, and already Nagato has spotted them both. Aha, no more healing for you guys.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about. They need to manage the resources really well. Aside from healing up, they need to be able to de-leech themselves. This prisoner, Adore Meow, is going to have a hard time if this spawn follower is always at his tail. And we see that, this is where things get really intense because one is going to have to overextend. They're kind of at a stalemate in a neutral position here unless somebody overextends. But if he's able to down this prisoner, hopefully he downs him with a main follower instead of the spawned one, just so that he'll be able to have a sandwich situation. Now the mercenary here expels an elbow pad just to get out, and we see that Nagato is still trying to look for the optimal target while everyone is still spread out. Prisoner making his way to the graveyard to not interrupt any of the ciphers that will be moving around in the rest of the map.
You really have to commend how the survivors are trying to mitigate, because they are going back and forth, transitioning in between ciphers just to stay out of the sights of the Dream Witch. But it looks like Nagato is trying to stay on top of it by planting those leeches on the ciphers that he knows are already about to be finished. And now we have a leech on the prisoner and the mercenary. They should be able to de-leech because they both have that remover, the anti-curse.
Wow, nice utilization of the zap. Playing some mind games here. Will have to eat it, but that's fine. He'll take that trade-off because at least he doesn't have a spawn follower to worry about. The main body is away from that graveyard area, and we see that, he is trying to clean up shop in terms of him making those connections. Mkai now is the one in the immediate vicinity of another one. Mercenary is the one that is leeched. At least the prisoner can push this cipher here at graveyard because this is the last one. Nagato realizing that has to be able to move all the way to the graveyard, and I love the constant communication now because Adore Meow getting away from that because he knows that Nagato will probably try guarding this cipher. Here's the winning game plan against Dream Witch. You got to divide and conquer. You got to be able to move all the spawn followers away, and Nagato wants to build up that presence. Oh my god, now able to heal up that forward for another rescue, and note that the forward was able to get some elbow pads. The prisoner, and the prisoner does fall. I believe the forward has an elbow pad to utilize, so let's see if that'll come into play.
Well, with all this action going on here, we see that the mercenary has already secured at least a 50% finished cipher on the other side. So this is still looking good for the survivors. This basement rescue here, it could be a little bit more difficult if there are a lot of leeches on that basement. But if they are able to prime this cipher, they can actually pull off this rescue. And they did do an exchange right there. It's actually forward that went for that last cipher, while the mercenary here will try to capitalize on his delayed damage just to be able to securely rescue the prisoner.
Yeah, this is going to be quite tough. Oh, tried to go for the blink, but unfortunate there. Now, this is an opening for the mercenary to go for that rescue. At least he won't get hit before going down the basement because there is a follower that is already there. He is setting up a drop hit position here. Now, the mercenary has to be careful. Eats the hit. There's going to be a tide turner. Forward, almost primed with that cipher. Last effort already popped. Are they going to go for it? Are they going to go for the, once the prisoner falls, will they pop that cipher? I was not able to see if they were past the halfway mark, but the forward just waiting for his mark to go for that last pop to go for the exit game.
Yes, prisoner will actually be dead on chair, and that's why they already did pop that cipher. Now it's going to be up to the prisoner to pull off the kite of his life, try to at least avoid this potential sandwich situation. But it looks like Nagato is also keeping tabs on that front gate, and there's that blink hit right there. Beautiful blink. That's gonna really put a strain on the two remaining survivors. They need to get this gate open, and Mercenary is already near that gate that Forward is actually decoding.
Forward has to be very careful because the Mercenary can tank this detention hit. Now able to open it, has to be careful because it's not open just yet. The Forward was chased away from the exit gate. He's gonna have to be very careful here because it's the most likely the only person that can open that exit gate is that Mercenary. It is primed to be open. Mercenary rotating outside the center part, de-leeching. I like the foresight of this because they know they can't open this exit gate. Yeah, they always have to keep looking behind themselves if there are leech. Now the main follower is trying to find sight of where this forward is, just so he has sight to where these survivors are, and it's Mkai that might be the one to push open the gate while we see the forward just transitioning away. Mercenary able to eat that hit, but it's fine now. I think Jin is gonna go for the dungeon. The dungeon is open. Can he make it in time? There's no way for him to. There's crows everywhere, able to get the dungeon escape. It's gonna be a tied game for both teams.
Missed it by that much. Imagine if that really did hit. That is going to throw the forward away from the dungeon, and it's going to be impossible to get out that dungeon. It would have been a 3-man kill for Nagato. But really, you should commend the energy level of both teams. It looks like it's going to be a tight race between these players. And that, I think that's a pretty good start for day 2 of the qualifiers.
And considering it, right, love at first sight. This is their first survivor outing, and for them to get a
Yeah.
tied game in Dreamwitch, considering that, yeah, Dreamwitch, still I would say is very scary in any circumstance. They were able to get the tie game, and this, and if you can think about it, Nagato is known as the Dreamwitch. This is technically his ace up his sleeve. This is the one character that he brings out, or I would say the winning strategy, because that's what teams do with round number 1. They want to be able to go for gold once they start. And it just shows that Love really was so good at, I would say, yeah, getting a tie in this match was pretty good considering how everything went. Meaningless had the first kite, was found out, couldn't make it past the 60-second mark, but it was all good. The bot was really there just to distract a lot. That's why the decoding progress wasn't so good. That's why I think Nagato really took charge of the early game. But when Adora Meow came into the mix, then you got Mkai and Jin just really rotating around the map, keeping this Dreamwitch guessing to where they were going to be. Ultimately led to that tie. So GG's to both players. It still ends up as a tie.
Yes, I really like how they were displaying so much discipline and not being greedy with those cipher progress. Because if they tried to push for at least a cipher, that could mean a difference between a draw and a defeat. And I do believe that was the best case scenario that they could possibly come up with given the situation. So here is the match data. It looks like we talked a bit too much and was not able to look at the actual stats. But if you have been looking at the match, you can see that there was about a decent amount of containment, not just for the forward, but the mercenary as well. They did try to manage the situation by trying to at least pass the hunter in between each other. So that's really impressive, and it's a good display of coordination from the team.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned at the start. I think the mechanic was at 54 seconds, so it couldn't get to that 60-second kite. She was only able to decode 6%, so that's why it was really a Dreamwitch. Like, it was a Dreamwitch's best case scenario to start things off, downing the mechanic right away. And I think the prisoner was around 40 seconds with how he was able to contain. There was a couple of scrambles here and there that we were able to see. I think that's one of the reasons why Love at first sight chose this map, because they looked pretty comfortable with how well they were rotating in and around the map. Ultimately, for them to get the first few seconds didn't really go in their favor, but for them to get a tie and turn things around like that, I think that's a moral victory. Same goes for Nagato. I think towards the middle part, I think he was scrambling and he was overextended at the middle part, forcing the prisoner to go to the graveyard. And I think he was getting a little flustered with with the cipher progress. That's why he wasn't able to connect that blink hit. So it's just a constant back and forth, and you can't ask for anything better in a competitive Identity 5 match.
But I really like how he was able to have that foresight to plant those leeches on that gate that the forward rather was already decoding, while at the same time also chasing after the prisoner in endgame. It just goes to show that the Dream Witch really does have that map presence. She can spread herself far across the map, far and thin across the map. And that's something that you should really admire for all Dream Witch users out there. You have that ability to multitask and just keep your eye on pretty much every corner of the map.
Yeah, I think though, like towards the end game, Yeah, the survivors kind of exploited the distance of how far the Dream Witch had to travel.
Yes.
Even though, yes, it can. This Dream Witch has control over the map, but with Ever Sleeping Town, it's they were really able to spread like to the limits. If it's an
Mhm.
arms factory, it feels very claustrophobic. But yeah, that was great awareness on the side of on the side of Love at First Sight to really make sure and know that all right, we can push for this exit gate. The forward can't afford to get hit, so we're gonna make this mercenary tank this hit just so we can open the exit gate. Forward expended the last elbow pad to just move away from the gate, just so that I think Nagato would have a harder time to go for that chase because I think it was the mercenary that did have. I forgot who was leeched. I know the prisoner's leech was gone when the prisoner left. But yeah, it's just excellent awareness, especially with how overwhelming the pressure of a Dream Witch could be. It just shows also that the survivor teams, the survivor lineups now, aside from the meta, like adding psychologist, adding patient, I think also the meta is sort of changing, and people have finally kind of figured out the tempo to play in when they go up against the Dream Witch.
I'm also beginning to see why a lot of teams now exclude the mechanic from their lineups, especially in a map like Ever
Right.
Sleeping Town, because
Hmm.
we've seen it in lots of matches. The mechanic getting spotted first, be it a Dream Witch, be it a Breaking Wheel. She just has that that amazing bad luck.
Hmm.
So it's
Yeah.
I'm beginning to see the logic behind it, but to also have a two decoder two rescue lineup is also something that we've been seeing in the previous meta. So
Hmm.
I'm happy actually to be seeing this again. At least we're seeing still a bit of it before the whole strategy gets scrapped away and players start employing a more containment and support centered kind of lineup. And
Hmm.
talking about the next match, I'm actually wondering if we're going to see a bit of a mirror match or if we're going to see that kind of lineup that I was just saying. Are they still going to put in a mechanic there, seeing what just happened in this previous match? Are they still going to put a prisoner in there to try to manage the ciphers, or will they go for a rescue and containment center lineup? Putting in that forward still, and then we do also have that mercenary. Pretty sure priestess is gonna get banned,
That's
except
the
if this is a
thing.
breaking wheel.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up. I think it depends on what the renamed survivors are more comfortable with and what they think that Senki is setting up for. Because, like we said, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel are in his wheelhouse. So having the Seer again being banned, I can understand that. Yeah, if you will bring out that Dream Witch, you want to get rid of that Seer, just because that single hit. But let's see if they'll lock in this priestess. Because if they lock in the priestess, it'll definitely
Ah.
change the pace of this match. Not sure if they're gonna go for that double decoder because having this priestess in, you can actually go for that breaking wheel because the breaking wheel is not scared of these portals. Maybe ban the mechanic just so that the breaking wheel can come online, and it seems like that's the trajectory that he might be going. It only time will tell with what Orange and Ching will be locking in as survivors.
Well, looking at the data on Sneaky, she does have that tendency to go either Blood Queen or Sculptor.
Mm,
So, Sculptor really does struggle against Cypher Rush. So I'm beginning to see the logic behind the mechanic ban. If it was a Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, yes, Priestess is not a threat anymore, and
mhm.
neither is mechanic. So I think my predictions are leaning more towards a sculptor pick
Sculptor.
from the hunter, but it
Mhm.
looks like they're preparing for just that with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, it's looking just like that. The sculptor really wants to get online really fast because once the tier 2 statues come in, it's gonna be so hard. But at least Sneaky doesn't have to worry about cipher rushing. We do have 2 slow decoders, and once you're able to down that psychologist, it's really hard to get a
Ooh.
rebound kite without a seer. So, like you predicted, Kel, this is gonna be a sculptor match. So not a mirror match by any means necessary. We're gonna see different hunters Let's see. The Sculptor still very dangerous, I would say, in the right hands, and Sneaky being Sneaky was the backup hunter, so they're saving Senki. I was actually looking forward to the breaking wheel, but my dyslexia kicked in, and I was like, "That's Senki, right?" But no, I didn't read the A, so I'm like, "Oh right, okay," and I missed yeah. Anyway, so having the Sculptor here, we did see some clutch Sculptor plays from both Seichu and 72S yesterday. Let's see if we can add Sneaky to that list of Sculptor highlights, especially in a huge map like this. Chiseling, just to get that awareness when it comes to also the hunter traits. Will she go for that early kill, early down blink, or will she go with the more quenching effect teleport just to, just to spread things out if she doesn't like her first chase?
I think I'm leaning more towards that blink that you mentioned, because quenching effect is actually used for smaller maps. If example, we have like a mechanic in the mix, or we have an explorer that you definitely want to get rid of. So yeah, leaning more towards that blink. Now the first target here, the best target in this kind of lineup would probably be the psychologist, because she is the easiest to chase. You really don't want to be dealing with this priestess early game, especially if she's already able to successfully plant those portals on those key spots. Well, forward is out of the question, and so is mercenary. However, we've been seeing in previous tournaments that sculptors do chase mercenary early in the game, either to expend the resources, get rid of those elbow pads, or at least disable the designated rescuer early in the game, because he does have a very slow decoding speed. If he does get a hit there, whether it be a complete down or even just one hit, he's gonna have to get those heals. So it's a lot of time wasted if a mercenary is spotted and chased early in the game.
Yeah, and I think that also kind of chimes into what we saw yesterday, a mercenary bring 3-9. That's something that we saw both this week and last week. So he could go for that mercenary. And interesting strategy that 72S also employed. But then again, that was a breaking wheel. Once he downed the forward, he didn't even chair the forward. He just allowed him to self-heal. So I think that might have been just a preference thing. So we'll just have to see what Sneaky brings to the table, because we're going to head to the match and we see that, it is Priestess to get the heartbeat first. Oren's, the psychologist, being the one backstepping just to make sure that the red light doesn't come out. And Oren's will be triggering that tinnitus. But great job just hiding. Will she be spotted out? So far, so good on the side of the psychologist.
That's actually what I love to do at the start of ranked match. It looks like it's still effective here, especially in competitive Identity 5. Really good hiding there. That is such a viable strategy and a lot of time bought for the team. And it looks like the Priestess will be the next target here. Not sure if she was able to plant those portals correctly just yet, but it looks like she's just used one just to be able to transition towards the graveyard area. Now, here's my favorite window in the entire map. She did take that, she did take that hit.
Yeah, and now the blink is online for Sneaky to utilize, but the forward, able to move him away, but able to injure the forward is actually pretty good, because now he's going to think twice about going for the rescue, and he's completely changing targets now to the forward. So Sneaky, realizing maybe the Priestess is a more slippery target, has to utilize the football just to avoid the statues, but one regular hit, nice drop on the pallet just to get the distance, but the blink able to counter that pallet drop. Sneaky has his first survivor, and now she doesn't have to worry about this forward going for any stuns now. All he has to worry about is, the rescues. Probably that's why going for the basement one, and the Priestess to try and go for this rescue.
Now, there are two things here. Either they should rescue before half, which is not likely, or try to rescue him at the last second and capitalize on his long chair time. There isn't a lot of progress on these ciphers, so the survivor team really does have a lot to work with. I'm wondering if they're gonna rescue at all, actually.
This is a good counter, and yeah, the Priestess so annoying with these long portals, chisels in this area, and now the Priestess just says sayonara, like, no, I'm not gonna, like, this Sneaky statues are pretty on point, able to down the forward and utilize the blink. Excellent, I would say, fast decision making, because usually you already got that one chip damage on the priestess. So the target becomes juicier and juicier. I could down, but then the forward having that stun, only able to get distance and not really get a stun on
Mm-hmm.
the on the priest. Oh, sorry, on the sculptor. Changing targets to that forward. Again, we talked about the psychologist or the priestess. You want to get rid of them. You don't want to chase the forward, but Sneaky says otherwise. And this is, I would say, the confidence coming in. So this is a great showing from Team LUV so far. But still, everything's up in the air, like you kind of broke down. Basement rescue. Yeah, they're still pretty far from getting three ciphers remaining. We know that Chisel is guarding some of the ciphers, so they really have
Mm-hmm.
to think about their next move here and what they're going to be doing.
At this point, I think they should just rescue at the last second. That's if they're gonna rescue at all. That
Right.
priestess just might be able to do that basement rescue with that portal, but she needs to be very careful because, if I'm not mistaken, she does have that chip damage already on her.
Right.
So, what else? They need to be able to get those ciphers going, keep that sculptor occupied just to be able to at least finish 2 more ciphers. If things go south from here, the best case scenario would be to at least find the dungeon. So at least they've decoded 2 ciphers already. They're going to have the dungeon spawn in the map.
Yeah. I did try to see who was the closest, and I think it was the mercenary, like you said, like gearing up for a rescue.
Mm-hmm.
Since he is at full health, he does have 3 elbow pads to utilize to get to that basement in time. So we'll just have to find out. Chisel is still guarding the corner cipher here, and it is Nung that is trying to make his way towards the graveyard area while the priestess pushes for the first objective to be popped.
I think it would still be a good idea to rescue this forward, especially because I think he still has half a ball on him. But I'm actually wondering if he's gonna make it at all, Nung. It looks like he's just triggering the earmark just to keep Sneaky in the area, give time for the other survivors to get this decoding going. Yes, they have decided to let Ching fly back to the manor and not rescue at all. Let's see how they intend to make up for this situation, given that there are still 3 ciphers remaining and only 70% on that third. The 4th one has been touched. There's a bit of progress there. Oh, here we are with the psychologist. I'm wondering if she will be able to pull off this rebound kite at the mid-game.
Ooh, yeah, the psychologist can tank a lot of these hits, but so far so good on the side of Sneaky. 1 more statue hit, and she will be at full presence. And note that letting Ching fly off the manor is still pretty good. Like, they had to do a trade-off. At least the sculptor is at full presence, but 1 hit would do it. Already at full presence, the psychologist. Still having 1 more hit in her for her to fall down, but yeah, we see that the portals have already been placed. Sneaky has to go through it and go through another one. So much time is being bought with this kite, and now I think the long portal is here for Orange to exit through. Oh, going to the tram.
The tram. Will she be able to get in? And will Sneaky be able to stop her on her tracks?
Yeah, I think she'll have to just wait and just go along with the tram ride. Guys, PWD in the area, wait for the wheelchair girl. Now we see that the psychologist will have to eat 1 more hit for her to fall down. Oh my god, the pallet drop. Orange buying so much time. Priestess above the 70% mark when it comes to this cipher. I'm pretty sure the mercenary is also working on one. Orange playing the mind games, baiting out these statues. So let's see if Sneaky will try to commit to this. Cleaning up shop here. Now, trying to switch targets now.
This is looking really good for the survivors. They could still potentially turn this into a tie. Because of that long kite, that last cipher is actually already primed. Now, it's just going to be up to the priestess here. She's down, and that cipher is popped. We are already at the end game.
And now we see the priestess. Eats 1 more. Can she get to the wall in time? Goes for the holy key. Buying so much time here at Corner House while we see that the mercenary is waiting. I believe that is near the graveyard exit, but Sneaky will drop the priestess. Priestess's first time on that chair, so it's looking like it's going to be a tied game. Mercenary already out, psychologist as well. It's GG's that's going to be called. We're going to see a game number 3, Kahel.
Yes, yeah. Thank you for saying that. You know that I'm a big fan of the game threes. So, really good job, not just on the part of the hunter, but the survivors as well. This is going to be a tight race, and we're going to have 4 more games between these two teams. Amazing job, not from both sides, because
Yes.
they were able to make up for it after endgame. After the forward actually flew back to the manor,
Hmm.
that psychologist was able to pull off such an amazing kite, was even able to use the tram and pull off a pallet stun. Now, pallet stuns are really important because this is what is going to allow the survivor that is being chased to establish that distance and buy time to at least transition to a better area. Now, I noticed that Sneaky was going for that long portal. I was actually wondering if she was actually waiting for the priestess to to
Come out,
appear and
yeah.
yeah, to come out. And but she did hit that portal, which means that that pushed her to switch targets. And
Hmm.
that's when she spotted the priestess at the end, was able to land that hit, and that's how they were able to pop that cipher. Wow,
Yeah,
these seconds really count.
yeah, it was going back and forth at the start. After the forward was down at the basement, they did a bit of a trade off. Yes, you take our forward, at least we'll keep you at not at full presence. And I
Mhm.
think yeah, Orange was really the one that cemented the tied game to happen. And yeah, considering how things went, that was an excellent kite. He really, I would say
Yes.
yeah, he really put the hunter up against the wall because Sneaky started looking for another target, even though this psychologist was just 1/4 chip damage away from falling down. So that's just the respect that Sneaky has for this psychologist. So now checking out the match data here, Nung didn't even see the hunter. We didn't even see
Yeah.
the decoder known as mercenary, pushing at 40%, 164% decoding. We have the priestess pushing 200 and also buying some time, almost hitting the 60-second mark. But for me, Orange was really the game changer in this in this match with 71 seconds when it comes to containing the hunter. What about the sculptor, Kahel?
We have here 1 pallet destroyed, 5 hits on the survivors, no terror shocks, but 3 knockdowns. Still, really good numbers for Sneaky here, being able to secure that draw and downing that forward so early in the game, thus forcing the survivors to actually not rescue him at all.
Mhm.
But yes, let's definitely not take away from the survivors here. Orange, we did say that he's the survivor to look out for because from what I recall, he did have that average containment of
Yes.
135. Now, we're
Mhm.
seeing it here, guys. We're seeing the skill on Orange with that amazing 71-second kite. These seconds are actually count so much when it's at mid game, because this is what was able to help our Merc coder
Mhm.
prime that last cipher there.
Yeah, I think it happened once accelerated decoding happened, but yeah,
Mhm.
for Orange to buy so much time and also even get a pallet drop on a sculptor, like
Yes.
for him to mind game Sneaky into like, am I gonna vault it? I'm gonna bait your statues to come out because I think that's one of the strategies for sculptors. They wait for you to like run in the path that they want to, then they drop those statues. And mind you, Kahel, this is this was at I believe he was towards the middle part of the kite, was already at full presence, so he was kiting a tier 2. He was kiting tier 2 statues. So that's
Mhm.
Orange, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure that they really have to take note of this survivor. And once they see Orange, yeah, okay, let me just not. I'm not even gonna waste my time. Let's not do this game, Orange.
Yes. Looking forward, I think the hunter really should consider the survivor pool that Orange
Hmm.
has. I'm not sure what should be prioritized in terms of bans, that psychologist or
Hmm.
based on the data we have here. He's also okay. So it looks like the psychologist is what Orange is mainly using.
Yes, and
Definitely
you know
need
what's
to
funny
ban that.
in the chat there's a lot of love going out to Ada. So a lot of psychologist mains out
Yeah.
there. We talked about how scary it is for psychologists to be found early game. But I have a feeling if Orange gets found early game and you have a zero presence hunter, anyone's gonna have a hard time with how well he's kiting.
Yes.
So all eyes are definitely on him. Even though it was a tie, we were able to find some players to look out for, especially Orange. And also, I would say we also have to look forward to Nagato's sculptor when it comes to rename. Although, you know what, with Meaningless as well, M. Yun, I'm excited to see what they have to bring to the table. And just like true Southeast Asia fashion, once we're done with Ever Sleeping Town, we go to the Arms Factory.
Definitely. I actually was going to say that I was expecting this to be the next map just because I've seen it so much in the previous matchups. Now, again, we have the really scary hunters to consider here. We have to get rid of Dream Witch and that Bloody Queen that Sneaky is really capable of using. Pretty sure, well, based on what just happened, the survivors from Rename are probably going to be confident against the sculptor of Sneaky, especially because, as Eli said, shout outs to you, my guy. He's probably asleep at the moment, but he did say that sculptor does struggle in Arms Factory because of those really high walls and good transition areas, especially in the shack and in the factory. So I'm actually expecting the team to try to force out that sculptor just so that they will be able to land in those points before the hunters of both teams will try to go for those 4-man kills.
So, given that, do you think that they're gonna allow Sneaky Sculptor to come through? Because I'm always under the assumption that you don't want to play a hunter twice on a hunter that they bring out in round number 1. Even though you did get a tie, I know the map doesn't favor the hunter, but we've been seeing a lot of hunters that don't care. They're just so good at.
Yes.
They're just loyal to the hunters. And Sneaky did say Sculptor, Bloody Queen. These are the hunters I go with. Going with a forward ban as well as a seer, allowing Orange to bring back the psychologist if ever he chooses to, or might bring out that merc. Let's see who they respect ban out of Sneaky's hunter pool. Will it be the sculptor or will it be the Bloody Queen? They are going to respect ban that sculptor.
Okay, so banning that sculptor, they're probably confident in potentially dealing with Sneaky's Blood Queen. Now, I think that Blood Queen is super strong in this map. She is the tie queen, we know this, but if placed in the hands of a very skilled hunter, that Blood Queen could really put a lot of pressure on the survivors with the proper mirror placements. Now, it looks like they've also sealed in that mechanic. She can be really strong in this map. And there we have it. Sneaky's ban of Orin's psychologist. It looks like she really was bothered by that strong character, especially on the hands of Orange here. Wondering what he's gonna use instead of psychologist.
Could go for patient, because we know how well patient can be in this map, and that could definitely counter some of those mirrors. Just bait out a mirror and then just go somewhere else. Hopefully she won't be able to reposition it in time, but yeah, with this excellent skills of Orange and game sense, he could go for it. Yeah, just another pick. Wow, Gravekeeper, another character that can tank a lot of those hits and be sort of like a psychologist. And now we're seeing a similar strategy what Love at First Sight did. 2 decoders, 2 rescuers, not no harassers at all, unless you count the zap of the prisoner. But wow, Sneaky bringing out the Dream Witch, taking a page out of Senki's book here. Dream Witch, we talked about how scary she is in this map. Let's hope that this team will be ready for it, because it seems like they're going for that same strategy. So they might have thought about this as well, because this was the same composition that tied the match with Nagato's Dream Witch. Would take out the forward, bring in the Gravekeeper, but still 2 rescuers and 2 decoders.
Well, one thing to heavily consider about this situation is that this is Arms Factory. This is such a tight map. It's not going to take much for this Dream Witch to circle the map to look for these decoders that we have right here. So they need to be really careful with their transitions and where they actually decide to start decoding. And Nell said, shout out to you, my guy, part of the meta on the side of the survivors is to actually do your rotation to at least try to manage the situation when it comes to the hunting route of the hunter. And it doesn't help that Dream Witch has that movement speed, that the main body is doesn't have to exert that much effort, unlike other characters that have a relatively slow moving speed, like for example the regular ones, like the Sculptor.
Yeah, this is really the playground where the Dream Witch really shines with how compact it is. Even though you do your rotations and try to avoid, like, it's you're gonna run into a follower, you're gonna run into the main body, and it's gonna be so easy for the Dream Witch to take note of each position. Unlike in the previous match, Ever Sleeping Town, you need a freaking tram to bring you around places. That's how big it is. Arms Factory, it's 2 cartwheels and you're already at the exit gate. And then you just run on back and you're already there. So this is definitely the claustrophobia. This is I would say the telephone booth that the Dream Witch wants to put these survivors in, just so you know. That the thing is, this Dream Witch needs to come online. This Dream Witch needs to leech all these survivors just so you can get that presence felt. And we talked about how well these survivors know the timing, know the tempo of the Dream Witch, know that they gotta bait out, they gotta heal up, they gotta come together and anti-curse themselves. So it's still up in the air because this is kind of the same composition, different place. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the map selection. It really favors the team that is picking the map. So I think it's Rename that chose this map, and they have to be ready for the Dream Witch of Sneaky. And while we wait for this, guys, I just want to give a shout outs to the chat. Lots of love going out to everyone.
Hello.
Aurora's in the chat, Oxygen's in the chat, Ashley, Live Live. We got Fangirl. We got so much people in the chat. So big shout outs to you. Ada will be remembered. Fio, yes, hopefully we'll see Orange's Ada, but it was respect band. So let's head into the match.
And speaking of which, I think they assigned the mechanic role to Orange, especially because she is such a weak kiter. So they need the power of Orange to at least try to extend that kite. And Sneaky is here already at the sandbag ruins and has already spotted out Ching, who is playing the prisoner.
Ooh, and now, able to get that zap just before he hit that corner, forcing Sneaky to go back to the main body and at least get a spawn follower on him. And note that he does have it's at the patroller, so has to be very careful with the placement of this. Ching doing a great job still avoiding and not getting himself in a sandwich situation, but drops that pallet. At least he eats the spawn follower here, and not the main follower.
That was actually pretty good how Ching was able to manage that, because yes, as you said, that could have been a sandwich situation. But now here, the patroller has been dispatched, and one of the followers is already on the way. To avoid that. Now the power on that controller is about wear out. Yes, that's how he was able to escape. And a Terror Shock, beautiful Terror Shock right there. But look at this cipher progress already. What has been decoded by the Gravekeeper, no less, and the Mercenaries also about to finish one. 2 ciphers are just about done, so this is really good progress on the part of the survivors.
Yeah, Mercenary does have that wanted order, but Gravekeeper can be the one to go for the rescue. This is what's scary with the mechanic, right? The mechanic wasn't found out first, it was the prisoner. The decoding is non-stop for these survivors, and now over at Triple Pallet, sees that the mechanic's doll is here, and she will try her best to just down this mechanic's doll, just to make sure she gets full presence with that Terror Shock of the down doll. Orange is just safely decoding. Now the Gravekeeper has made that hit, drops the pallet, but the blink, was able to blink hit, no line of sight, still able to find the prisoner in that scramble, and now we see that Sneaky will go for the Gravekeeper in terms of leeching.
Let's definitely not take away from the cipher progress here, because Ching was able to establish that connection before actually getting downed, and now I think they're just about done with 2 more ciphers, and also their last cipher, I think there's more than 50% on that, so this team can actually really take their time with this and just try to plan this carefully. That middle cipher is actually also almost done. I think that there's about 80% on that. So all it's gonna take is just one successful rescue and the correct amount of support from whoever is going to be doing that rescuing. And here he is, i.e. the mercenary.
Yeah,
They need to
gets
get
the
a body
rest.
block on there.
Have to be careful. Another blink hit through the wall, able to down the prisoner. But this is why Tide Turner is so important, at least buying a little bit of time for him to position himself in a far side of the map while the Dream Witch has to prepare for this last Cypher pop to happen. At least 2 Cyphers still remain, so it's going to be quite tough. But yeah, you're still going to have to put this prisoner back on the rocket chair. So excellent job so far for the survivors. Sneaky able to get his first target. Now this is where it starts to ramp up. The Gravekeeper has a follower on him. Mercenary has none. Mechanic is looking pretty good, but the kiting toolkit of the Mechanic isn't so good just yet. So let's see how this one will shake out.
It looks like Sneaky is keeping a follower on the triple pallet area because that's probably or most likely going to be one of those ciphers that these survivors are going to try to push for. Now, Nung here needs to... Ooh, I was just about to say that he needs to kite as long as he can because it's still too early for him to get down, so this is looking really good for Sneaky at the moment. Wonder if they will get these ciphers done, especially with this leech here. This is going to be a problem for the survivors. They need to manage this.
Yes, they need to be able to coordinate really well because this is where the vice grip of the snake lady, as people in the chat would say, the Dream Witch, you can feel you're just suffocating, right? They had a great start, but you can never be too complacent in a Dream Witch match, and it seems like Orange will be the one to go for the rescue. Did this Mechanic bring Tide? Not quite. Now Gravekeeper, watch out. No, he didn't, and now we see that the Gravekeeper fell down to his spawn, and now we see that the Mercenary is on his way to still trying to pop this Cypher. Sneaky going for another leech, will sit down this Gravekeeper, but it seems like that Cypher is close to popping, so at least they have one more objective to push.
Well, again, it doesn't change the fact that there's a leech on that triple pallet area. I'm actually wondering how they plan to deal with this. Now, Orange is about to get done with this Cypher here, but she's not the best decoder in the team right now. It's actually the Mercoder who needs to get this decoding going. But he does have that task of trying to rescue this Gravekeeper who is going to be dead on chair if not ready in time. And there is that rescue.
Oh my god, goes for 3 Sneaky. 3 for 3. Oh my god, making it rain with these blinks is Sneaky. Waiting for the Cypher pop, but it's not quite ready, like you said, Mechanic. There's just too much pressure on her to be pushing for this decoding to be faster. And now this is quite the intense situation because the foot chase will continue. No spawn followers on any of these survivors. Will have to go for with a regular chase. And now I can actually eat one hit and keep moving further. Gonna go for that pop. The tension is in the air. Let's see if Sneaky can down one more for LUV to win a round here.
That is exactly what Sneaky needs to do. He's got his eyes on the Mechanic here. It's not gonna take much to down her, especially because she will have a very there. I was just about to say she won't be able to vault that window if she does make it because of that slow vaulting speed. But it looks like Sneaky was able to down her all the same, and now. Sneaky needs to go for that Mercenary just to be able to secure that 4-man kill, but Mercenary was able to get out the gate in that whole time that Sneaky was going for the Mechanic.
Yeah, just the beautiful awareness. Didn't have the best early chase, but this just shows the potential, like Kahel highlighted, of the Dream Witch just having excellent game sense, knowing where everyone was going to be at. 3 for 3 blink hits. Girl boss Sneaky just showing everyone you cannot allow her to use this Dream Witch on this map. And I'm looking at the chat and they're going crazy for her. I just want to give some shout outs to Pepperland, Mikochi, Luciel, Live Laugh 72S. Thank you so much for all the love and support for these teams. They can't thank you now, but you know what? All the good energy is going their way. So Love at First Sight really making a huge impression on everyone here. This is their first outing when it comes to competitive Identity 5 and one of the biggest stages of the qualifiers. And for Sneaky to get a 3-person kill against Rename is definitely something they should put on the resume.
I'm just really laughing at the comment here. It says Blink is sexier than Dream Witch herself. Yes, indeed, those were some sexy blinks that we've seen again 3 times, all successful. That's really something to commend. Sneaky, being sneaky, surprising us with that Dream Witch. We were told that she uses Blood Queen and Sculptor, and I think Nell did mention this before. Sneaky is really good with Dream Witch, and we saw just that. She was so good with it. Yeah, mad props to Sneaky here, but the effort of the survivors from Rename, let's definitely not forget. These are some decent containment times here, considering that it's actually a Dream Witch. Now, Orin's, I guess it just goes to show that there really is such a debuff on the kiting potential of a mechanic. But
I think it's not just that. I think Sneaky realizes the potential of Orin's. Didn't want him to go online, especially at the start, because they want to play that game. So decided to expel everyone first before trying to focus his attention. And again, also, I think when it comes to the spawn points, I think having Ching at the start is good. Allowing the mechanic is very risky, but like you said, also towards the end game, her decoding, she gets so nervous. I don't know, she gets a little carpal tunnel when she's trying to decode those ciphers. She can't, I don't know, she's getting too stressed out. You can't stress out the mechanic, man, especially at the end game. So I would say the pace was well controlled by Sneaky, even though early chase, it was really hard to down that prisoner, but her camping and her blinks are so on point. So that's they definitely have to take note of that.
And let's not forget about that leech that she's decided to plant at Triple Pallets. That was such an important leech and such an important cipher at the same time. So Rename needs to answer back from this. They really do need to at least secure also a 3-man kill. Just to be able to, at least just to be able to push for. Well, we are having that round 3, so they at least need to either do that 4-man kill or that 3-man kill, to at least keep up with the points.
Yeah, so pressure now it seems to be on Rename's side again, since the round 1 was so evenly matched. Round number 3, they have to play this like round number this round as the first round. So it's an excellent it's still excellent footing on Love's side. Their survivors can be a little more relaxed. They can aim for that tie, just to still have that point differential. So yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to. And Nagato as well. You know, Nagato bring out the Dream Witch. Like you said, you want to be able to ban this Dream Witch. They faced it already. I don't think they want to do that again, especially in a close quarters map like Arms Factory. So it might actually make Nagato bring out other hunters.
Actually, I'm really excited as to who Nagato is going to bring out for this specific map, because he can use Dream Witch indeed, but it says here in our data that he can also use Breaking Wheel. Now, this is definitely not the best hunter that you can take out for this specific map, because it's tight and there are a lot of windows, there are a lot of looping areas that the survivors can exploit just to be able to buy time.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll bring out the breaking wheel. He could prove us wrong, right? He could just show us that he can't get a 4K with breaking wheel. But we talked about how Factory is just so hard. Shack is so hard as well, especially with that window forcing him to go back and forth and chase you on foot. And there's pallets ready for you for the breaking wheel to have such a hard time to chase on foot. If ever Nagato is gonna go with like the meta, you know, if he has a Bloody Queen, he could bring it out here. Sculptor as well, you could bring it out, because compared to having a breaking wheel on this map, I mean 72S also kind of went for either more for the Sculptor in this map than the breaking wheel. And you know, in the right hands, we've also seen some amazing Sculptor plays in an disadvantageous map. Like I think we might be just there are certain maps where she doesn't shine, but Sculptor is still Sculptor. And if you look at the roster of hunters, she's still up there in terms of the best to use in competitive play.
I'm looking in terms of the hunter picks that could possibly happen. I'm actually looking at the chat here, and people are saying use Joseph.
Right, right. We have to use Joseph. I mean, Joseph was teased yesterday with, I think, which match was that? I think at the start with with Adam. So yeah, I don't know if if they have Joseph, but now is the time if they want to be able to please the chat. Yeah, you can definitely not play hide and seek in such a compact map. Joseph will find you.
Actually, Joseph is one of those hunters that you really want to ban in high tier when playing in rank, because these Joseph players are just so good. They've got all these hiding spots figured out. They know where to find you. They've memorized and put themselves in the mind of the survivor. So if ever, if there are some Joseph mains in the hunter pool we have here in Call of the Abyss, I'm pretty sure they're gonna get respected, especially for a map like Arms Factory. But sadly, we don't have a
A
Joseph
dedicated,
main.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a Joseph main right now, at least not for this matchup. But if he does come out, you can be sure we're just gonna be as excited as you are. Now, some of the other hunters actually that they also want to see is Axe Boy.
Axe Boy in this map could work. We talked about how, I mean, we saw some excellent Axe Boy play last week in Red Church. You can't get rid of those peaceful pines and restful roads in a small map, and it just seems really hard, especially if Nagato can use that. One of the hunter, you really have to look over your shoulder, especially if he's going to use that flame snipe. So yeah, Robbie is very viable. I think it really just comes down to Nagato and what he can bring to the table. It's nice to speculate, but I think if we're gonna go realistically, though, it's only the second round. So the hunter, like, we still have a lot of metas to go through. Like, we still have Bloody Queen, we still have Sculptor, we still have well, if they don't ban the Dream Witch, which is very unlikely, I think they should respect ban that Dream Witch.
Yes,
Uh,
definitely.
if they don't, sure, then you're gonna allow Nagato to use that Dream Witch. You could use Disciple here too. I think Disciple is a solid pick all throughout. We delved into it a little bit yesterday, but having a solid Disciple, and I think, yeah, it was last year where Disciple kind of contested Blood Queen to be the tie queen. Now it seems like Bloody Queen is getting, it's back. It's like the Empire Strikes Back. The reign is back. Bloody Queens have been so stable now, and yeah, I think it's just the hunters trying to push the limits of what they're capable of, and they've been, I don't know, like, whenever you queue up in rank, it's just Bloody Queens just know where to put those aqua mirrors now.
Actually, Bloody Queen is also one of those hunters that I prefer banning, especially in a tight map like this, Arms Factory, and in Hospital as well, just because she can ignore those walls and place those mirrors and just have that map presence and go from point A to point B. Especially Blink Bloody Queens, they are so hard to deal with, and we're just seeing the potential of Blink in the previous match with those 3 blinks landed. It's really something to commend and be afraid of.
Yes, and since we're talking about rank, I just want to give a shout out again and people in chat. Meow says, "Can you guys wish me luck in rank so they don't ban Bloody Queen?" You should blame Kahel, because Kahel's the one banning Bloody Queen. But we wish everyone in the chat good luck, manifest all of that. And while we're still here, shout outs to Innocent Mango, Hanako, Universe. We still got Mio. What else we got? Wow, it's just going wild. Crystal Hong, just everyone in the chat, everyone's staying positive here in terms of giving everyone the right amount of energy to get into this match, and you're showing a lot of love to both teams. Again, we want to find out the best of the best to be with GH to represent us in Call of the Abyss 5. So really important for you guys to just send all your love and support to your favorite teams, and it goes a long way because Love is one of the new faces, and they've already proven so much when it comes to their Survivor and Hunter players. And mind you, Sneaky's the backup Hunter. We have yet to see Senki. So,
Oh, right. Especially because, as we've discussed, Senki is actually capable of using all the meta hunters. So that's
yes.
definitely something to look forward to. And if they do advance, that's something to be excited about, because they'll be up against the really strong teams. But their opponent here, Love. Oh, sorry, Rename.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a known team. So if it's them who's going to be up against whoever will be advancing between GG and HS, that's also going to be really exciting to watch. Especially because Oren's is the one that we should be looking out for. He's so good with
Mm-hmm.
his kite. And speaking of kite, actually, again, directing our energies towards the chat. Okay, so here's my friend Tracy from Terror Shock, one of the guilds in the Philippines, asking,
Hey. Mm-hmm.
when am I going to see a painter again?
Ooh, Painter was actually kind of popular in the qualifiers for IVC. We've seen some painters there. I think we had
Yes.
a respectable number. I don't know if we'll be seeing some painters now. Maybe in the third. I think that's the most likely we'll see it if it's going to be, especially with these survivors. I think you guys have to look forward to GG versus HS because that's the two teams we don't have that much notes on.
Yeah.
So they could pull off funky strategies like that. So yeah, Painter could be quite annoying if you're a hunter. And but we've seen how well hunters could backstep and like moonwalk to not even allow themselves to look at the painting.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a lot of highlights in IVL when the painter was used. That they just don't just ignore it. They're able to hit without even needing the camera to even just even take a glance at the painting. So yeah, I would have to say I really want to see Edgar come out, but I think hunters have him figured out. Like I don't even know if he merits a ban. So who knows? Who knows?
On the bright side, however, it's having a painter in your lineup that might actually push a hunter to use excitement, which is
Oh, if
something
it's all stunned,
we haven't.
yeah, for the
Yeah, we
forward.
actually haven't seen that. We haven't seen any of the hunters bring excitement just yet. They're really focused more on blink and teleport, and also abnormal. But I'm actually looking forward to seeing that abnormal, especially on a geisha. And we've been mentioning this time and time again, guys. If we have any geisha mains out there in the current lineups, we'd like to see that too. But now here we are finally with the picks and bans for the second half of round 2. Expecting Nagato's bans to be again the seer and probably that forward or mechanic if you don't want to be dealing with that Cypher Rush.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. Wow. Okay, forward and like you said, the mechanic being banned.
Oh, seer!
Oh,
Seer's open.
Seer's definitely open. So this begs the question: what are they gonna ban? I think they gotta respect that Dream Witch. Seer being open, yeah, they should definitely lock that in. Knowing that Team LUV, they have really, I would say, well-rounded Seers. Just depends on who is going to be using that Seer. Mercenary is also open, a priority pick. And it seems like our hooded friend, the Seer, will be coming in, and another hooded friend. I actually thought at first it was the Mercenary. I'm like, yeah, this guy's in a hood. It's Eli. Shout out to Eli too.
Who is asleep.
Exactly.
Okay, so yes, good decision to definitely lock in that Seer. Again, the Mercenary is still the most... Oh, what is this telling us? We have an entomologist ban, so...
Sculpt.
Wow, yeah, probably he does use Breaking Wheel, but I don't think he's going to bring that out, especially not in this map.
So
I actually have no clue.
banning the entomologist was really good because that gimps the support of the survivors. But we've seen this strategy yesterday. We saw an acrobat make its way, courtesy of the NM team here, and I think in Arms Factory as well. Coordinator now. I think this might be the first coordinator we're seeing in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. So that gun will have to be utilized in clutch situations, and it was the sculptor that Nagato will be going for. So excellent bans in terms of the forward and the mechanic. And the entomologists too. The bees can be quite pesky, especially with the statues downing. Just getting rid of the bees. If you don't have a tier 2 bees, it's really hard. Tier 2 statues, it's hard to down these bees.
Definitely. Now, looking at this current lineup here, we do have the coordinator with that flare gun. Needs to be very careful while aiming because the statues could actually counter that and get in the way of that flare gun shot. I've seen this amazing moments in previous gameplays. These statues can actually absorb that flare gun hit, and it's gonna count for nothing if this this coordinator doesn't aim correctly. Now, this acrobat can be very viable in this map. He could be the top target if not the coordinator. So there's that, and then the seer. Sculptor really isn't threatened that much anymore. Yeah, by the seer, and that's probably why the seer wasn't banned as well.
Yeah, it just seems like Nagato is kind of used to having the seer come in. This makes me, it actually shows the confidence that Nagato has with maybe his no present statues. So he's gonna have to get those on point, because this seer, if he's able to bait a regular hit, that could definitely give him some time to use the owl, transition over to factory where Sculptor will not have a good time chasing him, and you could farm those owls like crazy. Adore Meow would definitely be one of the targets to be very careful if you're going to chase him first, because if you're able to bait out the coordinator's flare gun and you chair her first, she still has that long chair time. So not sure if he wants to go after the coordinator first, but leaving her out, you always have to worry about that flare gun. Now, let's head into the match to find out who's the first chase. It seems like Mercenary is the first one in the area, but I don't think he's going to go for it. But, forcing the elbow pad to be utilized and going to shack area where Eli, our seer buddy, is already here, just rotating away. And Nagato seems like he has a whip. They're going to run straight towards each other.
Oh, uses that owl right off the bat just to be able to transition towards the window here, connecting the shack area to the triple pallets. And he needs to be very careful, because if he does get that chip damage and that hit, he'll be down. But it looks like he won't be. It looks like he lives to fight another day. Now he needs to be really careful continuing this fight here, especially because somebody is already decoding. But their coordination is telling me that he needs to take away the sculptor from the triple pallets. But my least favorite cipher. I mean, chair, rather.
Yeah, the water tank one. Yeah, it's so hard to rebound kite from this, especially this year has no more owl to work with. We do see that the acrobat is being monitored with that chisel, since he does have that wanted order. So now the question is, how are they going to go for this save? Blink is still online for Nagato to use, so now he could actually show us also that he's got some excellent camping and excellent, on-point blink hits. But now it seems like they want to push for some ciphers, might go for a full blood rescue to just try to push these objectives and kind of be on the same footing as this hunter. Well, we see that I think that was the coordinator just trying to get away. Coordinator is the one that is kind of approaching, maybe just to give the earmark. Not sure if she's going to make that full commit, because it is way past the half already, and it's going to be hard for them to close out that distance. So Nagato is securing his first survivor down and out of the game.
Yes, it does look that way. They won't be rescuing the seer anymore. So the next target should probably be the coordinator, if not the acrobat. But Nagato knows where these survivors are. He knows that somebody was in the area, somebody has just left and made for the shack, and there it is, the coordinator right here. Let's see if she will be able to land that flare gun hit against all these statues. We have an almost fully fed sculptor, so he needs to be really careful with that flare gun.
Yeah, Jin just buying enough time, at least staying in this corner area of Arms Factory just to make sure. Goes double back. Watch out for the irregular hit, not utilizing the blink just yet. Out in the open here, he's going to use that flare gun. Oh my god, right in front of her. Excellent shot there. Really close for comfort on this side of Jin. Now able to get back into the shack area. And Nagato utilizing the chisel just to see if there's any other target that's pushing the cipher at triple pallet. Still has blink online if he'll be able to utilize it, but we'll have to see. Going around the shack area, just kind of gives that false sense of security for Jin, but it seems like not going to commit just yet. So Nagato has his attention spread out. Who will he commit to? Chisels once again to find out that the mercenary is here at Sandbank.
Well, Nagato needs to be quick on his toes here. He needs to make some quick decisions, especially because this is already a lot of time spent. Oh, he wasn't able to land that statue hit right there, but that cipher is hot. There is a lot of progress on that. Now, Meaningless will try to take Nagato away from this cipher as best as he can.
Able to be utilized to not break that pallet, but meaningless. Now 1/4 damage away, and we have a full presence sculptor here. Has to be so careful. Corner situation here, being chased away. Will die at the corner here, just to make sure that he's not, well, distracting anyone. But like you said, that Cypher is hot, and one touch, it'll already pop. So they have to be very careful to pop that Cypher, because that's a good done Cypher. I'd say it's 2 Cyphers remaining. If someone can go for the rescue and go for that pop, that is very much, well, the situation that Team LUV wants to go for. Coordinator being monitored now in shack area, while we see the Mercenary in the lower left side of the screen, utilizing the elbow pad to close out the distance, trying to go for that save. Nagato realizes that well, the Coordinator is gone, and wow, what a shot through the window.
And I'd really like to commend MKai with that sneaky rescue he did there, because that is what allowed the Acrobat the time to be able to correctly plant the bombs. So now he is at a stronger area. He could make use of this really strong area here. These pallets are very strong. He needs to be careful. Oh, takes that hit, but only one more Cypher remaining. He was rescued before half, so that gives the team time to get that Cypher primed, and it looks like MKai is already in the area to get ready for this rescue, while the Coordinator is actually preparing that last Cypher for the prime.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough in how we're going to play this endgame with Nagato. We see that the Mercenary again with another rescue. MKai with this come up from behind, the rescue from behind. We're seeing that he is trying to body block. Force heal going to happen. Oh my god, the pop happens. No detention, but these statues have been on point. Mercenary would fall with one more. The Acrobat drops the pallet just in case. Teleport was switched to, so now this meaningless has to be able to jump away. Excellent jump, but gets caught by Nagato. Will he commit first to the chair or go for the teleport? It seems like he's gonna chair first. Mercenary is already opening up that gate, and we see that the Coordinator is in that area, so it seems like we're gonna see a tied game, meaning LUV takes round number 2.
Amazing coordination from the survivors there, being able to do that last minute rescue at the basement. I was actually expecting for them to wait a bit more just to make sure that that Cypher is nicely primed, and then the Mercenary would go in for the rescue. But no, he was super aggressive with his rescue, already stormed towards that chair, and actually that was already 2 times that he was able to rescue right from the nose, right under the nose of the hunter. So we have a sneaky Mercenary right here. Really good strategy from them both. And I think they did pop that that last Cypher there. He was able to disconnect from that heal before taking a hit and getting that Cypher popped. So I was kind of expecting there to be a terror shock if the Mercenary was going to go for that force heal. But yeah, he let go of the Acrobat, took that hit, and that was how they were able to prime that last Cypher.
Yeah, beautiful rescues on MKai's part. Like really just, I think the timing of his rescue too, right? You usually the hunter gets some time to kind of catch his breath because of what chase ensued, and kind of assess, all right, so this is gonna happen. Throw the chisel to find out which one. No, didn't allow it to happen. Not on one occasion, but twice. Able to rescue the Acrobat right once the chisel ended, when the Coordinator was being watched. So that's I would say that's good communication on the survivor side and excellent mechanical skills on MKai's part. So here we have the match data. LUV securing themselves a tie, meaning they were able to win round number 2, courtesy of Sneaky's performance in this map for Dream Witch. So let's check out the match data here. We see that the Seer was the first kite. Didn't really go his way at the start, able to utilize the owl just to transition to another part of the map. But what I want to highlight here is that the Seer didn't really run into anyone that was really working on Cyphers. We did run into Mercenary, but at least the Mercenary wasn't really found out, so he was not able to sustain that much injury. When the Seer was being chased, it was just him. And now it was also Meaningless that did go back to the manor, but he was able to push some Cyphers. And also MKai able to push Cyphers, get the rescues. That's 2 rescues. And Jin, Coordinator, able to kite for a really long time over there at the shack area. Kahel, talk me through what Nagato did.
Well, we have 2 pallets destroyed, and 7 hits landed on the survivors, 5 knockdowns. He was able to correctly manage the situation, securing that last chair at the end of the acrobat. He did have such a strong start there, being able to down the mercenary so early in the game, but as soon as he flew back to the manor, he was having a bit of a moment there where he was trying to pick targets right after absorbing that flare gun hit. Now that flare gun hit was on point. It was right in her face.
That was a hold up. Like,
yeah,
give me your lunch money.
Definitely. After that happened, it was like I'm not sure what kind of moment happened there, but well, if I was the hunter, I would feel really disoriented, not knowing where to actually go. Now, I'm seeing all these wiggling ciphers. I know that there are decoders, there are survivors decoding these ciphers, but it took a bit of time before he actually decided to commit to the acrobat at that front gate ruins. So that was actually a lot of time bought for the survivors.
Yeah, we mentioned it, how rotations are super important. With Dream Witch, yes, you will bump into the followers, but with the sculptor, with excellent game sense, you can sniff out with the chisels. But you saw how well how well they were able to coordinate and how respected they were when it came to the chisel. Because I don't think they were able that Nagato was able to land any chisel hits, because when he found a cipher wiggling like at sandbags or a triple pallet, they immediately stopped touching that cipher. They're like, we don't want to risk it. We want to be able to make sure that we're going to get out of this situation with as much resources as possible. So everyone had their shining moments here. I would also say, Nagato able to show us a little bit of that blink hit. I think also when it came down to it switched to teleport, but it was already a little too late for that, because the exit gate was being primed and opened already, while the acrobat was still had to be chaired. So at least he was able to tie, so the point differential isn't that much. Because in round number 3, not only do they have to win, but they have to win also in, well, there's a little bit of that point difference. So that's still that can make the difference, especially if we tally up the points.
Definitely. So for this final round, potentially final round, they really do need to bring their A game. This will make or break the position of rename in the tournament. Now they need to catch up again with those win conditions. But now this gets me curious as to what the final map is going to be.
Yeah, that's a big question. You got good choices like Moonlit. We have Hospital if they want to go a little more survivor sided. We have yet to see a Chinatown map. Usually, if we're based it off last week when we saw the NA qualifiers, a lot of people like to settle things in Red Church, so we haven't seen that much of that just yet. So there's still a lot of choices to utilize when it comes to maps. I think that we're just about to get to that in a bit. They're picking and banning the map. So we will head into the question now. Here is the question of the day. What are your most thrilling moments in Identity 5 compared with other games? Honestly, it's commentating. Like, this is so thrilling. I don't do that much with other MOBA games, but for me, the most thrilling moments is coordinating as a team. Like, I'm a survivor user. I try to use hunter, but I like it when we're all on the same page. Even though we're using force chat, you just know your role. You know when to be the one to go for the rescue, go for the exit gate, and just talk. I think it's Identity 5 is its own language now, and we're able to be able to communicate to each other. What are your thrilling moments, Kahel?
Well, for me, it's those moments where you have unintentional mistakes that actually turn out good. So there was this
all part of the plan. All part of the plan.
Yes, definitely. All part of the plan. I love those moments. I live for those moments. Especially because I'm one of those players that actually, makes a lot of mistakes. But somehow, because of coordination, we are still able to turn things around. Now, I will never forget this one time we were going up against a very skilled Hell Ember, and I was playing as Mercenary. So I was supposed to be dead on chair. Already one had flown back to the manor. So I took a hit, and that was my final hit. I was just waiting out delayed damage before getting picked up, chaired, and eliminated. But I went to the shack area in Arms Factory, and what should I find but a catapult from
There
the
we
toy
go.
merchant? It was there, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and use this catapult just because, since I'm already gonna die and we're all already gonna lose the match. So yeah, what the
Might
heck?
as well. Let's have fun.
Yeah. But what happened was, so I took the thing, and I was flying. But as soon as my delayed damage expired, my iron will expired, I fell on the triple pallet area, and the hunter lost sight of me.
Wow.
So yes, and that was how we were able to prime that cipher and push for a tie. I was laughing so hard. I was screaming. At first, my teammates didn't know what was going on. Why are you screaming? I was like, the hunter lost me because I got on the catapult.
There
So
we go.
yeah, it's those moments that I actually live for when playing rank as a survivor.
Yeah, honestly, it's also I have a lot of those moments also with Mercenary where you're able to, especially when the exit gates open, you're half damaged, the tension's in the air, and you're able to utilize the elbow pad to just sneak your way through. It's such a good feeling. Same goes with Survivors. I did mention yesterday that I did try to utilize Anne or Wu Chang just when you're able to get those moments where you predict a survivor, when a good umbrella like throw to find the mechanic, or a cat jump able to dodge like a football, or you just close out the distance. It's just so good. I think Identity 5 is quite the unique game. I can't compare it
Yes,
to
definitely.
any other competitive game out there, especially with the community, the art, and the skins, the essence.
Skins.
Season 20 Essence 1. Okay, you'll hear about that after the break. Yeah. Thrilling moments, another one. Opening up an essence and finding the skin I want.
Oh, I love that. And shout outs to Nell. We just discovered how much he's actually spent in the game, and yes,
it's an arm and a leg.
It's an arm and a leg, definitely, but he does have those lovely skins to flex when he's streaming. So guys, please do support Nello Mello with his stream. He's actually one of the most active Identity 5 streamers out there.
Yes.
And also what do you call this? For the people who are pulling the skins so early in the game, I would just like to say that I'm so jealous. Congrats on your luck, but please pass it on to us. We need that luck. We need that luck, guys.
Yes, definitely. I think we were talking about it in the previous week that we didn't really get much. You know, we really gotta we gotta grind out the dice. We gotta grind out everything just to get that. And you know, while we're still interacting with the audience, just another quick shout outs to the people in the chat. Lavior, Mio, who else we got here in chat? Maggie W. Just share your favorite moments. Mikochi, I know I said that before. I hope we don't miss any names. I don't know how Nell does this. Seriously, he's really a streamer. Loki, Crystalline loves Cam. Who else we got here?
Heartbeat has been here since yesterday, and
let's
he's been
go.
super supportive. Shout outs to you, man.
Dear Zoe. Where there's this one BL. Oh, BL is here in the chat. I also Oxygen a little bit. I think. Hang on, wait. I know there's this one. Karen also says, "What's up, Karen? We love commentators. We love you guys in the chat." Here, Fukiyame. I hope I pronounced your name right. Thank you. I know she was asking for a shout out. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are gonna head to it, and we are going to the Moonlit River Park. Oh, interesting to note, context, LUV denied Sacred Heart Hospital, and they will be using Hunter. So I think, the survivors are very much comfortable going to Moonlit River Park. And we have yet to see if we're going to see if Senki is coming out.
Now I'm wondering why they banned Hospital instead of Moonlit, because we do know that Nagato packs a punch with that breaking wheel. So that could be something that we could see in the later in this next round, and it's particularly hard to be going up against a round 3 breaking wheel. It was hard with a sculptor. It's gonna be twice the difficulty with a breaking wheel, especially on Nagato. So
here's the thing, right?
What's going on here?
I think they're gonna rely on the bans. They're not going to allow that breaking wheel to come through. They're gonna
Hmm.
ban the breaking wheel, probably ban the sculptor too, because
Mhm.
Dream Witch, yes, you can. Like I know Eli broke it down that Dream Witch can pressure one part of that map, but I still respect the chisel of the sculptor. And you saw that Nagato also carried teleports, so I don't know if they want to roll the dice with that. So we'll just have to see. But they will for sure ban that breaking wheel.
Well, at least we have that to that's one less headache for the survivors. I'm pretty sure they're also gonna want to get rid of either that sculptor or
Yeah.
probably
But yeah.
prioritize a dream witch depending
The
on
thing is, it's
the
yeah,
lineup.
we'll put a pin in that because it is Sneaky that will be hunting first in this matchup. So rename, they're the ones that chose this map. They have to be ready for whoever comes out. So Sneaky opting to ban an international lineup, but allowing the Priestess and Mercenary to come through. Definitely Sneaky has to pick her poisons. But I think everyone in the chat is also wanting Sneaky to give us more hunter plays with how well she does with those blink hits. Breaking wheel gets banned. Allowing the sculptor to come back online.
This might be the chance for her to take out that sculptor or Blood Queen. We've seen that Blood Queen still does have that potential in this map. She can be good for securing those ties, except that Love really needs to secure those points. So we'll see the logic behind this this map soon enough. And now we have a batter ban. Nobody wants to be dealing with this batter, especially with his ability to harass and extend the kite of whoever the hunter is chasing. I'm wondering if it's actually... Oh, this should be interesting. Orange once more on that psychologist and Jing on the acrobat. Really strong lineup here, I think, because this is focused more on containment. But what's interesting is that these... a Blood Queen. Anyway, as I was saying, what's interesting about these survivors is that they can be really good in this map, especially the acrobat. This is his playground. So now here we have Sneaky's Blood Queen, as I predicted, surprisingly. Wonder if she can make it. I do believe in Sneaky's Blood Queen. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, again, like you mentioned, that this is a very containment-centered lineup. They could give any hunter like a big headache until the Aquamirror comes online. I think the most optimum would be the psychologist, but on Oren's that could change quickly because of how well he's able to kite. Leaving open the Mercenary, Priestess, or the Acrobat. We know that the Acrobat loves the terrain of this map. Depends on the spawn points, but at least Sneaky... another thing, God, I didn't even acknowledge that the Priestess got in too. So meaning that Orange has to worry about long portals, has to worry about the bridge portal as well. Any backdoor exits that they're able to utilize. So I think Sneaky has to tap into that same hunter sense she did before, where she made sure that all her hits are on point, all her mirrors are on point, and if she wants to build up that presence early on, just stick to that blink trump card.
Definitely. And also one thing to consider, given that this is a large map, with that trump card, she might want to consider, well, depending on the situation, she might want to go for teleport. And then if trying to control the situation late game, I've seen some Bloody Queens actually bring out Abnormal. So that's something to watch out for. But this is going to depend heavily on the outcome of the game when it comes to that point. Now, as you said, wow, I can't believe we forgot about the fact that the Priestess is actually in Moonlit. She can be such a menace, giving that support and those long portals to the survivors. They could do that portal rescue that we love seeing. That's where whoever is going to rescue is going to receive that portal, do the rescue, have Tide Turner do the work, just to be able to get that survivor through the portal.
Yes.
So that could be really disadvantageous to the hunter. especially if Sneaky has already used the mirror and it hasn't been it hasn't cooled down. So we're about to see how this is gonna play out. Also excited for this acrobat. Will he try to go for that God Kite area outside 2-story, because that is his playground after all? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, it really depends on the spawns, and it depends on who he catches first. If it was up to Sneaky, she would definitely not want to go for Orange at the start. But leaving Orange to his own devices, he can go for those Wi-Fi deals. So that's something that he has to be very careful of. It seems like already at the tent area is this Bloody Queen. Finding, oh my god, the acrobat. So not in online in that that tram area, so it's gonna be quite tough. Already dropping a bomb here just so that she walks through it, and Ching will have to be very careful. In about 5 seconds, this Aqua Mirror will be coming online for Sneaky to be using just to close out that distance. And now we see the bomb. Oh my, establishing more distance, but Ching able to allow Sneaky to walk him down. Can she get the hit? And now still swinging, decides to teleport, and Ching has to be careful in this area.
Yes, this is particularly a weak area because there aren't a lot of balance. Oh, there's a blink! Beautiful blink hit from Sneaky here, stealing in that first survivor, getting shared so early in the game. Not a lot of progress on these ciphers, and they do have a lot to work with. They may decide to rescue at the last second because it was such a quick chase on the part of Sneaky, so Sneaky can rest easy for a bit. Nobody seems to be in the area, although we do have I think that was the psychologist. She is in the area. That's the psychologist, yes.
Yeah, someone is definitely in the area triggering the priestess. So
it's the priestess
over there, and now has to get that hit. But now we see that Ching able to move away, has to switch to another ball. But now last effort already popped, moving to the far part of this map. Still 5 ciphers remain, but all of them are almost about to be primed around 70%. So Ching has to just buy some time here, struggle speed, wait for the tide to run out, and the psychologist can go for that Wi-Fi heal on that priestess. Priestess did set up a portal from 2-story to this area, but now we see that Ching will see the second round on that rocket chair. While the mercenary is transitioning over to the tent area and hiding. Let's see if Sneaky can drop an Aqua Mirror just to snipe out any of these survivors.
It looks like she's trying to do just that. The mercenary might go for the rescue. I think he is already in the area triggering that tinnitus. So Sneaky is trying to prepare for this already. Okay, takes that hit.
Excellent save on the side of the mercenary, allowing Ching to move away here. 4 ciphers still remain, but now a sandwich situation, granting him the last effort. He wants to buy a little more time, but yeah, I think that's why Sneaky was able to, does not want to deal with that forward. At least now she could share without looking
going
behind
for the portal. Will he make it? Oh, no!
Unfortunate. Wow, that was so close. If he was able to get that portal, it was going to take 8 more seconds for that for the Aqua Mirror to get online. So quite tough. Sneaky cleaning up shop here and downing her first survivor and getting him out of the game.
That's right. He will be flying back to the manor. 4 ciphers remaining. Looks like Sneaky is working really fast.
Normal.
That's what I was talking about. Blood Queen, finally we see somebody do abnormal at late game. Still a very viable strategy, especially because she can use that mirror just to be able to catch up with the survivors in end game. But it looks like
oh my god, yeah, she knows that the cipher is also like ready to be primed. I thought she was gonna go for another abnormal to really solidify the lead, but it seems like she will try to go after one of these survivors. Oren's in the area, does not have any more of an extra hit to take. Will have to take 2 hits, and now we see that Oren's trying to go behind that pallet, but Sneaky just staying away from that area. Now it seems to focus his attention on Oren's while the mercenary is the one decoding. Priestess is not in line of sight, so probably just going to another area while she waits for Holy Keys to come online.
I think Orange can make the most out of this kite, especially because they all know that... Oh, I spoke too soon. I was about to say that Bloody Queen doesn't have Blink anymore. It's just abnormal, so that could have been a long kite. But Sneaky here proving us wrong by catching up so fast with that psychologist.
This is what's really tough now. One cipher remain. She's gonna have to go all the way to that tent area if she wants to be able to. Well, actually, no. Sorry, the 2-story was already popped, so now she has to just defend here. While she has to stick with just abnormal, and once the last cipher pops, that skill can't be utilized anymore. She has to clean things up. Transfers her attention to the cipher over here at the bridge area, creating a sandwich-like situation. Mercenary has 3 elbow pads to utilize. Nung just being able to utilize those elbow pads to get away from dodge. Hits the Mercenary. Can Sneaky go back to that cipher and try to stop the cipher from popping? It seems like she will just do that.
Looks like Sneaky has a lot of work to do doing that abnormal on the cipher. We do know that whenever you use abnormal, the efficacy decreases with every time that you use it. And although she was able to pressure this last cipher here, this priestess and psychologist have already healed and can easily get started on a new cipher. So now it's just going to be another back and forth situation where all it takes is to just do one rescue on this mercenary and prime remaining cipher. Oh, look at that. Look at
Yep.
Yeah, the psychologist used that roller coaster there to be able to travel faster because she is in the area already. Yes.
This is what's tough too, because the priestess being in the map can definitely give a lot of mobility to the survivors, especially as we saw the roller coaster being utilized. Now it's a sandwich situation about to happen for Sneaky. Hits the priestess, and now the priestess can rescue. A psychologist is working on a cipher. Mercenary can delay a hit, but the priestess gets hit. The mercenary at least able to expend that last elbow pad to stay away, and Sneaky will cheer the priestess now. It seems like everyone has seen a round on the rocket chair. Has to go to the psychologist now to try and heal up, or it seems like Orange will be sniped out. The psychologist now moving away from that cipher. Nice repositioning. Psychologist will get hit, and it seems like Orange will be chased away from the cipher he was working on.
This is actually this situation is just fluctuating. At 1 second, it's really good for the survivors, and at the next, it's really good for Sneaky because nobody will be able to
Orange about to prime that cipher. They have to coordinate this one well. Decide to commit to getting the hit, and now Mercenary going for the rescue. Can he get the hit on the priestess? The Mercenary will tank that hit. Will he switch? Which target will he go after? It seems like he's going to go for Orange because he has to defend this cipher.
Now that could potentially be another problem for Sneaky because I think this is the second chair of the psychologist. We have one more cipher at the cipher bridge that needs finishing.
But the thing is, I love the positioning of the situation because the priestess ran in the corner here. No cipher is in this area. We know that the mercenary is down. Sneaky already propping up the mirror, confident enough to find the mercenary here, but also snipes out the priestess. And now the priestess has to make a mad dash to try and go for the rescue because that cipher is not close to being primed. Jumping through the window, able to dodge that hit, and we see that the psychologist is about to expire, leaving the priestess and the mercenary to their own devices here. Priestess has no more holy keys to utilize. Actually has 2 more to utilize, and we see that the priestess will be falling down here. Mercenary in a corner situation. Sneaky seems like she wants to go for a 4K.
That's right, because I'm pretty sure Nang will want to go for the dungeon. Unfortunately, it is nowhere near. It's at the middle area, so Priestess will be dead on chair. Sneaky knows where the mercenary is. All he has to do is chair this priestess and cut off the mercenary's route. Now, he is down. There will be no more recovering from that. All it's gonna take is to just share this mercenary and we have ourselves a 4-man kill. Amazing stuff from Sneaky here. Oh,
yeah, just making sure she already switched to abnormal. She needed to use it, even though it just a little bit. Because
Yeah,
I
for
think
good
she
measure.
abnormal for good measure 3 times. But wow. Sneaky, quite impressive with this Bloody Queen. And you got to give it up to Rename. They're the known survivor team here in Southeast Asia. So they really gave Sneaky a run for her money. Again, like you said, it was fluctuating back and forth. But I think the one that the changing of tides was when he was able to snipe out Oren's in that spot, and the positioning of it was really good. If only
Yeah.
the decoding was a lot faster, and the mercenary could save the priestess, and then they could have pushed for that end game. But Sneaky was just, I would say, a half step ahead. Like, I wouldn't say a full step ahead, because it was really going back and forth. You couldn't tell who had the advantage because it kept going back and forth. So excellent round 3 first half.
Yeah, that was such a good push and pull situation. And there are some little bits of details there. If that cipher, that last cipher, wasn't as near, if it was at the other side of the map, that could have gone entirely different. If who was that? Who needed rescuing? That was the mercenary that the priestess needed to rescue outside the tent at that time before the fluctuations happened.
Yes.
If that happened at a different chair, that could have been that also could have been an entirely different story. But it's there. It happened there. It's such a good positioning, as you said.
Yes.
Wow.
I would have to also say that props to Sneaky. The confidence in her hunter ability was so good, because I actually thought that switching to abnormal, it was actually in the mid game when she switched to abnormal. So I'm like, oh wow, she's fully committing to this, because this could bite her in the end. Because when she was chasing Orange, you brought up that point that was very salient. She had no blink. She had nothing to help chase. The mirror was still on cooldown, but she was able to corner out Orange. I would say that was a redemption down for her because of how well Orange played the first game. But looking at the scores, Kahel, I think based on points alone, even if Rename does tie it, Love at First Sight will be moving forward.
Congratulations to Love at First Sight. This is their first professional appearance. After all, they've given us such an amazing gameplay, going up against Rename, who is actually one of the known teams. So that just garners them a lot of fans, and I'm sure that a lot of people are supporting Love in their quest to advance to the next round.
Yes, but we will be still playing another game just to showcase the skills of Rename. You got to give it up to Rename survivors. They fought till the very end. The kite on Ching was pretty good, almost at 60 seconds. He did not touch a cipher at all. We saw the well-coordinated team with Priestess going for the rescue at first, and then the Mercenary right at the clutch. And you saw how many times they were rescuing. So a lot of these survivors saw their rounds on the rocket chair, ultimately leading to that 4K with, ciphers remaining, 1 for the Hunter. Pallets destroyed 1, 17 hits. This is a Bloody Queen. She does have a long not really wind up time, but animation time once she gets the hit. So Sneaky was 17 still. That's a lot of hits that she was going for. Let alone, because there's Mercenary and Psychologist and 10 knockdowns. But talk me through the survivors here, Kahel. What were the highlights for Rename in your opinion in this match?
So it looks like Orange here was a bit on the support side with 276% cipher progress. So he did pull off that Wi-Fi healing towards the middle, and we have Ching here doing a bit of containment as well, 55 seconds, and 78 on the Priestess here. They did do a bit of kiting as well, not just at the first part of the game, but also all throughout in mid game and in end game. Again, that fluctuation moment. That was, I think that was what put the seconds in there. And that was why they were able to rack in those seconds. But again, that 4-man kill from Sneaky, although I really commend and believe in Sneaky's Blood Queen, to see her excel with those traits, in particular, that abnormal. That's something that you really don't see every day, and that was such fun to watch.
I think it catches a lot of survivors off guard too, because abnormal, it's very situational. I don't know, it's starting to become out of the meta, especially since you meant Geisha abnormal. And I think this is a good framework to why abnormal is so good, because there were 3 ciphers remaining, early abnormal in that part of the map. definitely put the survivors in a back foot because they were at a comfy position. But it also allows the hunter to kind of get into the groove of things, especially in a huge map like this. If you're able to abnormal, even though a priestess is out there, abnormal one cipher that is so close to being primed, that could be game changing, and it proved to be so because Sneaky was able to get a 4K on rename. We're still going to play the second match, but I think we might, I don't know if we're going to have a little bit of fun. We did a little bit yesterday. We saw Carrie Dono as Perfumer. We saw an Enchantress. We saw that come out. So, you know what? This is where I might call it. If anyone from Love at First Sight is listening, maybe bring out the Painter. Who knows?
Yeah, that painter that the chat was also asking for. And speaking of the chat, oh wow, they are just going wild here, showing that love for Sneaky because she did so well. We all weren't expecting a 4-man kill, let alone a tie, rather a 3-man kill. But Sneaky was able to pull it off, and wow, congrats to Love at First Sight. A lot of love for you here in the chat. And speaking of fun plays, I'm hoping to see, well, I'm gonna go with my favorite hunter, Feaster, but I don't think we're gonna be seeing him because we don't have it in the data. But if he does come out, consider me very happy.
Kel will be a happy camper if Feaster does come out. But it seems like Nagato would go for the meta for now. I know Feaster wants to ban these characters too, Kel, so you don't give up hope. Let's see if Feaster would come out. We don't want to deal with the mechanic priestess. Yeah, Feaster is a big boy. He takes some time when he goes around the map. But we are seeing some respect bans of Nagato's hunters here. Doesn't want to deal with his Dream Witch nor his Breaking Wheel. So leaving the Sculptor open if he's going to go with the meta here. So let's see how Love is going to play it out, because I wouldn't blame them if they went with meta picks here, because again, this is their first outing and they want to make sure that, okay, well, let's play another competitive game just to show everyone what we're capable of and show that respect.
Oh, look at the hooded friends that you just mentioned in the previous match. Here they are once more. If it's not the seer, if it's not the forward rather, and the mercenary, it's the seer and the mercenary. So we have two dynamic duos, and looks like the batter will be sealed in, especially because he was banned in the previous match. And understandably so. It was a Blood Queen after all. But it looks like the chat will be going wild for this. We have here the Embalmer. He does have that potential. I love Embalmer in Moonlit River Park because of those clutch rescues using the coffin. And I wonder if that kind of situation will play out. I really want to see that.
Ooh, and going with a Bonbon here. Nagato is, well, just showing us his hunter pool. Bonbon, big map here. We have seen some Bonbons in IVL really crush it in this type of situation. But having an Embalmer in the mix and also looking at how these survivors are, they can choose not to go for early rescue, especially just to keep Bonbon not keep his presence in check, or they could just choose not to and just respect Nagato's Bonbon and just go for a tie. Really depends on how they're going to play this one out, but we know how Bonbon is when it's in big maps, right? He struggles if the team does not go for the rescue.
And speaking of Bonbon, it looks like the chat is hoping for a Monokuma skin. So
fingers crossed.
I hope Nagato has that. If you're hearing this, you better wear that skin. I was just thinking rather of what Eli said, that this is a tie hunter, especially in Moonlit. Yeah. But we'll see how this plays out, especially with a batter in the mix. And let's not forget that Embalmer that everybody's been looking forward to seeing. I wonder how they're gonna try to deal with the skills of the Bonbon come late game. Will they be able to do that rescue with the coffin at the last second to get somebody out the gate? I've been seeing this kind of strategy so much, not just in Southeast Asia, but also particularly in the Philippines. So I hope I see it, because if I do, that would be really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in high level like this. And Nagato with the bonbon, that's not in the data that we collected, so I don't know. This could be one of the hunters that we could be very like. This is also information for future tournaments if they're gonna face Nagato, especially in this type of map. So I'm sure a lot of the players here will take note of this. Since you know what, I'm sure this isn't the last we'll see of Rename. We've saw them in countless tournaments. They've given us so much special moments with the likes of IVS, with the likes of Noir, with the likes of so much teams out there. So I think they're gonna go out with well, sorry for the pun, go out with a bang here with with this bonbon.
Well, is it the Monokuma skin? But look at this Seer skin we have right here. This is the Night Owl, the limited S skin of the Seer. And although Nagato is sporting a B skin here, I'm pretty sure that the skills are nowhere near B tier.
Oh man, yeah, dude! Shout outs to Aurora. She wants to see Tiger Eli come out, and I know there was love in the chat here. But finds the Embalmer. This is actually the most viable target before he gets his coffin going. You want to be able to down him as well. So Nagato finding the blood trails. This Embalmer are really not much when it comes to kiting with the toolkit. Just has to deal with a coffin. I don't know if he was able to drop it, but now he's gonna try to do this bomb hit. But we see that the Seer's Owl was able to eat the bomb hit, but the melee hit able to down this Embalmer. Nagato will be going for a chair now.
Well, I can't get my eyes off that skin, and this is the real definition of die beautiful. This is the Exorcist skin we have here, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like the coffin won't be used for now. Oh, look!
Oh, it
looks
will
like
be.
He will be going for that coffin after all. And I think, I'm sure Nagato knows this.
Yeah.
Because there he is. Hello! Right here. I've been here waiting. There is a bit of a shield on him at the moment, but will he be able to survive this kite?
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, dodging of the bomb so far and dropping the pallet and now transitioning away from the tent area. Adora Meow has to have his work cut out for him because 4 ciphers still remain. Uses the time bomb to down him as he was transitioning towards that pallet. So this is going to be the second time we're going to see the Embalmer on that chair since he had that resurrection to have that self-rescue. So this did buy some time. Nagato has to walk all the way to the other side of the map. If he's not going to use that teleport, he's going to wait for the Embalmer to expire before he even thinks about using that teleport.
I don't think he will be using that teleport anytime soon, especially because he has spotted M. Kai in the area who is trying to either trigger that earmark or at least try to distract him visually or just try to go for that last second save. But I don't think he's gonna make it at this point, so now he just needs to transition away from this angry Bonbon right here.
So Nagato focusing his attention on M-Kai. M-Kai still has 2 elbow pads to utilize, and wow, excellent remote bomb usage there. Able to get that 1/4 chip damage. Just trying to scout out the area, sees that Meaningless is over here outside the 2-story area. Jin transitioning to the 2nd story because he knows that Meaningless has to utilize the 2-story. Able to get a hit on him. And we see that Nagato is going to make his rounds here. Nagato just making sure if anybody's at the 2-story still was not able to spot out the Seer. Meaningless now over at the working carousel. Winding up, but the bat able to utilize it for him to vault this window, forcing Nagato to go through the window while 2 ciphers are being worked on.
Now this is just really a testament as to the skill of the batter. Was able to land that chip damage, but it looks like he will be, was able to land that hit actually before the batter was able to shoot that ball. It did buy him some time to get to that very strong area right there. He just needs to go through. Oh, I was gonna say he needed to go through that pallet to be able to extend the kite, but Nagato did stop him on his tracks. So now he will be going to the chair. We have 1 cipher remaining. Just 1 rescue needs to be done, but Nagato knows where that last cipher is. He's keeping his eyes on it actually, while is this the mercenary or this is the mercenary is going for the rescue.
Yeah, Jin being spotted out here in the tent area is going to be quite tough since he doesn't have any owl to utilize. and he realizes, all right, I'm pretty sure that someone's gonna go for the rescue. I need to be more proactive. Batter has tied, but that's gonna not be utilized. We see that Jin has to eat that hit, transitioning away now to this area, going back into the around the tent, since most of the pallets were already utilized. Jin has to make this foot chase last long because we see that the Batter and Mercenary are still transitioning to get to a Cypher for them to prime it. We see that Jin is being closed out. Melee hit will connect. MKai still working on that Cypher. It's still almost halfway, so Nagato has some time to work with here to try and find that last Cypher, pressure it, and also pressure anyone to go for that rescue. We are going to see a pause in deduction here, but this match is pretty intense. Nagato showing us that this Bonbon can try to go for a 3K.
Definitely. And again, that is just a repeat of what happened earlier with them trying to prime that last Cypher while the Batter was chaired. So now it's the Seer, and it looks like they'll be getting started on that new Cypher, get it at least primed, or at least at 50% before rescuing the Seer before half. And then you can picture the scenario in your head unless somebody, whether it be the hunter or the survivor, will be able to pull off like a really neat trick there. Just like what we saw with Sneaky and that Abnormal. So
yeah, it's
wondering
I would
what
say
that's gonna be.
I think Nagato, well, he's gonna work twice as hard because Bonbon doesn't have the mobility like Sneaky did with the Bloody Queen with the mirrors. So yeah, I don't know the build he brought. I don't know if he can switch, since holding teleport, especially end game for Bonbon, is so important. So I think he just has to kind of camp it out and also try and swat away the survivors, since that's what's going to happen. Already knows that someone's going to go for that rescue, and he knows that someone is over there at the working carousel, priming that Cypher, and it's MKai allowing the Batter to go for a rescue. MKai just respecting the Bonbon here, just getting not even close to touching that Cypher anymore. Utilizes the elbow pad to close out, just distance himself away from it, and now the chase ensues back to the Mercenary. Since he has no more elbow pads, one more melee hit would do it. Gets a remote bomb on him. He's gonna have to kite for as long as he can while the survivors heal up. He will be falling down. Teleport is gonna be utilized to the Cypher, but yeah, the heal did not. The heal did happen. Well, no, it was the Seer that was hit. The Batter is still the one that is uninjured, but at least he was able to get his Batter balls.
Now this is gonna put the Mercenary in a bit of a pickle here, because he does have to self-heal a bit, and whoever the Bonbon will be chasing will need to buy enough time to allow him not just to heal, but to get that last Cypher primed. Now Nagato sees this. He sees MKai. He knows that the Cypher by the working carousel is being finished, but looks like this is the best course of action for now, to at least share a survivor near that very hot Cypher. So that will give him two things to defend at the same time. We have the Cypher and we have the chair, but somebody is decoding that other Cypher on the tent.
Yeah, and we see that the Seer was just standing still for a bit, but I don't know if he was farming an owl or something, but now the Seer has one more chip damage to eat before he can try and go for the save. Cypher is almost primed, so they have to time this really well. Will they go for that pop and save? Because Batter is the only one that is there. Oh my god, just covering his tracks. He's gonna pick up the Seer before the Cypher can be primed, but we see that the Batter will try to make his way towards the rescue. It's going to be quite tough because this Bonbon can camp out both these chairs. Since the Cypher that is supposed to be primed is so far off, meaningless, we'll have to be very careful with how he's going to approach this rescue. Able to get the hit!
As if that's not hard enough, he also needs to prime that last Cypher, since he's the only one that can actually do it.
Watch out! Oh my god, able to get the rescue! And now Batter has to be so careful. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Mercenary trying to go for the save here, but no, denied by Nagato. You gotta, you admire the tenacity of this team, but they're gonna call GG's because they will be moving on. But Nagato, you gotta give props to him. But here are your winners, ladies and gentlemen. They will be moving on to day number 3. It is love at first sight.
Congratulations, Love at First Sight definitely had us at first sight. They did win that so beautifully. It was a tight match. It just goes to show that Rename is really not falling behind in terms of that skill level. But yes, Love did win over them and will be advancing to the next round. And I'm actually excited as to who they're going to be up against after the next match.
Yeah, because it's going to be up against the winner of GG versus HS, and yes, Love will be moving on. And again, I just want to take it back to the interview we had with Sneaky. I know we also interviewed Rename. Both these teams are fighting tooth and nail, but you could tell from Sneaky's the way she was answering the questions, very nervous, and rightfully so, because they went up against one of the veteran teams out there in Rename, and they put up a really good fight. Rename just showing everyone that they have why they're one of the most respected teams out there, but it is Love that is moving on. I just want everyone in the chat to give their love and support to Rename. Hopefully we'll see them in future tournaments as well, because they have that potential to make it all the way to even grand finals, and I can't wait to see more of them. For now, though, it's going to be Love at First Sight, and I'm sure that Love at First Sight did gain a lot of fans, especially in the chat.
Indeed, yes. Actually, I'm looking at the chat, and they are sending a lot of love to Love and to Sneaky in particular. Now, I'm actually kind of bummed that I didn't see Senki for this particular matchup, but we might see more of him in the next round when they do go up against the winner of GG versus at HS. So there's that to look forward to. It looks like the chat is also sending a lot of love to Aesop, the character, the embalmer.
That died beautifully. Yeah.
Yes. and to Eli as well, the seer.
Yeah.
Guys, we love these characters, especially on those skins. But let's really appreciate the effort of the survivors here. They did, although it was a 4-man kill, it was a lot of work. They gave they gave Nagato a lot of work. They didn't make it easy on him.
And I like how they went all out, because usually in these type of matches, when it's already established that the point differential is so apparent that even if they get a 4K, it's still going to be one or the other team. They still play it all out, and I think they even respected the Bon. You saw that the batter really had to go for the win at the end, because that's how much resources they had left. And I'm looking at the replay on YouTube also, with how Meaningless was so good with those batter hits. But you got to give it up to Nagato with how well he placed these bombs. The remote bombs really did a lot of work, and he was able to stuff the rescue. You saw that they didn't really want to try and go for the rescue at first against the embalmer. So just a lot of respect to this character, and he was able to get a 4K in a huge map like this. I can't wait to see more of Nagato's Bon in the future.
And speaking of the YouTube replay, the chat is going wild right here, because they're already seeing what came out of the match. And there we have it. Everybody is saying GGs to both teams. Again, we'd really like to see more of Rename, because this isn't the only tournament that's going to be happening this year. There's going to be a lot. And shout outs to the to Nell, because he has been putting up IVA, right?
Yeah, that's one of the tournaments to look out for. Another one would probably be the much awaited IVC, and also, who knows, we also called IVS in last year. So it just shows that the community is growing. There is a growing fan base towards this game. So and it just shows in the chat too, with how everyone is so supporting of all the pro players out there, and their favorite teams. And yeah, it's I really want to be able to see how Rename will bounce back from this, because they have been one of the teams that that people have been eyeing to make it really far, and one of the household names. So big shout outs to Rename. I'm sure that they'll come back stronger from this. Love at First Sight will be moving on, and if we can look back at day 3, which is going to be tomorrow. If we go back to the bracket and how it's looking, going to be BL versus NM, and then now we have Love at First Sight versus the winner of HokkaidoShrimp versus GutsGaming. So we are going to round out the top 4 when this day ends, ladies and gentlemen. So big shout outs to everyone still watching and tuning in because yeah, pretty intense matches from the get-go.
And I'm also interested about the match to come between GG and HS because we did say that we don't know a lot about these teams. So we have that to look forward to. We have no data at all and would like to encourage them to surprise us with their picks and bans.
Yeah, I'm just getting word to like we are going to crown the MVP. So if you guys have any indication who the MVP is, just let us know in the chat. Kahel, do you have any thoughts on who you think the MVP is going to be?
Well, we've seen a lot of outstanding gameplays, but one of the hunter gameplays that have really stuck to me is actually Sneaky. Sneaky with that Dream Witch, Sneaky with that Blood Queen. We have that. And then let's not forget M. Kai. He had such a good rescue in one of the previous matches. Definitely supporting him as well. But more on that, here is the match data. Ladies and gentlemen, 94 seconds on Meaningless up against a Bonbon is very impressive. And these numbers actually are kind of close to each other. So it looks like they've held their own when not being when not receiving support from the batter. There's 55 on the Embalmer, there's 67 on the Seer, 69 on the Mercenary.
Nice.
This is some good containment that they've been doing because this is how they made it hard for Nagato to ultimately eliminate them all. It was such a long time before the match actually ended.
Yeah, it just shows that both Hunter and Survivor were kind of neck and neck, and it really turned into a Hunter game. Hunter sided when the Embalmer was gone, and you saw that the Seer was about to expire too. Nagato was just really good at controlling the, I would say, chair placements and also Cypher awareness. He was really good also, and if you consider that he was holding on to his teleport, he only used it once just to cut off someone just touching the Cypher. And if you think about it, they were actually healing up. So pure chase alone, like this is one of the this is why Bonbon is so respected, because early chase, if you have a very skilled Bonbon to predict where you'll be going, he'll gain presence real quick.
Plus, when he's at full presence, the range of the bombs is just it really makes it hard to even hide behind walls, and we've seen this in a lot of Bonbon gameplays. A Bonbon coming from the window on Red Church going towards the graveyard, that's possible. So to see it here in Moonlit is no surprise.
Yeah, so kudos to Nagato for getting himself a 4K, really ending things strong in this battle between Rename versus Love at First Sight. But you do see that Love did get 1 win, 2 draws, so that means they will be the one to move on since they have 1 round win for themselves coming into the this qualifiers.
Watch, check this out. People in the chat are already encouraging us to hydrate and eat. Apparently, somebody's offering us dumplings.
Wow, who's that? Please send them over.
Yes, please send them over. We want those dumplings.
We'll send you our address, postal code, zip code number, blood type, everything, just for dumplings. But yeah, thank you so much for. I hope everyone also is eating well and also drinking and staying hydrated. We do see that. Yeah, I think Eli was also very overwhelmed with the love and support in the chat with how well you guys, what kind of showered him with your passion for the game and also love for the commentators. Do stay tuned for the Eli and Grizzly tomorrow because they will be please welcome them and tell them that we said hello, because they will be the tandem for tomorrow. So Any thoughts before we close out this match data, Kel?
Yes, I would just like to remind the chat to send your love and support to the teams, as if you're not doing that already. They are showing a lot of love. Here are the match results. Again, we had such a strong start in round one. Both draws here, we're seeing the energy level of both these teams having draws, not just for the first, but also the second half. But it started to change a bit here in round two, with Sneaky really carrying the team there with that 3-man kill. And then to solidify that win, we have here that 4-man kill from Sneaky as well. And although the last match was, for sportsmanship, I think these teams have that same amount of skill level. So let's definitely commend both teams.
Yeah, the showing love to both teams, both LUV and Rename, but the night does go to Rename with that clutch round number 2. Round number 3, I think, Sneaky just wanted to solidify their survivors and give them like a round that they don't have that much pressure, since she was able to play her Bloody Queen pretty well. And I agree with you in terms of the MVP. I think Sneaky is a good candidate for that, even though we had some really good survivors. I think chat also would agree that Sneaky with her Bloody Queen, with her Sculptor, with any of the Dream Witch too.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Sneaky with the Bloody Queen. Talk us through it, Kahel.
So this is Sneaky with 0.3 remaining ciphers, 14 hits on the survivors, 0.67 tear shocks, 6.1 knockdowns, and 3.66 average eliminations. Good job to you, Sneaky. Everybody show your love and support for this girl boss that they've been calling in the chat. She was seriously girl bossing this the entire game.
And that's what I love about Identity 5, right? It's really good. I mean, you get a good representation of the community as well. Very welcoming, whatever orientation you are, whatever. Girl, boy, you're all bosses here in this game. So Sneaky being the girl boss of this game, show your love and support to her, because just one hunter to really look out for. I wish they also had a stat with her blink hits and how well she was able to utilize that. And this was just her Bloody Queen. We still have to note that her Dream Witch really did a lot of those blink hits. Bloody Queen was really able to do a lot of map pressure, and also have that, I would say, unorthodox with the abnormal, but still able to make it work. So brackets are being shown: BL versus NM to start things off for day number 3. Then after that is going to be Love at First Sight versus the winner of GutsGaming or HokkaidoShrimp.
We definitely have that to look forward to, so do stay tuned. After I think we will be having a short break, but before that, yes, I would like to remind you, like and share the stream, especially because although this is the last matchup for the eliminations, let's stay excited for GG and HS, especially because we don't know what they're gonna take out. Is it meta? Is it not meta? We're all gonna find out, and I'm really excited to witness it with you guys.
Yeah. So, guys, like Kahel said, we will be taking a short break. But before that, again, just going to give a quick shout out to everyone in chat. I'm going to try to name as much names as possible. Rusel Aquarina, Girl Mom TV. You got Vea, Mia, Melly. Hey, Melly's here. Okay. Heartbeat Productions, Cuppy Noodles, Nya, What to Watch, Tomochi, 123, 18 centimeters, Fukakia May. I hope I pronounced that right. Michiko, Pepperland, everyone in the chat. Big shout outs to everyone telling us to hydrate and, extending love and support to the players. That's it for me for tonight. We will be welcoming the Gaming Grizzly. Kahel, anything else you want to say before we cut to a break?
Yes, just stay tuned. And as Nell always says, get your snacks and get your drinks, stay hydrated and fully fed, just like our hunters. And yeah, we will be seeing you later after the break.
All right, see you guys soon.
Hey bears, I am the Gaming Grizzly and I am more than excited for the Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia Qualifiers this weekend. Make sure to join the live stream and cheer for your favorite teams.
Hey everyone, this is Kahel, and the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 qualifiers for Southeast Asia is about to begin this weekend. Now I hope everyone's excited for that. These are the top 8 teams in the whole region, so we are about to see some top tier gameplay from these teams. Do show your love and support to them by sharing it to the whole community and tuning into the stream. I will see you there!
Hello everyone, my name is Eli O, North American streamer and commentator. This weekend will be the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. We will see the best of the best from Southeast Asia competing it out to see who will reign victorious and who will earn the right to compete against the rest of the world in the Call of Abyss Global Tournament. This is going to be a very intense, very fun and exciting tournament. I hope to see you all there. Let's have ourselves an amazing qualifiers.
What's up, IDB fam? This is Nello Mello. We will be heading into the Southeast Asia qualifiers this weekend to determine which team will be joining Team GH to go into the Call of the Abyss 5 main stage. Don't forget to come and support your favorite team because they will be needing your support. And mark your calendars, I will be seeing you there.
Hey guys, Botch Spice here reminding you that Call of the Abyss season is upon us. You heard that right. The Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 5 Southeast Asia qualifiers will be happening this weekend. So I hope you guys can take this time to support your favorite team, send them your love and support, and we'll see you at the stream. So good luck and have fun, stay focused, don't give up, and let's make Southeast Asia great.
The first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale. eyes. This is just his unfailing bait.
Anna. Night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soil leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However,
Welcome back, and once more, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, detectives. Welcome to Call of the Abyss Southeast Asia Qualifiers Day 2. I am Kahel, and with me tonight is Grizzly. Good evening, man. How are you today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking. It's so fantastic to be here again. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone in the chat. I have been spectating the chat a little bit, and it seems like the mood today is just so happy and so motivated, and also encouraging for the teams that I absolutely love to see it. And I am very, very excited to get into this next matchup. We're gonna see GG going against HS. We already saw LUV going against Rename, and LUV was coming out on top. I'm curious to see who will come out on top in the matchup between GG and HS. But before we talk about these matches, I also want to mention that the Season 20 Essence 1 is out right now, and everyone in the chat and everyone who is watching should definitely check it out, because the skins, S-tier skin for the Forward, which I absolutely love, Forward, one of my favorite characters, as well as the A-tier skins for the Perfumer, is it the Perfumer? Yeah, it is the Perfumer.
Yes.
Yes, and I was a little bit confused because it could be the Dancer too, right? Because it would make sense, at least the skin theme, which is the figurine skater. But yeah, Perfumer and the Breaking Wheel is also getting A-tier skins. So yeah, what are your opinions on these skins?
I was actually really excited for these skins, especially because it's a winter theme, and there is no winter where where I live. So that's that's a bit of a slice of the cake. So we will be having a short video on these essences. So please enjoy the video. Yeah, so the effect on that skin of the forward is really nice, especially when he's dashing. It's like he's skating forwards, and it's really aggressive and beautiful at the same time. You said that this is your favorite character. Can we expect you to sport the skin with your forward real soon?
Ooh, I wish. The thing is, these essences, you need a lot of luck, or you just have to play the game all the time, and you're gonna get a lot of essences from the logic path. But in general, my luck is just speaking against the odds that I will perform as speed skating on the forward. But what I also want to mention, besides Forward being a character that I just enjoy playing, he is not necessarily my main character that I play, but it's definitely a character I always like to play as. There is no time when someone would ask me, hey, could you go in as Forward? And I would say no. But in my opinion, Breaking Wheel Skin, absolutely hilarious, absolutely love it. But let's get into the team composition right here. We're gonna start with GG, and what I love to see is GG's Hunter right here coming in as Feaster main. I am not sure if we're gonna see Feaster in today's matchup, but it would definitely be something that would, lighten up my heart.
Definitely, because as we both know, we are both Feaster fans. So to see Iwane actually bring him out would bring a smile to our faces. Now, Minato here is actually a patient player, and we don't have much data on these teams yet, but seeing that they are able to use the characters listed here will give us a bit of an idea on the players that they might just take out for the matches to come. And now here are the stats on Iwane, our Feaster guy. Really hope to see him soon. He does have a win rate of 66% after all, an average elimination of 1.98, so you can almost be sure that he will be able to pull off those draws, and knockdowns of 7.05, terror shocks at 0.40, strikes at 12.34, and an average 4-person elimination rate of 54. Now, this is really impressive. Any number near 50 is impressive in itself. It just means that he's able to do some carrying for his team.
0.4 terror shocks. That just shows that not everyone is really expecting the hit range to be that long and is taking the terror shocks. But let's look at Minato. You already mentioned Minato as patient main right here. We have a win rate of 46 as well as an escape rate of 28, which could indicate that Minato will be a survivor that is kiting the hunter late game, giving the rest of the team enough time to escape through the gate while containing the hunter. And in general, decoding progress 128 and the containment time at 60. Everything that is at 60 or above 60 when it comes to containment time in these competitive gameplays is extremely good. We also have, as you can see right here, 773 Little Girl player main, which is not a character that is available in this tournament. So I'm very, very curious to see what 773 will opt out to play as. And we can see the win rate at 69, very nice. We have the escape rate over 50, as I said. Usually you see an escape rate that is over 50, except for the survivors that are trying to take the attention of the hunter late game.
So this is also he decides to take out will be one of the survivors that is providing support from the distance. And speaking of providing support from a distance, here is Saku.
Saku with a win rate of over 70%, escape rate at 50. As I said, we should see an escape rate of 50% when it comes to the survivor side, except of when we have the survivor that is trying to take the attention late game. Decoding progress quite high. We have a containment time also at over 60%, which is extremely good. Rescue at 0.4 and pellet strikes at 0.16. Usually we don't see that many pellet strikes happening. Usually when it comes to the survivor gameplay, the survivors are trying to maintain their distance, trying to establish a safe distance to the hunter, trying to avoid every single hit that is possible. And Saku as postman could be an extremely good support to the team.
And here's Shane with that entomologist pick. Definitely a menace to the hunter if able to provide that support with the Bs. And now here is that win rate of 56%, a containment time of 66. But the containment times are pretty near each other, which means that they could either pull off that rebound kite in mid-game, or able to at least buy some time for the ciphers to get decoded early game, at least at 60 to 70%. And here we have a coordinator. We did see a coordinator earlier in the previous match, but here is Masiro's coordinator with a win rate of 68% if used in these matches. It looks like Masiro has got a hell of a coordinator.
And we can see the rescues at round 1, which is extremely good, coming in with the rescue containment time at 71. This flare gun, as long as the hunter is not able to avoid it, can be extremely dangerous. And I also want to say it because you mentioned it, coordinator has been seen before in this tournament, but in general, not a lot. We saw her, I think, once, that is it. So I'm very, very excited if we see the coordinator coming in with Masiro again. And now we can see Azama, a player that we don't have a lot of data on. We can see exactly no data. Could be a little bit of a wild card right here. Could come out to play and surprise the opponent's team. Now we're gonna jump into the team of HS Yasu, very, very well known for his Dream Witch plays in his team, because Dream Witch main character, definitely a good pick. And then we have Rifanan, a name that should be known to a lot of people out there, because Rifanan is a very, very well known player in the community, and as we can see is also coming in as a very, very meta character when it comes to hunter gameplay, which is the breaking wheel.
And here we have the survivor lineup. I'm not sure how to pronounce this, and but more on that later. We will get straight into their statistics here. Yasu with a 25% win rate. I think this is from a bigger sample where they got these numbers from, because here we have eliminations of 1.36, knockdowns 5, terror shocks 0.36, strikes at 13.10, 16% four-person elimination rate. I think, yeah, it looks like Yasu has been putting in all those points in the COA matches.
Very, very curious to see how this plays out with an elimination rate of 16%, but this could also just show that in the later games we could see Rifanan come in while we see Yasu coming in as Dream Witch in the early matches when you actually have no hunters being banned. Now coming to Rifanan's stats right here, win rate is at 67. We have a 4 elimination rate of 36%, which is extremely good. I mean, he is maining the meta characters and he needs to secure as many points for the team as possible. So there we have it. Eliminations, an average of 2.3, knockdowns 6.8, terror shocks 0.34. I said before, that is extremely good. If you have a terror shock rate that is over 30%, I would say it's actually really, really decent, especially in these high competitive gameplays, because survivors will just try to keep their distance.
And here we have their designated priestess player with a 58% win rate. Looks like she will be doing a lot of supporting for the team, because also 69.92%. So not just able to support, but also to do some containment. And as if that's not enough, we also have an average decoding progress of 144, a rescue of 0.88. This is a very well-rounded player we have right here, Grizzly, and an escape rate of 40%.
Those are great numbers, not gonna lie, especially considering that we have such a high decoding as well as containment time, and as Priestess, just a very, very versatile character that brings so much to the game. Now we are coming to Toton, who is a painter, as we can see right here. With the stats are just looking very similar to the Priestess before, with 63% of win rate. We have an escape rate of almost 50%, which again is kind of consistent when it comes to the top tier players on the survivor side. And then we have the containment time, which is also over 60, and decoding progress 140. Again, these numbers, they just speak for themselves. And as I already mentioned, you can see it throughout the entire team that you have very, very similar numbers, except of 1 or 2 players because they are just trying to take different roles when it comes to the gameplay. For example, late game survivor, late game sacrifice. We can see that we have the mercenary player as well, and Kunashiri is coming in as mercenary. Here you see what I mentioned with the escape rate. It is just extremely lower compared to the rest of the team, but that doesn't mean that this player is any less important. If anything, he is more important because he is taking the attention of the hunter late game, securing the escape for the rest of the team. Still shows us the win rate at almost 50%, a containment time of 70, a decoding progress which is not as high, but as mercenary that is not your main objective. And then we have the harasser, which is Atabomon. And Atabomon is coming in with a win rate of over 60%, escape rate of over 43%, and the rescue of 1.1, which we can clearly see as forward player, that the rescues should be higher since the forward can use the football to not only stun but also rescue survivors from the balloons. And yeah, very curious to see these two teams go against each other. We saw the numbers again, they are almost in all the teams very similar, so we are going almost all the time over the same numbers. It's just you have the entire team that is decoding good, which is containing the hunter good, because that is obviously what they need to do. And then we have one survivor that is the late game sacrifice or the late game target of the hunter that is just trying to buy as much time as possible. But jumping into this match, we can see that the ever sleeping town is selected. What can we expect from that?
Now, HS was the team that picked this map right here, which means that GG's Hunter will be going first. Again, we've seen Ever Sleeping Town a lot in the earlier rounds, so this is that perfect time to bring out those meta picks. Now, we have that breaking wheel, definitely. I'm really expecting to seeing this breaking wheel in round one, not just from GG, but also actually from HS, if they can bring that out. I mean, we don't have a lot of data on them anyway. This might be a good time to actually show us your breaking wheel gameplay. Now, other options, as we've seen in the previous matches, could be Dream Witch or Sculptor. They have been adjusted. Sculptor has been adjusted, but we've seen in the previous matches that she is still a very dangerous hunter.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And as you already mentioned, we might see the breaking wheel right here. I am very excited, to be honest, to see the breaking wheel. I feel like in this tournament, breaking wheel was not getting as much attention as other hunters so far. So seeing the breaking wheel, maybe even in the new gelato skin from Season 20 Essence 1, that would be absolutely fantastic. We are jumping right into the bans. The first ban on the survivor side will be the Seer, probably one of the most banned characters, the most feared survivors when it comes to the hunter side. And we can see we have HS coming in with the forward and the mercenary. I'm curious to see what we will have as second ban. It could be potentially a mechanic to slow down the decoding progress overall, or a priestess, or a grave keeper. I did not expect it. I did not see a grave keeper ban coming, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect at all because of this ban. I was actually expecting a mechanic or a priestess. And look at this. Once again, we have the lovers, Emil and Ada, the psychologist and the patient, taking up the last two slots on the survivor lineup. And here is Bloody Queen. It looks like Iwane is going for a safe pick here, securing at least a tie, because she is really good at securing that at the very least. Now, there is no decoder presence in this lineup. They're going to be focused more on support and containment, as well as rescue. I think they can pull this off, especially because Bloody Queen is relatively easy to manage in this map.
That is for sure, and we know Bloody Queen is a tie queen, so coming out right now with the Bloody Queen is definitely giving HS a little bit of an opportunity right here to get the tie, the 2 points that they would need if they are able to, you know, get more points in the second round. Obviously, in round number 1, no Hunter bans, only 2 Survivor bans. The Hunter as well as the Survivor side can really be comfortable and go into the match with most likely their favorite characters. So again, seeing the Bloody Queen instead of, you know, the Dream Witch or the Breaking Wheel or even the Sculptor on this map might be a little bit surprising. But what I also want to mention is that we have seen this over and over before, where teams that can usually go against a Breaking Wheel or a Dream Witch or a Sculptor because they practice so much against these meta hunters on these maps might be a little bit thrown off by now having to go against Bloody Queen. So I'm very curious to see how this play out, if this will end up being a match that will be in favor of GG, or if HS is taking their opportunity and pushing for that tie or maybe even more survivors through the gate.
I think they can potentially pull this off, especially because, like we keep on saying, there are some better picks here in terms of the hunters. They could have gone Breaking Wheel for round 1, but instead we're seeing a Blood Queen, so they could be able to effectively manage this with the use of rotation and on-point coordination. Now, none of these characters are actually easy to chase. Perhaps the easiest one would be the Psychologist, but the thing is, she can tank hits. It takes 3 hits to down her, so if she's able to transition to some really good areas or even go towards the direction of a forward, she could get that support and her kite would be really extended. And now here we are at the match finally with the Blood Queen spotting the Psychologist already right off the bat.
Already giving that Psychologist a hit, as you mentioned. Psychologist might be a little bit of a difficult target because she can take 3 hits with her ability to heal herself, but that first hit already landed, giving the Hunter good chances right here to actually go for that first survivor that now has no ability to heal up again and that has no other ability to prolong the kite for much longer if she's taking another hit right here. Good job from GG. Again, GG needs to pick up the pace. GG really needs to put pressure on these survivors. We know that with the Bloody Queen we have good chances of getting the tie, but obviously you want to secure as many points as possible. Now transitioning over here, we have the Mercenary on the Cypher machine that is getting pushed away to a really, really good spot for GG to be in, but we can also see that Atabomon is knowing that and knows that Atabomon needs to get away from the Mercenary. Fantastic job right here with the terror shot.
Amazing terror shot and first chase for Imane right here, especially because she hasn't used that blink yet. She still has it in preparation for probably the rescue of the Psychologist, so that is some good management of the resources on the part of the Hunter. Now, there are 4 ciphers remaining, and I'm pretty sure that already the 4th one has already been touched. Now it's just going to be a matter of who's going to do the rescue at this point. Will they rescue before half? Here's the Mercenary. He needs to be careful here.
Mercenary is coming in. Mercenary, the right choice right here to go in for the rescue, is taking that hit too, buying more time for the Psychologist to go out of here. We can also see that I think the patient in this match, very nice, concentrating on the Psychologist, giving the Psychologist another hit. We are down to 3 Cypher machines already. Again, I want to mention that the patient is actually Rivernan. I thought Rivernan would be a Hunter player in this tournament, but it seems like he's opting out to play as Survivor, and now we can see that GG is concentrating on the forward, scaring away the forward, not trying to pick up the Psychologist right away because the forward could buy so much more time by, you know, stunning the Hunter while she's picking up the Psychologist. So therefore, still, harassing forward is in the area, needs to pick up right now because as we could see the Psychologist get up on her own, and that is a very, very good play from the Bloody Queen. But if you look at the Cypher machines, they are really getting pushed.
Well, now it's gonna be up to either the patient to rescue, because he is the one who is at full health after all, or the Mercenary, but I don't think it's worth that delayed damage and potentially double down situation at the end. Here is Ripternun doing that rescue for the psychologist, she does need to at least establish some distance, but no, there is no tide turner on Ripper Nun, and that is why psychologist will be dead on chair. So the rest of the survivors need to make up, especially because they're not the fastest decoders in like the whole game. They do need to make up for this. Somebody needs to pull off a rebound mid-kite.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And what we can see right here is the first survivor out of the game. Mercenary is healing up. Again, they still need 3 survivors, 3 Cypher machines. And now with only 3 survivors in the team, this might look really, really good for GG right here. If GG is able to find another survivor, is going for... Oh! Did not see, is jumping down right here. Did not see the patient and the mercenary right there healing up. But Mercenary was trying to get away just as the patient did. They didn't heal up. They were expecting GG to know where they were, but they were hiding extremely well. Again, if we look at the Cypher machines, 3 Cypher machines remaining. We have the Mercenary running around. We have Riverland not on the Cypher machine right now. So this is definitely looking really good for GG if they can keep up the pressure on HS.
So the Mercenary takes a hit there. Riverland is in the area. Only one person is decoding. So they, yes, I agree, they need to pick up the pace with this Cypher progress. But things are looking good actually for Iwane at this point. That grappling hook did establish some distance, but him changing to the mirror here.
Blink is ready, Blink is ready.
Oh! And just like that, Iwane was able to successfully use that blink, and actually really, really good prediction on your part there, Grizzly.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, there's no way there's not coming Blinken right here, really pushing that pressure that is already existing on HS right here. We're able to bring down another Cypher machine. We have the Mercenary getting up. But again, Mercenary now being damaged forces the forward to get into the field, into the rescue right here. Mercenary transitioning to a Cypher that is almost primed right here. So we will see 1 Cypher machine remaining while we have 3 survivors up and running. But the question is, will they be able to prime that last Cypher machine in time to push for that tie again? We know it is a tie team. Fantastic job from GP, and again, concentrating on Rivernan right here, because that's what you want to do. You want to concentrate on the survivors that you already had on the chair, not necessarily put every survivor on the chair, as for example, we have the Ford right here, who wasn't on the chair and would buy a lot of time. We saw the Mercenary working on that Cypher machine that is almost primed. So that could be a really, really good late game coming in very soon.
That could be the saving grace, because Ripper Nun is actually doing a good job containing here. With the use of the grappling hook, was able to successfully transition, and although he has been hit, they will pop that Cypher. We are now at the end game. Ripper Nun just needs to tough it out a bit more just to be able to buy time for his teammates to get this gate open. Now the forward is already going towards the gate at the high school, and the Mercenary is also already decoding, pushing that gate to be opened. Wow, Ripper Nun was able to dodge that hit with the use of the hook. Nice aim. Takes that hit, but that gate is already open, and even if Iwane does cheer him, both the Mercenary and the forward will be going out the gate.
Fantastic job from both sides. We all know the Bloody Queen being that tie queen that always gets the tie. And here we have it, another tie. I want to mention the late game right there was extremely good from Rivernan. We saw Rivernan going down on purpose after vaulting the window, just to establish more time as soon as establish more distance too, as soon as the Cypher machine is popped, and was getting away and utilizing that grappling hook just to abuse the area where he was in at the graveyard, which is just a really, really strong area for survivors. Was buying the rest of the team enough time to get out with a tie, and as we already mentioned, a tie might be extremely good for HS, because now on the Ever Sleeping Town, if HS is coming out with a breaking wheel, which we have seen so many times, getting a 5-point game, a 4 survival elimination, or, you know, could also be a Dream Witch or a Sculptor, which we have seen the same outcome with that could be the upside, the momentum that HS needs right here to get going into these matches against GG. Or will GG's survivor side also push for the tie and just, go with the same results into the second round? But now talking about the match that just happened here, we can see it. Fantastic job on GG. Hits 14. We have Terror Shocks 1 was coming in. The knockdowns 8. Really, really good job putting pressure on the survivors, concentrating on that psychologist that wasn't able to strike down a pallet, rescue, or heal, or even touch a cipher machine for 1 second.
Yes.
So that was extremely good early game. But then we can see the rest of the team was doing a little bit more when it comes to decoding the cipher machines, as well as when it comes to the containment time and really buying enough time to bring down these cipher machines and to get out with 2 survivors.
I think the highlight really here is Riffernun's containment, because this is 3 digits we see right here. Really long time, a lot of time bought for the mercenary and the forward to finish those ciphers. And mind you, these are just about the slowest decoders in the whole game, which means that Riffernun was just able to really contain that long. Now we're starting to admire the patient and psychologist team up here because of their kiting potential. They can really make it to the meta, and I'm really happy with how these 2 survivors have actually worked their way towards the meta. More players are using them, not just in rank, but also in competitive Identity 5. So I'm really happy with how this team up is rising through the ranks. I'm actually also wondering if it's going to be the same for a little girl, if the game comes to a point where she is already ready for competition. And now here we have a tie for the first half of round 1. Really looking forward to the second half of this round.
Yes, absolutely. And as you already mentioned, patient as well as psychologist really coming into that game extremely strong and being characters that we have seen over and over again already, and which we will most likely see more of in the future. And asking the question if the little girl will be a strong survivor as well that comes to the tournament and competitive scene. I highly think that we will see her, just because she is an extremely good support character which can provide a lot of different abilities to the team. Obviously, we will see with the ever-changing game that is Identity 5, we will see nerfs, we will see buffs of other characters. We might see, characters that we haven't even seen for the entirety of the tournament section since Core 1, for example, the gardener or the lucky guy could potentially get a buff that will push them through the entire ranks to the meta, and we might see them in the future. So there's everything on the table for everyone, for every single character. I'm very, very excited what the future of Identity 5 holds for us, especially when it comes to the little girl, just because she is one of the newer characters. And I'm curious to see how the next round goes as well, because as we already mentioned, I just want to highlight this, we have a tie situation right here for GG and HS. HS is now on the hunting side, which might give them the opportunity to take home some more points to decide that number 1 round for themselves. Or we might see GG on the survivor side, that is really taking survivors through the gate, escaping from the hunter and taking points for them, or at least tying that round as well, so they can get a tie and they can go with good motivation into the next round.
Well, I would just like to reiterate that if I was the hunter, I really would need to bring out that breaking wheel. This is his strongest map after all. He can really shine with the use of that mobility, and generally just the toolkit of the breaking wheel. We have that snap, we have those traps. There is a lot of situations where a breaking wheel could really seal in those first survivors down in early game. And then as if that's not enough, it's actually easy in the current meta for a breaking wheel to get rid of a mechanic and not be afraid of a priestess. So this is why I really think that the Breaking Wheel is still potentially, arguably, the strongest hunter in the game. Well, especially in big maps. So since this is a big map, guys, if you're listening in on us and you want to secure those points, this is the time to bring out that Breaking Wheel.
I can only agree. Breaking Wheel, arguably one of the strongest characters, especially when it comes to this map. Especially when it comes to the Ever Sleeping Town map. We have seen it over and over again play out extremely well for the Breaking Wheel to come in as Hunter on that map. And just with the map pressure that the Breaking Wheel provides, not only being able to bring down survivors extremely fast, but also being able to get away from the rocket chair. Not in need to camp the rocket chair, because he can go into that wheel form, he can go to other cipher machines, put pressure on the rest of the ciphers, and
yes.
easily come back to the rocket chair to guard the survivor that is most likely going to be rescued by another rescuer, which just pushes survivors not only off the rocket chair, but just makes it extremely difficult to go against the Breaking Wheel, not only from the very beginning, but also mid and late game. So there's always pressure on the survivor side. But I also want to mention that we have seen survivor teams really outplaying, outsmarting the Breaking Wheel before with outstanding strategy and outstanding techniques. So I'm curious to see either way, if it's going to be a Breaking Wheel, I'm curious to see the Breaking Wheel gameplay, and I'm also curious to see how the survivors are going to deal with that Breaking Wheel. But there are also a lot of other options for the Ever Sleeping Town when it comes to the Hunter side. We could also see a Dream Witch, which we have seen before. We could also see a Sculptor, which we have seen before, doing extremely well. At the end of the day, what HS is going for, it is more points than a tie. More survivors eliminated than 2, because that would put them into a really good position going into round number 2. And I think with the hunting side of HS, we might see one of the 3 meta characters, which is Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, or
Dream Witch.
Yeah.
Well, I think still out of all these 3 hunters, because the Breaking Wheel hasn't been adjusted, still looking forward to that. But as you said, to push for the later rounds, I think a tie would be really good, because that is what is going to give us our round 3. And like I keep on saying, Grizzly, I am such a round 3 fan. So I hope both factions will give that energy, that skill level, just to be able to secure a tie. And now here we are with the picks and bans. Again, Seer is out the window. Really don't want to be dealing with him. And we're about to see what the first 2 picks of the survivors are. I think this is a good time to seal in that Priestess. And there she is. And I believe this is a mercenary, if he is indeed going to be locked in.
Yes, that is for sure definitely a good pick right here. Seer is banned, as we have seen so many times before, because he can just prolong a kite of a teammate for so long. Imagine you have a survivor that is, for example, let's say the psychologist or the mercenary, that can take a hit and they take longer to go down, or they can take an additional hit. And then you also have on top of that a Seer's Owl that might prolong the entire kite by so much more. And I'm not sure what we are seeing, but we can see in the bottom left that there is actually no magician, but there is a mechanic going in, so it might be the mechanic right here, which is definitely a better pick when it comes to decoding right here. And again, Seer, Ford, very, very good bans, but obviously GG coming in with a Priestess right here. Priestess can do... Ooh! Priestess can do big things on this map. Priestess can really do big things for this survivor team right here. Now we are actually seeing, definitely a little bit surprising, at least to me, we are seeing a tie, a Bloody Queen as well.
It's almost a mirror match, actually, but instead they have switched out the patient for this mechanic, because they do want to secure that Cypher Rush. This could work. They could make this work. Again, Priestess, not the easiest target to chase. Mercenary out of the question. There really is no sense chasing a mercenary early in the game, or even any part of the game at all, especially except rather at end game when he's like the last of the targets left. And then we have a psychologist here. If she's able to transition correctly, she can buy all those seconds for the ciphers to get decoded. Now, it's really crucial for this mechanic to correctly position the bot and to at least establish some distance between it and herself, just so that if she gets spotted first and gets shared, she can definitely use that bot to contribute to the decoding progress.
That is for sure. Very, very curious to see how that mechanic will be utilized. We already mentioned it. GG needs to get at least a tie, and with this team composition, I'm very, very positive that it is possible to go against Yasu right here with Bloody Queen and perform the tie, and I almost believe that with the mechanic, they have good chances to perform extremely well. We have the mechanic, we have the priestess, just such strong characters, and we might see a very, very fast decoding progress. We might see a really, really strong cipher rush when it comes to GG's side, and this could change the outcome. But as you already mentioned, a tie would be great for all of us. Round 3, always fantastic to spectate. We are jumping straight up into the match right here, and we can see the priestess, the first target of the Bloody Queen, or at least, yeah, the first one that is being found.
Now, Minato here, playing as the priestess, needs to transition correctly and use those portals also efficiently, because although she's not the top target, well, it looks like Yasu will be chasing somebody else, and I do believe this is the psychologist. Again, not the best find, because we do have a very safe mechanic roaming the map and getting these ciphers decoded. And also note that the bot has already been deployed, so it's just gonna be a matter of time. Oh, this is that blink right there. Amazing dodge from psychologist. And now I do believe she will be using the tram. Did she get
able to actually get out of here? She is able to get out of here, but Yasu is able to utilize that mirror to close the gap that was created by the tram of the psychologist. Even tries to hit the psychologist out of the tram. Psychologist still being a target that can buy more time for the rest of the team. She took one hit, but as you already mentioned, was able to avoid that blink and is now just buying a lot of time for the rest of the team. Here comes the second hit on that psychologist. She can take one more before she is the first survivor on the chair, and that might actually happen really soon with the Bloody Queen, just making it so difficult to escape from the hit.
Oh, wow, actually that was already such a good kite. There's 84% on that second cipher, and I do believe one is about to get finished because of that stress response. That didn't count as damage, and that's why the psychologist was able to give time for the mechanic to decode some more. And now here is the mercenary already trying to go for the rescue. Oh, that's that body block right there.
Comes in with the body block, but we have Yasu concentrating on that psychologist. We really want to concentrate on that first elimination early in the game, because as it's gonna give so much time for the rest of the team to decode and just rotate on the rocket chairs. Now, talking about cipher machines, we can see 2 cipher machines remaining. As I already mentioned, we have the mechanic in the game, we have the cipher rush going on the survivor side, and right now, this is the second time for the psychologist. If the rest of the team can push 2 more cipher machines fairly quickly, we might see a really, really early end game right here. Priest is coming in with these portals that make it so difficult for the Bloody Queen to hit. Is trying to scare away the mercenary from that cipher machine, but we already have the priestess coming in for that rescue, and this might be a crucial moment. Let's see how this plays out.
Okay, so Minato has paused deduction, but let's just discuss what we've seen there. So that there has been some really good progress on the part of the survivors because of that really long kite early in the game. And then we also have that timely rescue from the mercenary, and Tide Turner having its contribution in extending that time. Now that bot, it's so safe. It has never been spotted. It did achieve at least 1 cipher and was actually already decoding that 4th and 5th cipher. I saw the mechanic on the last and the bot at that middle cipher, the pressure is on the Blood Queen right now, because if the mercenary and the priestess are able to provide support to do some body blocks here and there, they could actually get that cipher done.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And the thing is, if you look at this team composition and you look at the situation that the Bloody Queen is in, you go in and the first survivor that you find is the priestess. Are you going for the priestess? Absolutely not. That would be definitely a mistake, because that would take so long to actually catch up. Okay, next target that you see, psychologist. Are you going for the psychologist? Yes, it's not the worst option, because she can take that another, like, this additional hit, but as soon as she took that additional hit, she has no other way of prolonging the kite. There is no owl that could come in, there is no portal, there is no stun. All right, we are jumping into that game. But, oh, very nice body blocking right here. But again, just to finish my thought right here, going for the psychologist also meant that we have the mechanic on the game that buys so much more time. Priestess is taking that hit right here. That could be extremely crucial if we can see the psychologist go out of sight. Oh, that was extremely good right here. But Yasuo obviously concentrating on that psychologist. Psychologist is going down to the blink. Now, this entire match might change its pace, the tempo, and the benefits are slowly shifting into Yasuo's direction, because with that double down, not only of the psychologist but also the priestess, decoding progress will be at somewhat slower, and we can also see that Yasuo is concentrating on the rest of the team just to prevent the ciphers from popping and to potentially find another really good target, which might be the mechanic.
Unless Yasuo does something revolutionary here, I think this is going to be another tie situation, because if she does get this mechanic down, all it's going to take is just one rescue, because there is some decent progress on that cipher at the middle, and it looks like they have opened up another one, and the mercenaries actually putting it. Now, not a good idea to chase the mercenary, because we have the priestess decoding in the distance, and there is that delayed hit. But at least he won't be able to rescue anymore, and it's going to be up to the mechanic to potentially rescue whoever will be shared. Got that one there. I think that Cypher is already climbed.
That cipher might already be primed, and we can also see that the priestess got healed up right here. We can see Shay now in the open field, might potentially take some hits. And the thing is, we still have two survivors up and running. The mercenary. It's Graham just coming in right here. Yeah, same. Mercenary up and running again. We now have the priestess again. We can really see how Yasuo is trying to divide the attention between all of the survivors, but that could be potentially extremely good for the survivors, because now they can split up, they can take care of cypher machines, and it seems like Yasuo is really just trying to bring that next survivor down, to bring that next survivor on the rocket chair. Priest is taking that hit, was the first damage that she took right here. I think Mercenary is trying to figure out the next cipher machine too.
Well, I'm sure they've coordinated that the remaining cipher is... Oh, okay, it looks like he's actually waiting for that cipher pop so that he can get opening that gate. But it looks like Yasuo is also in the immediate area and will probably deny this plan from being executed by these survivors. Now, it's just gonna take one more hit before that cipher will be popped, but I'm wondering who's actually in charge of the popping.
So now we can already see that the two survivors are right. Again, they are trying to get the three survivors out of there. With Yasuo being the Thai Queen, that could be... I'm just curious to know how far the cipher progresses. The cipher progress definitely defines who has the upper hand right here. If the cipher machine that we are seeing right here is the cipher machine that they are working on, Minato might have a lot of decoding progress ahead of them to actually finish off that cipher machine. Else, if there is another cipher... Oh, actually connected right here.
Priestess is down, which is actually a bit of a problem because she was, well, from what I saw last, she was the one working on that last cipher right there. And although Mercenary was able to get a heal from the mechanic, I think they really need to get this last cipher going. Now, they do have a bit of an advantage because that both are healed. Mechanic got a syringe, was able to heal the mercenary. Now, Priestess is down, but she does have a short recovery time, especially when self-healing. So it looks like both teams are actually taking their time here.
As far as I know, Priestess might not be able to get up again. Priestess is being on the ground for a reason, because she cannot provide any decoding progress. And if someone goes into rescue, Yasuo knows exactly where they are to utilize the mirror and go there again with having 2 survivors on the same spot, which could be extremely good. So now concentrating on the rest of the survivors, except of actually taking care of the Priestess, is a very, very smart play. And we can see Yasuo slowly rotating back to the Priestess, because Yasuo might expect someone to come in for the rescue, and that is exactly what happens. We have Shane right here. Now the mechanic trying to avoid these hits. Again, Yasuo is really splitting up the attention between the survivors, but is also putting pressure on the survivors that are already shared or that are already down, destroying that portal right here. It's just a very, very difficult spot to be in for Yasuo, but at the same time, the Cypher Machine progress is not really going too fast.
Actually, nobody is decoding, and they are focusing more on getting those heals in. They really need to decode that last cipher, but it looks like they are trying to switch, passing on the Bloody Queen to each other, and now it's the Mercenary who will be taking that hit. Yasuo will probably switch targets at this point.
Wow. Yes, as you already said, that is definitely something that Yasuo is very, very good at, putting pressure on the entire team. Mercenary already went down. I am not sure if he went through self-heal or if he was actually healed up, but if Yasuo is playing his cards right here, he can go and down that Priestess while putting pressure on the mechanic as well with the mirror right here, what we can see exactly going to happen right now, because obviously someone is going into the rescue. And that might actually, switching in for the mirror right here is giving Yasuo the opportunity to go for the mechanic. Again, Priestess over there is calling that global portal right now.
Actually, it was so advantageous for Yasuo to find them healing here, because she did deny the mechanic with the objectives, but the Priestess is still safe. She can still do that rescue if the mechanic might just be able to touch that last cipher somehow, if they are able to coordinate. Well, just to cut myself there, Yasuo has already switched to her as the next target. Now, she's not the best kiter, we all know this, so she needs to pull this off at least as best as she can, just to get that mercenary rescued. And he has already been rescued.
He has already been rescued for quite some time now. They're actually hanging up right there. And with the mirror being used, we might see Yasuo actually not get there in time before the mercenary is healed up. Fantastic job from the survivor team. It is such a back and forth. It really is just a back and forth where we can see the survivors are getting off the chair, are getting up, are able to heal themselves, but at the same time, Yasuo putting pressure on the Cypher machines. The Cypher machine is at around 66%, I would say, and we can obviously see Yasuo being able to put pressure yet again on the Cypher machine, on the Priestess, while we have the Mercenary coming in for the rescue. Very, very well coordinated survivor team right here, because Yasuo is putting a lot of pressure on. Landing that terror shock, definitely beneficial right here, because the Mercenary will eventually, that Cypher machine almost done, will immediately go down right here. I assume that Yasuo will leave the Mercenary. No, will not leave the Mercenary on the floor, will actually put pressure on the survivors to go in for a rescue. And now both survivors have already been damaged. Can see the Priestess is trying to get... that is so good for Yasuo right here. Priestess being down with that Cypher machine over there. She cannot get up on her own now. The mechanic is the only survivor up and running, and there are not a lot of chances for the mechanic right here, except of going for the rescue or trying to get to that dungeon. But she will most likely not be able. Oh, she actually transitioned to the Cypher machine. Yeah. She popped it, and we can see that Yasu is most likely a little bit laggy right here. There's no reason to stand in that corner for any other reason. That could have been such a good situation for Yasu because the Bloody Queen, again, is such a very, very well-rounded hunter that can bring in the tie. But now the tie is already secured. And we have Yasu being able to concentrate on one more survivor. And if it's possible for Yasu to bring down that one more survivor and to bring that survivor to the chair, that might be, there goes the mechanic, that might be the victory for round number 1. And actually going for the teleport, denying that 8 right here, going for as many points as possible. I am not completely sure if the mechanic cannot self-heal. I know Priestess can, so as soon as the Priestess is down, we might see Yasu going back to that mechanic. We have Priestess down, so Yasu probably took better care of taking track of the survivors and how often they got up. But again, mechanic is up. Yasu tried to switch. Actually securing that third survivor elimination. Really
now
wants to get these.
Yasu is pretty confident that she can stop the mechanic from getting out of the dungeon. So that's also probably why he was able to confidently just share the priestess and wait for this mechanic. Now triggered, the gear mark is triggered, so a valiant effort on the part of the mechanic here to rescue the priestess, but them going to and from point A to point B actually didn't it actually didn't change the outcome because Yasu was very patient with them and just did whatever it is he had to do just to keep them from decoding these ciphers.
That is for sure. That was a very, very interesting game for me to spectate because you just saw how both of these teams were not giving each other anything. You saw the survivors were doing extremely well when it came to team coordination, when it came to rescuing, when it came to healing, when it came to taking the attention of the hunter. But then you also saw Yasu doing so extremely well, putting pressure on the Cypher machines at all times and putting pressure on all of the survivors at all times and really downing them and not really allowing them to get up and just, you know, putting pressure all around. And that is something that, especially with the Bloody Queen, we very, very well know that she can utilize that mirror to put pressure on other areas, other Cypher machines, while she is guarding rocket chairs. But here we saw that there was not really that aspect of guarding rocket chairs. You just bring down that one survivor and you concentrate on the next. And sometimes, you know, you put more pressure on the survivors by bringing a survivor to the chair so they are forced to rescue. But that gameplay by Yasu was extremely well even against such a well coordinated situation, very well coordinated team of GG right here. So fantastic job of Yasu right here to be able to actually get that 4 survival elimination, that 5-point game for them going with the Thai Queen right here on the Ever Sleeping Town, where you and I, we both said there are definitely different hunters that are more in the meta that could secure 4 points with a higher probability. But we can really see Yasu showing us that it is possible on the Ever Sleeping Town right here. We see the hits on the survivors are 14. We see the knockdowns are 8. And
there was actually a terror shock there.
Yeah, it seems actually very, very similar to the stats of the match that we have seen before, to be honest.
Yes, and also the containment time. Okay, so it looks like this was...
What I'm saying is those are the stats from the match before.
Yeah.
This is not the right outcome. I was just like, there were definitely more hits than 14. And then I looked at the...
the names are... Yeah, from the previous match.
Yeah, the characters were not the same. We had a mechanic, there's no mechanic in this lineup. So we are looking at some statistics from the previous match. But what I wanted to say is if we just, like, we don't even have to see the numbers. We already know that Ivana on Team GG was hitting these survivors so many times. The knockdowns so many times. Really good coordination right here. really good use of the mirror and just transitioning away from the survivors to put more pressure on more survivors. And I genuinely would love to see the containment time of all survivors, because obviously all survivors were permanently chased, all survivors were permanently in contact with the Bloody Queen right here. That would definitely be a statistic that I would love to see, but for now, we are not.
Yeah, I would just like to commend the patience on Yasu with how he just wait for the survivors to just simply fall into her traps, or for it to just be all according to her plan. So now here is the scoreboard for the this current matchup between GG and HS. We have a tie for the first half and a 5 points going to HS for the second half, which awards the whole of round 1 to HS. HokkaidoShrimp, fantastic job, guys. But this is the first match, so this is the first round. We still have round 2 and round 3. Who knows? They could pull off a tie on both teams, and that is what will secure that round 3. So there's it's too early to say. There's still much to look forward to for this matchup.
There's definitely a lot to look forward, but I just want to highlight this. Throughout the entire match, I genuinely thought that the survivors were doing extremely well. I genuinely thought, with the mechanic being the survivor that was not being chased until late game, I thought that the survivors would have a fantastic chance of at least matching the tie from the first half of round number 1. And they actually performed extremely well, in my opinion. The way that the psychologist was buying time early in the game, and just again, the Cypher rush that was happening that we saw was so fantastic. But then Yatsu really picked up the pace mid-game and really put that pressure on the survivor team right there. So definitely GG's to both of the teams for these 2 rounds right here. They are not giving each other anything, and in my opinion, when we look at the skill of both sides, it's very, very evenly matched. So I'm curious to see what we will experience in round number 2, especially when it comes to the bans, because now we saw, okay, both Hunter sides were using the Bloody Queen, which is not a single one of the hunters that we mentioned that are really, really meta right now, like Breaking Wheel, like Sculptor, like the Dream Witch. We didn't see any of these. So are we expecting a Bloody Queen ban in round number 2? And if so, this could already be a fantastic spectacle for us to spectate, because obviously, if they are not going to play any of the 3 meta characters, we see more off-meta characters. But this could also be a trick where, you know, GG or HS is just saying, hey, we're going to pull out the Bloody Queen, and they won't even expect us to utilize one of the meta characters in round number 2, and then they will slap back, take the points, and decide this for themselves. So there's still a lot on the table right here, and a lot of options of hunters as well as survivor picks. And yeah, I'm just curious to see where this leads to.
Well, one thing is for sure, they really do need to respect that Blood Queen from Yasu, especially in the earlier rounds where there are more survivors to ban. So if Yasu brings her out, and if it's going to be a tight map, like say, for example, the hospital, or especially Arms Factory, definitely don't want to be dealing with that Blood Queen. She does have the chance to ban a batter, because the batter, it could be a really good counter for a Blood Queen. But if they do get that chance, they really should play it safe and get rid of that Blood Queen.
I'm curious to see what they will do. I'm really I'm seriously curious to see what they will do, because obviously, yes, Bloody Queen, very, very dangerous. You want to avoid that Bloody Queen, especially from these players, but at the same time, we saw how GG on the survivor side were performing, and I would say it was a really, really close call. It was a close match. That Cypher Machine late game was already primed really, really well. If we didn't see HS bring the mercenary to the chair, this game could have been very, very different, right? We could see the priestess goes down, the mechanic comes in for the cipher pop, 3 survivors up and running. So there are a lot of aspects to the match that we saw that were leading to this outcome. And I feel like that, if anything, GG can definitely adjust their strategy a little bit to counter that Bloody Queen, at least to the point where they will also get a tie against the Bloody Queen. And this is something that you just want to avoid. And here we see the 2 new survivors that are being used very, very frequently in this tournament. Beautiful artwork. It is the patient and the psychologist right here. What a beautiful painting. I absolutely love it. I wish I could draw anywhere near this wonderful, but yeah, I'm just in awe to see what the Identity 5 community is able to do. And Misaki Code, fantastic job.
Definitely. Thank you, Misaki Code, for sending in your fan arts. And yes, shout outs to the chat. Do send in your fan arts. We love to see this stuff. Well, I think I share with Grizzly in this sentiment that I wish I could draw that just as well. And I really like the expressions on these characters. It's like they're really in love. Aww. So that puts a smile on my face. I'm actually looking forward to see more Hunter fan art, especially for the ones that are not exactly easy to illustrate. But here we have a cowboy. I think we've seen a lot of cowboy, not just here in Call of the Abyss, but I do recall seeing cowboy fan art also in IVC. So looks like a lot of players and artists are fans of the cowboy. I wonder if there will be an actual team who will bring out this really interesting survivor. He is quite dashing after all.
Just wanted to mention, like, that is, it seems to be a fan favorite right here, the cowboy, but we don't really see him too much in the competitive scene, even if we see, you know, sometimes Hunter that we wouldn't expect, and even sometimes survivors that we wouldn't expect. We haven't really seen the cowboy, we haven't really seen Kevin being utilized too much, and I would love to see that. I was actually just talking to some of the top teams, and they were saying that Cowboy might be one of the underestimated survivors, but at the same time, if you think he's so underestimated, maybe just bring him out, show him to us. Let's get into the gameplay. Let's show us some Cowboy gameplay. Again, thank you so much for the fan art that you guys sent in. I absolutely love to see it. You can post more and make sure to write down #Identity5 so we can all see it. For the next round, round number 2, we can see that Chi was selecting the map. This time it is Red Church, a map that, at least in my opinion, if we look at the stats, not my opinion, if we look at the stats, has been utilized very, very frequently in this Call of the Abyss qualifier. So I'm very, very curious to see what we can expect from the Red Church, because on the Red Church we have a lot of other characters that are very, very strong. If we're looking at the Hunter side, very, very strong, besides, you know, the meta characters that we already know, which is Sculptor, Dream Witch, Bloody Queen, not Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, and Breaking Wheel. So this might be a setup for, you know, a little bit of a smaller map for different off-meta hunters. I would absolutely love to see it. Very, very curious to see what's happening right here in round number 2. This time we have HS on the hunting side first.
Well, we have seen Dream Witch in Red Church. She can be really scary in this particular map. But seeing that we've seen Blood Queen in round 1, that's actually telling me a lot. It's actually allowing me to at least hope for a non-meta hunter. Now, we as casters, we really like to see these non-meta picks because it makes it all the more interesting. We know that in the later rounds, this is what's gonna provide the survivors and the hunters with more chances to be more creative with their bans and picks. Now, since this is round 2, we're gonna have the three bans from the hunter and 1 ban from the survivors. So we're gonna see how they're going to make use of this situation. Really hoping for those non-meta picks, especially because in Southeast Asia, it's a thing. Hunters really really consider using non-meta hunters, but survivors tend to stick to the meta.
Yes, I can agree. And yeah, you know, we are talking about a smaller map right here. Smaller map allows also slower characters, like, you know, the Feaster. We already said it, GG. We saw it on the stat card, was a Feaster, Ivana. So I would absolutely, I would love to see it. And as we already mentioned, Bloody Queen will be respect banned because Bloody Queen was extremely strong, especially on GG's side, known as a TIE Hunter, actually being able to secure that 4 survivor elimination. So therefore we have the respect ban. If we look at the survivor bans, also very, very meta, just as we could expect. It is a Ford, it is a Seer out of the game, and we can see that GG is going with the Mercenary and the Psychologist. I'm curious to see what the next ban will be. We might expect something like the Mechanic to slow down the decoding progress, or the Priestess, since we also saw Priestess being extremely strong on Eversleeping Town. On Red Church, Priestess is also having a lot of tricks up her sleeve, so banning that is definitely a good idea. And this is allowing GG on the other side to put in more decoding progress if they are deciding to go for that Mechanic. For now, we can see the Entomologist is locked in, and it might actually be a Harasser right here, which is the Prospector.
So it looks like they are focusing more on containment and support. We do have some decent decoders here. Only the Mercenary has that debuff on the decoding speed, so whoever gets chased will allow them just about enough time if able to kite long enough. Now, none of these characters are exactly easy to chase. Oh my goodness, Grizzly, are we seeing this? We are seeing a Joseph in Call of the Abyss 5, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the chat. I hope everybody's going wild for this. Oh, I spoke too soon. Wow, my heart. So it looks like we're having a Dream Witch instead, but that would have been really interesting should it have been a Joseph. But this is a very dangerous hunter in Red Church after all, so I'm seeing the logic behind the Dream Witch pick.
The thing is, as I already mentioned, I was curious to see if we are going to see another off-meta hunter, or if this was just, you know, a play. Yasuo just coming out with that Bloody Queen, knowing that they know exactly how to perform as Bloody Queen, and then forcing that respect ban of the Bloody Queen, but now being able to utilize the meta hunters. Like, this is round 2. Usually you see one meta hunter banned in being in round 2. Now it is the Bloody Queen, which is still, you know, scratching on the meta, but Dream Witch definitely a stronger character, especially Red Church, which is a little bit smaller and which gives the Dream Witch to better chances to navigate the leeches. And here we can see round number 2, the Dream Witch of Yasuo going against the team of GG. And GG, in my opinion, definitely having the chance to do a really, really good job against that Dream Witch, but it's gonna be difficult. We saw GG in the match before, where they were coordinating extremely well, but coordinating against Dream Witch with all these leeches is definitely a bigger task, a bigger challenge. Hopefully they can do it. Hopefully they can turn around this round number 2 for themselves. But we also hope to see a fantastic gameplay of Yasuo, of course.
Well, I'm particularly interested in the fact that there is a psychologist on this lineup. So she could be a counter to the Dream Witch. She could send in that Wi-Fi healing from afar. Also, one of the, well, probably not a favorite target of the Dream Witch is the Entomologist, because she can tank hits using the bees. She can provide support, again, using the bees. A Prospector, definitely not the easiest target to chase around, and don't get me started on that Mercenary. So this is all gonna come down to the skill level and the hunter sense of Yasuo to try to work around these facts. So again, there is no decoder presence in the lineup. Any target could be something that she can commit on. but we're about to find out who that is, and it looks like it is the entomologist. Here is the main body landing that hit on the entomologist. Now she needs to transition towards the church, if not the middle of the map.
Entomologist actually quite easy find for the Dream Witch. I would say that the Psychologist, as we have seen in previous matches, could be a better find because, as we can already tell, Entomologist is very versatile when it comes to everything. With the bees, can just harass the hunter, but can also utilize these bees just to establish so much distance. And even with that early game hit, she is still kiting, she is still providing a lot of time for the rest of the survivors to code these cipher machines, and is now transitioning into the area with the Prospector, who can buy more time by utilizing these magnets. As I said, Team GG extremely well when it comes to coordinating and organizing their teammates, and that was a very, very well planned gameplay right here of Shane coming into the area of the Prospector. Now we can see the Leech coming in, though the Leech might secure that down, but we can also see the Beast might be in the way, might go on that fight for a little bit longer, but after all, the little patroller right there is not allowing her to leave, and that is the first survivor on the chair. But again, as I said, Cypher Machine progress on GG's side already looks really good.
Exactly, that kite lasted long enough just to secure that Cypher rush, and that was the Mercenary who was able to finish a Cypher, which tells me that probably the 4th and 5th Cyphers have already been touched. There are 2 Cyphers remaining. After all, they can take a bit of time here. Now, Yasu doing his very best here to defend the chair, because that entomologist is almost past half. Now, the best thing to do is probably deny that that timely rescue on the Mercenary, just to be able to turn the tides in the favor of Yasu. But that Cypher progress, again, that is a lot. So the pressure is also on Yasu.
That is for sure, and I also want to highlight how not only well organized the survivor side is, but also want to highlight that the Dream Witch can be an extremely dangerous late game. With all these leeches that are already on the field and that will come onto the field later on in this match, that we will definitely see, because obviously that is the strength of the Dream Witch, just putting these leeches everywhere and protecting the last few Cypher machines. There is still everything on the table for both sides. What we are seeing right now is, as you already mentioned, we have the Entomologist on the rocket chair, we have the Mercenary right there, and Entomologist is almost at halfway. I'm curious to see if she will be rescued before halfway, or if the rest of the survivor, let's see, will be rescued before halfway. That hit right here, that concentration on the Entomologist, though.
Exactly, that just gave the entomologist that last effort that was already in effect, and the Mercenary did take a hit there. Although he was able to transition, I think the entomologist will be going down any minute now. But Yasu, for good measure, planting a leech on the Psychologist just to be able to provide some Cypher pressure. And now it'll be Shane's turn to once again return to the chair. A leech has been placed on that middle Cypher there. It's a very good decision on the part of Yasu here, because that will put a lot of pressure on the survivors when it comes to completing these Cyphers.
That is for sure, that is for sure. That's exactly what I meant. Like, even with an extremely good coordination and early game for the survivor side, we can now see the Leech just standing on that middle Cypher right there, just putting pressure on the rest of the team. And we can also see Mercenary is coming in for the rescue, but at the same time, we have the Prospector holding that Cypher machine. Will the Mercenary be able to take the hit? Yes, the blink is coming through. Mercenary is taking another hit right here, prolonging the life of the Entomologist. Fantastic job. Entomologist goes down, goes on the chair, goes out of the game. Mercenary knows that and really takes these hits. Psychologist also taking it. We can see how strong the Dream Witch is and how dangerous it is. But again, this looks actually really, really good for the survivor side. We have the Psychologist here who is working on the last Cypher machine. I'm not sure if they were devising, splitting up the Cypher machines enough to have another one ready. But I think, as I mentioned, as good as the early game for the survivors looked like, the Dream Witch is just such a dangerous hunter. Blink is coming through, is bringing down the Psychologist. Psychologist was the one who is working on the Cypher Machine that is almost primed, or at least the closest to being primed. And now she is sitting on that rocket chair, which means the Dream Witch has the ability to not only protect the rocket chair, but also to protect that last Cypher Machine at the same time. So this is just fantastic for the Dream Witch, but there's still a lot of chances right here that the survivors could take.
Yes, and also note that actually the Dream Witch has lost sight of the entomologist, so she was supposed to be dead on chair. So that kind of says that things might just be able to look up for these survivors. Now, this is the Psychologist's second chair. If they are just able to prime a Cypher, they can actually go for that gate escape. But it looks like Yasuo here is just trying to stay on top of it all, really closely guarding this Psychologist. That entomologist, if she does get spotted out and does get down, she's dead on chair. So this mercenary and prospector really need to do an immense amount of support, and I think they're doing just that, Grizzly.
That is phenomenal to see right here. We can see Shane was trying to start another Cypher Machine. The thing is, Dream Witch switched from Meteora to Blink and can now not use Abnormal. Abnormal would slow down the game so much more. But with the usage of Blink right here, you can really see these survivors go down. We had the Psychologist who will be down, who will be out of the game if she hits the chair again. We have the Entomologist who will be out of the game if she hits the chair again. And as you already said, Prospector and Mercenary need to support a lot and need to take the attention and also body block for their teammates to prolong their lives, to enable them to decode on the Cypher Machines. But at the same time, if we look at the Cypher Machine placement, it is so in favor of the Dream Witch. We have the Prospector being rescued, but again, Cypher Machines. The one Cypher Machine that is almost being coded is a Cypher Machine where the survivors are sitting on the rocket chairs over and over again. So she can easily protect that Cypher Machine. At the same time, the middle Cypher Machine and the Cypher Machine outside are very, very close to each other. And with all these leeches, it is extremely easy for the Dream Witch to just have that huge crowd control over all of the 3 remaining Cypher Machines. And this is definitely a huge challenge right here for Chi-Chi to even touch a single Cypher Machine.
And that's actually, it makes me wonder how Yasuo was able to provide this kind of pressure, because there were 3 survivors that could have done decoding, but they weren't able to do just that. Now, the last Cypher that we've seen was at 26%. This Psychologist is going to be dead on chair, as will the entomologist. Now, although Mercenary is up, there's still a lot of work left to be done on that last Cypher. So this entomologist needs to be very careful. She can't get spotted anymore. She can't be chased anymore, because if she does go down, that's it. That's a secured tie. Now here is that last Cypher. Oh! Prospector takes the hit there. Will they be able to pop it? I thought they were going to be able to pop it, but it looks like that Cypher wasn't quite done.
Wow, fantastic job. They were trying to let the Mercenary take the hit, because then they could have just went back as a team, Prospector and Mercenary, to pop that Cypher Machine. But Dream Witch right here focused on the Prospector, was really wanting to get the Prospector instead of the Mercenary to force that situation that we can see right now. And we can see, I think, what is the Entomologist also coming in, because she can tank a hit, which she is doing. The Psychopop is coming in. What a fantastic teamwork right here. That Cypher Machine was so protected. The Dream Witch was just sitting on that Cypher Machine. Survivors on that Cypher chair, on that rocket chair, sorry. And it's just such an intense game right here that you cannot stop staring at the screen. We have the Entomologist down, who would be out of the game if she hits the chair, but obviously Yasuo wants to secure more points for the team, is trying to go to the gate and is able to get what is, I think, the Prospector, or not get him, but, you know, reach the gate before he is able to open that gate. there's still everything on the table. There is still a tie for the survivors and a potential 3 survivor elimination for the Dream Witch right here. So I'm curious to see how this match will end up.
Well, the
turning out.
mercenary he has already opened that back gate, and the prospector is on his way to the back as well. Now Yasu has to be able to time this correctly and cut the prospector mid-route, and it looks like she is able to do just that, because here is that prospector in the shack area. It's not gonna take much because she does have detention. So if ever it's a sandwich situation, they could be able to pull this off. But that magnet there, that's kind of making me feel a bit optimistic for the survivors. This could be a draw.
Fantastic job from the mercenary to... Oh, mercenary is tanking that hit though. Fantastic job right here. Mercenary was getting behind the prospector just to tank that hit, because he could take even a terror, not a terror shock. Yeah, even a detention hit right here from the leeches. And it was just such a dangerous scene. You saw these two survivors trying to get from the back building to the exit gate, and you saw these two leeches coming in. The blink was active. The blink was almost on point, was not hitting the survivors because they were circling all around trying to get away from that blink hit. Mercenary tanked. Great job on the survivor side. As I said, this was a very, very intense game. It looked extremely good early game for the survivors. Mid game to late game, it changed into the favors of the Dream Witch, because she's just so present with all these leeches. And you saw how the Cypher machines were split up. The Cypher machines were split up probably in the best way for the Dream Witch, not gonna lie, because she was able to not only sit survivors right on the chair in front of the Cypher machine they were trying to prime, she was also able to protect 2 Cypher machines that were remaining in the middle of the map with only 1 leech, because they were so close to each other. So that looked extremely difficult for the survivors, but the survivors all coming together, really teamworking on that one Cypher machine in the end, was allowing them to get a chance, get a shot at that tie, and they were taking their chance, they were taking their one opportunity right here. And now we have, yet again, a tie in the first half of round number 2.
That's right, and whoever wants to catch up or at least try to gain the upper hand from the other team will have to secure definitely a win to push for a round 3. But again, that gameplay right there, you can see that the skill level from both teams is just about as high as the others. Now, it's such a tight race. I'm wondering how the next half of this round is going to play out, especially because it is Red Church after all. So this might be the chance again to expect one of those non-meta picks. Now, I think we were about to see the Joseph, and I did see that the chat went wild when that Joseph appeared, except that we had him replaced by a Dream Witch. But that Hunter really so feasible to use in Red Church. She has that map pressure. If that was a different Hunter, that could have gone entirely different, because this Survivor team, they are so good with the containment and the support. So that could have been an entirely different story if it wasn't a Dream Witch.
I have to agree. Dream Witch extremely strong, especially on that map. It's a smaller map, especially how it played out at the end. I was definitely expecting the survivors to be in a very, very tight situation, which they ended up being in, that's for sure. But the way they were able to lure the Dream Witch away from that one Cypher machine, fantastic job. There was a lot of coordination going on. We saw it from the very beginning when we jumped into the match and the entomologist was crossing the entire map, was taking the attention of the hunter, and when she needed a little bit of help, she was in the very right spot. The prospector was right there. Prospector was doing exactly what he had to do to provide more time for the team. 3 Cypher machines have been decoded extremely fast. So again, we saw the coordination of this team, and not only in this round against the Dream Witch, but also in the previous round against the Bloody Queen. We saw the teamwork of GG and their survivor side, which is extremely strong. So yes, I was expecting the Dream Witch to not have an easy match, but since we all know how strong the Dream Witch is late game, I might have expected that the Dream Witch could have potentially got a 3 up to a 4 survivor elimination. So kudos to GG again for getting out of the situation with 2 survivors.
Actually, the game changer right there was that last minute magnet, because that should have hit. If that did hit, that was it. That would have been a 3-man kill. But because he was able to time it so correctly, that was how he was able to avoid that hit, especially because that Dream Wish was on detention. So for those who are seeing this for the first time, detention means 1 hit at end game. But because that didn't hit and because that blink didn't pull through, the 2 survivors were able to get out the gate. And again, that was such great timing. I don't know if it's luck or if it's pure skill, but the mercenary being able to absorb that detention hit from the leech, that was it. So not only was it that magnet, that it was also that delayed damage that secured that draw. Now I'm pretty sure
Definitely.
that HS is gonna want to solidify the win there. So they need at least 3 people out just to win the round and advance. So GG is definitely gonna want to get in the way of that. And now here's our question and answer portion. Now I've answered this before, but Grizzly, which Chinese mainland players do you admire?
I mean, we talked about this before. I think everyone went through these questions already, but PPX, extremely dangerous hunter. Absolutely love to spectate him all of the time. In general, I would say it's not only like players as in, single players, but also just teams like GR, teams like DAO 5, where you can just see how the teamwork has to work and how it is working. And they are always providing an extremely strong gameplay year after year in these competitive areas. So always looking forward to see these teams compete. And I think in general, all of the teams, not only Chinese mainland, but also, the entire Asian region, as well as our region. Every single team that makes it to the Call of the Abyss 4, Call of the Abyss 5, Call of the Abyss 6, to all of the Call of the Abysses, definitely are teams that I am admiring because they already showed that they deserve to be in one of the top spots of the top 16 teams around the entire world. Like, what is there not to admire? They made it to the entirety of the top 16 teams. Therefore, it's already, time to congratulate them. But obviously the top teams like DAO 5,
Wolves.
I think 5HS is the team too, and
Yes.
Wolves and GR, these teams that you see constantly in the Call of the Abyss over and over again. It's also their dedication. They do not just train for 1 year and then they're like, oh well, that was fun, that was cool. We won or we didn't win. Right? They are dedicating their free time, their spare time to be the very best in this game. So yeah, all of the top teams definitely deserve my admiration.
I actually agree with your picks as well, keeping my eyes peeled for these really good teams. But well, let's not just show appreciation for Chinese mainland players. We also have Japan. We also have teams coming in from Korea. And then let's definitely not forget about NA, EU, and Southeast Asia. So we are celebrating the glory of the game that is Identity 5 on a global scale. So guys in the chat, I'm pretty sure these are not just people from Southeast Asia. I'm sure there are people from North America and Europe as well. Do send your love and support to the teams. And just share your love for the game and the community.
That is for sure. That's exactly what I said. All of the teams that make it to the top 16, they should be celebrated either way. If they are making it to the top 1 or not, that doesn't really matter, because being one of the top 16 teams in the entirety of the Identity 5 game, that is just showing how much skill you have. And even being in the qualifiers for each region shows how qualified you are already. even if you're not making it to the finals. So there are so many good teams, so many teams that you just enjoy to watch, admire to watch, and where you can also learn a lot from these players. And yeah, for now, we are still looking at the matchup between GG and HS. Both teams not giving each other anything. Very, very tight matches right here. The skill level of both teams are pretty well even, pretty much even. Pretty much on the same level right here, which is making it very, very interesting, because you see these matches and you already know a few things. You already know, like, okay, if they are able to perform a very, very well early game with the coordination and the teamwork, you still have the Dream Witch who can force it into the late game and who can be extremely dangerous late game. But then what is happening, right? What can we expect? Both teams almost the same skill level. Are we going to see a 4-man elimination? Are we going to see a tie? Are we going to see a 3-man elimination? Or are even 3 survivors getting out of there against the Dream Witch? You never know. You never know, because they have such a similar skill level. I'm very curious to see how the second half of round number 2 will play out when we have, which is GG on the hunting side. And just as we, asked ourselves this question before when it came to HS, I can ask this question right now. What are we going to expect? Are we going to see, a Bloody Queen ban, which would open up the chance to all the meta hunters? But then, are the meta hunters even in question right there, or will we see something off meta? I'm very curious to see what's happening in the second half right here.
Well, given that they were able to tie with that Bloody Queen, they can't just rest easy with not banning her this time, because this is a smaller map and Blood Queen does also excel in Red Church. So they have that to consider. However, seeing a Dream Witch, she can really shine in this map, like I keep on saying, so they have to be very prepared for that as well. Now, the Survivor lineup in the previous match was actually really good up against the Dream Witch. We do have that Psychologist. We do have also that, even that Prospector had his value in the team. So this time around, the survivors of HS need to be just about as ready as they were. So Dream Witch could be there. Who knows? We could see that breaking wheel again. This isn't the best map for him, but we have seen hunters excel, even if it's in Red Church and even if it's the breaking wheel. You just need to stay away from those really important windows and transition areas, especially at the back of the church and on those broken walls. So that's something to consider if going for a breaking wheel. Now, what else? A sculptor could be, we could also see a sculptor, because although she has been adjusted, those statues really can bounce off the walls, cut off kiting routes, and get in the way of the survivors and eventually land that chip damage. I've seen a lot of hunters excel in Red Church using
Yes, chip damage hunters. And not only talking about the sculptor, I would also throw in Guard 26 right here into that mix, because Guard 26, if we are looking at the teams again, they have surprisingly used the Bloody Queen in round number 1. So now seeing the Dream Witch, yes, was semi-expected. Like, yeah, maybe it was like a little bit to throw off the rest of the team by utilizing the Bloody Queen and then coming in with a Meta Hunter. But it could also mean like, hey, we don't necessarily want to play the Meta Hunter, so not only the chip damage hunter Sculptor is a good pick for this map, we could also see a Guard 26 who can accelerate with the bombs and who can put a lot of pressure on maps like the Red Church map. And talking about these off-meta picks, we also have a Soul Weaver that can come in and be extremely dangerous, especially if she's fully fed and especially as she is having her skills on point by utilizing these web shots, by utilizing the webs to get the speed to get closer to the survivors. So there are a lot of options. We also saw in previous team compositions, we saw X-Boy being utilized. X-Boy always very, very dangerous. What else do we have? Ripper. We might see a Ripper. We might see a Nayat. Nayat on a smaller map like this could also be very, very good. Actually, we haven't seen Nayat too often, but I think she's a really good hunter. And if you really know how to utilize Nayat, she definitely is one of the better hunters in this game. So yeah, just a lot of options now going into that second half in round number 2 for both sides.
So while we're waiting for the picks and bans, I think it's about time to direct our attention to the chat, because a lot of people here are showing so much love and support for the teams and the stream. Thank you so much, Grizzly. It looks like people are showing love for your mini Jack and would like to thank you for bringing him closer to the camera.
Of course. I mean, I was kind of seeing the chat, and I saw that people were demanding Jack to be a little bit closer to the action so Jack could actually see what is going on. But obviously, I love to do that. But let's also check out the match results right here. Again, we have the tie, 2 points for each team. We can see 17 hits on the survivors, knockdown 10 knockdowns. Still, GG was not letting them put too much pressure on the team because they were still able to get these 2 survivors out of the game. We can see, as I mentioned, containment time of the which is the entomologist, extremely high. She just did such a great performance so early in the match, providing the rest of the team, which was the prospector, the psychologist, and the mercenary, to decode so much. And we can see that in the numbers. They had almost over 150% when it comes to decoding. Even the mercenary, who is decoding a little bit slower, was at 146%. So yes, these numbers just really replicated what was happening in the match, where we had the entomologist buying time early game, where we had the rest of the team trying to push for the rest of the Cypher machines, but also the Dream Witch putting so much pressure with all these hits, with putting the survivors on the chair, and with securing the Cypher machines late game. Yeah, just looking at these numbers, we can all almost feel how this game went. The only thing that you can't really feel is how phenomenal the survivors were communicating and how they were also taking turns on the rocket chair, especially late game.
Yeah, I really like that mid game where they were just trying to take their time. Sometimes it really does pay to take your time while waiting for that cypher pop and getting it to actually be done. Because not just the hunter is dealing with, also the survivors as well. So for them to show that amount of patience and discipline is really something to look forward to. It does extend the match, it does, but it gives us a chance to see some more gameplay. Now, that scoreboard there, it was flashed a few seconds ago. As you can see, there is another tie. So the win condition for HS here is to do that three-man escape, and that will secure them a spot in the coming round, and that will allow them to advance. But if GG answers back from this and actually does a 4-man kill or 3-man kill on the hunter side, then we are going to see a round 3, and I'm really excited about that. Again, such a round 3 fan.
Yeah, and I mean, already seeing Bloody Queen in round number 1 is just making it so much more interesting to see what will happen in round number 3, since we might see not the meta hunters being banned, but again the Bloody Queen being banned, and therefore it definitely opens up the gates to all these off-meta characters, like we already mentioned, Feaster, like Photographer, that I saw in the chat. A lot of people were very, very excited to see that Photographer that was teased. Maybe it was teased to show us what we can expect in round number 3. But for now, we are jumping into the lineup of this second half that I'm really looking forward to, because again, we are now seeing what is GG on the hunting side, and we don't really know what exactly to expect, because round number 1, again, it was Bloody Queen. Are we going to see Meta Hunter, because, you know, Bloody Queen was just to throw off the opponent team? Or are we actually going to see another off-meta hunter? And we also have to question ourselves, what will be banned when it comes to the hunter bans? Will we actually see a Bloody Queen ban, or Will Team HS decide to not go for that Bloody Queen ban because they were already able to tie against them? So there are a lot of questions coming up right here when it comes to what we can expect from this round number 2 second half, but that is also what makes it so interesting.
Well, so much for that. Really can't wait to see these picks and bans. But again, while waiting for that to happen, just when I was about to introduce a new topic of discussion, here we are finally with the picks and bans here at Red Church. Once again, we are about to see the bans on the part of Iwane here again. Seer is out the window, again, never to see the light of day. And here is another hooded friend, the Mercenary, also banned, but that does leave the slot open for a forward and potentially a priestess. So that could be a good thing for the survivors. They definitely should lock that in. But check out this ban. This kind of makes me sad, but it just shows that there is respect for Iwane's Feaster.
I don't know how I feel about this. That, you know, that respect that we are seeing for the Feaster right here. I don't know how to feel about this. As I said, we saw that Ivan was going with the Bloody Queen, so not seeing a Bloody Queen ban right here is not too big of a surprise because HS might be comfortable enough to say, alright, we can do another tie when if we have to, so let's just go for it. Maybe we can get even more survivors out of the gate. And if we look at the survivor lineup right now, we have a Perfumer. Very excited to see that Perfumer in action. Very excited to see the Perfumer kite because I personally really enjoy playing the Perfumer. And we have a forward, patient, and psychologist. And if we look at the Hunter side, as we already mentioned, it is the Bloody Queen that seems to be the preferred Hunter when it comes to GG's side right here. And since they are allowing the Bloody Queen on the field right here, why not take it again and hopefully in favor of GG, getting these survivors through out of the game via, you know, rocket shares.
I'm really interested about this Bloody Queen pick, especially because this is a very hard lineup to go up against. This Perfumer here can use those perfumes to at least absorb 3 hits if timed correctly. That could be a lot of time bought for the survivors. Forward, definitely out of the question. He's just so hard to chase and could really be a menace in just like the batter. And this patient can use those grappling hooks to transition to a different area. It's really hard. And this psychologist here, again, 3 hits to down her, and she can really provide support for the forward. If he does take a hit while providing support, she can heal him remotely. So this is really hard. This just gets me curious. It makes me all the more interested as to what Iwane's plan could possibly be.
That is for sure. That is for sure. I mean, the plan right here, I can tell you right now, is to go for that 4 survivor elimination. That is the plan. Yeah, if we are looking at the survivors that you want to chase, I would absolutely agree with you. It's psychologist can take that additional hit, but after she took 1 hit, that's it, right? She has no ability to stun the Hunter. She has no ability to get distance to the Hunter. She has no ability to prolong her kite. The only ability that she has is taking an additional hit, which is, besides like that she can stun and that she can prolong the kite, 1 additional hit is a lot. But then if we look at the forward who can dash so much, if we look at the priestess Perfumer, if she's utilizing her perfumes the right way, she could potentially take 3 additional hits. And then we also have the patient right here who can utilize the grappling hook to get away from these hits, establish a lot of distance. So I think psychologist, even if she is a very, very annoying survivor with the ability to take another hit, might be the best chance. But obviously, finding the first survivor right here, you want to concentrate on that. You want to just get this game going. We already have the perfume being utilized once, so GG side is really trying to let her exhaust all the skills, because as soon as all the perfumes have been used, Perfumer definitely is a good pick when it comes to a survivor that you want to chase down.
That was kind of a missed perfume there, but still was used to good effect because she did last that long. Oh, nice use of perfume there. Now just one more perfume remaining, but look at the ciphers, already some good progress in there. She just needs to last long enough to bait that mirror. Oh, once more able to use that perfume, and I do believe, although the perfumer is out, take that blink hit right there. That did hit a good job on Iwane. Now it's just gonna take one more hit to down this perfumer.
Fantastic job. As I said, Perfumer can be extremely dangerous. She can potentially take 3 additional hits, but with the bait of the first perfume and waiting until that perfume disappeared, as well as the second perfume being utilized in a spot where Ivan could just wait it out, now only having to deal with one damage that was reversed, was really giving her the chance to bring down the Perfumer. And now Perfumer, out of her skill, is basically, in this very situation, the best survivor we can go for. But we can already see that we have the forward right there in position, being ready. And oh, not only being ready, going straight up into the dash.
Did he make it? Oh, wow. He was able to rescue at the right moment, because that was barely after half. Oh, missed that ball right there, but was able to do sort of a body block just to be able to give this perfumer time to transition towards the back area where there is where the back gate is, obviously. But still, the chase continues by the perfumer here, doing such an amazing job with this kite. And mind you, she doesn't have any more perfume. She has nothing to work with, so she needs to be very careful. Oh, gets that hit from the Blood Queen.
Beautiful mirror right here. We can see the forward in action is coming in to take another stun right here. Is not protecting the perfumer with his body, because he can potentially go in and harass even more and buy more time for the team. Is not able to stun again. The football is almost over, but was just there to, you know, potentially annoy GG right here. We can see that the rocket chair choice is very, very calculated, because now she can not only have that one survivor on the rocket chair, no, she can also protect the cipher machine that the psychologist is working on. And we already said it, we want to concentrate on this perfumer right now. She has no more skill left. We can see the forward right there trying to take the attention, but Ivan is definitely not taking that. It's not taking the bait of the forward. It's trying to really concentrate on that perfumer, and the mirror is just up right there, right in front of her, and this is allowing her to get that.
This forward, will he do it? Oh, the use of excitement right there. If that did hit, that could have been an entirely different story. But yes, Perfumer will be going back to the manor, and they have already decided to activate the exit gate. Will the psychologist make it? She needs to do the kite of her life, but takes that hit from the Blood Queen. The patient and the forward need to be able to get out this gate in order to push for that round 3.
Fantastic job right here from the psychologist. She was really able to nullify that mirror as soon as she wanted the window, but then had to go into a situation where she couldn't really escape it. It should be possible to get that tie, just because there is no teleportation on the Bloody Queen, and we can see the mirror was not there in time. So we have the tie on the survivor side. Fantastic job, honestly, fantastic job right here from both sides, because honestly, we saw the survivor lineup and we already knew that's gonna be a difficult time for the Bloody Queen, because all of the survivors can provide an extremely long kite, especially early game. So deciding to go for the perfumer and being able to exhaust her perfumes quite fast was a good job, and then having that really, really good target throughout the entire match to just concentrate on that perfumer, because she can not do anything with her skills anymore, so she is the best target in this very situation. But we also had the forward right there buying more time, coming in and forcing the Bloody Queen to even use excitement to not get stunned again.
Yes.
And then you have, obviously, you have the Bloody Queen being such a fantastic hunter when it comes to securing the tie, going for that psychologist, getting the tie secured. And that tie secured also means that we will see a round number 3, which makes me very excited to see both teams yet again in action. We might see again in round number 3, we might see, sadly to say it, but another Feaster ban, but we might also see a Bloody Queen ban. So I'm curious to see what Ivan from GG will go with for round number 3, but also very curious to see the most likely the Dream Witch ban as well as the Bloody Queen ban on the side of HS, what they will pick in round number 3.
I think the game changer back there was that excitement. Because if that excitement wasn't used, that could have been 3 people out the gate. And that's it. They could have won the round and the whole match as well. But here we see the match data. Such an amazing kite from the Perfumer here. 109 seconds. Again, 3 digits are always very impressive. And here we have a very aggressive forward as well with a almost 70 seconds containment, which actually translates to him being around to provide that support. Now, this patient, he was the guy in the he was the behind the scenes guy doing the decoding, but I think Rippernon here, if he did get spotted, he would have given Iwane here such a hard time, because we've seen how well he did in the previous match. He can really kite with that patient. And then here we have the support also given by the psychologist here. She was able to decode 2 ciphers and to do a bit of containment at the end game. So that was more than enough time needed to at least get 2 people out the gate. So there is some good coordination coming from HS here. I'm really excited for our round 3. Grizzly, talk to me. What are you feeling right now?
Very great highlight moment that you were pointing out right there with the forwards denied stun right there of GG. You are very right. If that excitement didn't come in, that would have been a different game, because the Cypher machine was ready. It could have rescued if there was another survivor going down after the Perfumer would have been rescued. So I agree. That moment definitely secured the tie right here for GG. Fantastic job. And I'm very curious to see how this translates into the next games, because we saw HS being extremely strong when it came to the Hunter side in the last round. And we saw how HS, as you already said, could potentially gotten that 3 survivor escape too. So they are doing a fantastic job, not only on the hunting side, but also on the surviving side. And in round number 3, it might be even more difficult for the hunting side of GG, because now we have more bans, and now we potentially see not only the Feaster ban, which was the respect ban of, which I genuinely don't want to talk about, but we might also see the Bloody Queen ban, because 2 bans that would allow you to get rid of that Bloody Queen that was kind of dangerous, and that could give, in my opinion, HS, from what we have seen so far, a little bit of the upper hand. But at the end of the day, if anyone can go against HS and secure that victory, it's definitely GG. And I'm curious to see how that plays out. Just to come back to that match again, I'm always that's me. I'm just going. I just want to see the next match. I just want to jump into the action. I want to talk about what is going to happen. But yes, talking about the match that just happened, fantastic teamwork from GG's surviving side. No, from HS's surviving side.
Yes.
And the Bloody Queen hunting side. Iwane on the hunting side was very consistent. If we look at the outcome in round 1, we had the tie, very consistent with that tie in round number 2. Knew exactly what the situation was, knew exactly if I wouldn't use excitement, this could be very dangerous for me. So brought that excitement, secured that 2-point game, secured the tie that would get them into round number 3 right here. So very good job from both sides. Right now, the pressure is definitely a little bit more on GG's side, and I'm curious to see if how this will translate, because usually when we see pressure on the teams, this means that they need to play a little bit more risky. There is a
Yes.
survivor on the chair, for example, that they have to rescue because they need to get that point. So they have to go in when, usually maybe if it wasn't for the points, they would just say, all right, let's leave this survivor on the rocket chair and rescue him later, or not even like rescue him at all and just concentrate on the cipher machines. So there are definitely some adjusted strategies coming in play when the pressure is on your side. So I am just curious to see how this all will play out for both sides in round number 3.
So again, just reminding everybody of the win condition. So GG needs to at least have a 4-man, either a 4-man kill or a 4-man escape, as well as a tie in the second round, just to be able to push for possibly a round 4, a tiebreaker. We'll never know. But again, it's all going to depend on what the map is going to be and who the picks may potentially be related to these maps. But I think we're gonna do a bit of waiting again for them to actually set this up. Again, everybody, thank you for your patience. We do want to make sure that the players do the games under the best condition. So while we're waiting, it looks like people in the chat are very much alive with your discussions. I see that they were talking about that the past scenario in the previous match. So everybody was saying that the perfumer did such a good job with her kite, and the Bloody Queen was really skilled in placing these survivors in those sandwich situations. Other than that, it looks like actually the chat is requesting for the Feaster to come out. Yes, chat, we are in agreement with you. We definitely want to see that Feaster. But it looks like the survivors of HS here are having that foresight. They know that they need to respect Iwane's Feaster, which is why, as sad as we both are being Feaster fans, I don't think we're going to see him anytime soon, well, depending on the map.
Yeah, I agree. And, with the chat being so reasonable, in my opinion, like that is only a reasonable expectation right here to see a Feaster in such a huge tournament, just because he is such a versatile hunter. All the chances are on his side. If you have the Feaster, you have all the tricks up your sleeve. But yeah, we can also see how HS knows the opponent, knows that the opponent is good at Feaster, and therefore is going for that respect ban. We saw it in round number 2, where they didn't even consider, or maybe they considered it, but they didn't even go for, the Bloody Queen ban or maybe a meta hunter. No, they immediately went to one of the most likely strongest hunter on GG's side, which is the Feaster. So I would expect to see that ban again, to be honest, in round number 2. Ban the Feaster, ban the Bloody Queen that you have seen before, and now you have put GG into a spot where they have to most likely play a hunter that they are not too used to, I would assume, and therefore it's giving your team HS a little bit of an advantage. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. And just in general, if I'm looking at the map that have been favorized in these last few days and the last weekends over like the past few regionals, we saw that we had quite often also being utilized the Mooned River Park. So I'm curious to see if we will experience a Mooned River Park, or if we will experience a smaller map like maybe the Arms Factory that we haven't seen so far. What did we see? Red Church and Ever Sleeping Town. Yes. So Arms Factory, Mooned River Park. I think we might see one of these two maps, and just depending on what the teams want to play. Do they want to play on a bigger map? Do they want to play on a smaller map? They will pick either of these. And now we're gonna cheer to the team. I was
Yes,
just reading
we
this.
have
To
a
every club.
very a very heartwarming message here, probably from the chat. So thank you so much for sending this. Just when we were saying that you should send your love and support to the players, here they are saying to every club, try your best. They are definitely cheering you on, no matter the result. Just have fun. Yes, go get it. Just enjoy the match, learn from it, make it a good experience. And also, as well, the chat, they should definitely pick up from this, because this is actually, come to think of it, this is kind of like free education for the viewers when it comes to helping them improve their gameplays in their ranked matches and gameplays in Identity 5.
Yeah, a piece of free advice right here for everyone, just learning from these top players. And as you said, I think that's a very, very good mentality, just being able to learn from what is going on in the tournament. No matter if you're winning or if you're losing, you always learn, you always see a little new trick, or maybe even see what works best against other survivors, other hunters. So yes, learn and enjoy. Learn and enjoy the game, because that is the most important thing. Enjoying the game. I have talked to a lot of teams, and if you ask the teams what makes them so successful and what is a little something that you want to give other players that are maybe new to the game that want to form a team, the answer is usually that your teammates, at least from the survivor side, your teammates need to be your friends. You can't get into a team where one teammate is just pushing all the time and being aggressive and getting upset and kind of like, bringing some negative vibes, some pushing down the mood in general into that team, because then the team will not work out. You need to be friends with your team, and in general, I think if you learn that, if you understand that you have to be good and bring good vibes to your team, then you need to translate this to all of the rest of the game. To, if you play with randoms, be positive to them. If you're positive to them, they will learn, and they will be happy to learn from their mistakes if they're, not necessarily the best player yet. And also in the, post chat, and also if you're giving
Yes, the post
comments
chat.
not mentioning that, but what I'm saying is be positive. And the same is with the live stream chat right here. There's no reason for us to bring anyone down, because we all are learning together. We are all spectating this together, and just cheer for your favorite teams. We wish them good luck right here, and they are all performing extremely well, considering that we are under such a competitive stress situation, under such pressure right here. They are all trying to get into the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament, and obviously they have a lot of eyes on them. So therefore, this is not just them sitting at home, maybe laying on the couch and just playing for fun. They actually have a lot of eyes on them. They know what is on the line, and they are trying their best. So let's just cheer for them and motivate them to do the best they can.
Actually, it's a really good point that you said that you need to be friends with your team, because apart from you being able to be there for each other in times of hardship, when the frustrations come out, it's there to make it easier for every individual player to deal with that negativity. But the next step to that is actually consistency. And we were talking about this last week. We were asked what are the essential things to consider in forming and actually grooming a good enough team. And that is consistency. I would just like to bring that up again. I'm sure there are a lot of players here who also want to gun for a chance to compete in the big leagues. Again, we just like to say,
Practice.
Yes, definitely. And not just practice, study. That's very important. You need to be able
to learn from your mistakes. I'm trying to finish the sentences right here. Yes, I agree. It is. You need to be friends with your team. At least you have to bring good vibes into the situation. You have to practice. You have to study from your mistakes. And also, if you are new to the game and you want to get better and you want to be one of the best players, you want to do this competitively, you definitely want to pick up not only one character, but also let's just say 2 up to 3 backup characters just in case your
Yes.
character gets banned and you still need to provide a valuable asset, a valuable character to the team, even if your main character is banned. And on top of that, what you want to do is you want to study the meta and you want to focus on the meta, because even if you're getting to the point where you are, let's just say currently, the top lawyer, the top gardener, the top thief, and the top, let's say, magician, even then you might find, it's going to be a little bit of a harder time to find a team that is actually taking you, because these survivors are just not survivors that are being utilized in the meta at the current state.
Finally, we have the map here from HS. It looks like they have selected Arms Factory for their map. This is where the final battle is about to happen. And also note that GG has banned Moonlit River Park. So it looks like they don't want to be dealing with a huge map for now. And don't want to be dealing with potential hunters like Breaking Veil, especially not in round 3. So it looks like they are opting for a tight map, and it will have its own advantages, and we're about to see that in the matches to come. But I think it's prediction time, Grizzly. It's time to get those predictions in.
It's time to get those predictions in. Okay. Let's think logically about this. If we are going for GG on the hunter side, we will definitely see a Bloody Queen ban, because Bloody Queen was the hunter that GG used twice by now, and we might see yet again that respected Feaster ban, which makes sense, especially on a smaller map, right? Because Feaster is extremely slow. If we would see, for example, Moonlit River Park, I wouldn't necessarily expect to see a Feaster ban, because the distance that he has to overcome, there's just no chance that you would catch these survivors across such a big map with the Feaster. So therefore, now with the Arms Factory, we might expect that. On the other side, if you look at the survivor bans, we can already expect Seer being banned as before, Mercenary Forward. These 3 are just so dangerous. Then we can also expect, if Mechanic is not being banned, that the Mechanic will be banned as soon as the first 2 survivors have been picked. And yeah, the rest of the team will just form kind of like, I don't know, I'm not really expecting too much new survivors to come to the field. Oh, it's actually Sculpt. Oh, they want to get that tie again.
Yes, that does make a lot of sense, because it looks like for this particular match, they're gonna know this time what to do with a Blood Queen. So we have a Gravekeeper here that can tank some hits, and let's not forget that this Psychologist is also very tanky, and Patient has been banned as well. Let's just not with River Nun's Patient. He's just too good on it. So there we have it. But Grizzly, check this out.
We just talked about a few rounds ago, the Cowboy that could be one of the most underrated characters in the game that we don't necessarily see too often. As we said, if Ivan gets to play the Bloody Queen again, we see another Bloody Queen right here, with the Feaster being banned, with the Sculptor being banned. There it is, the Bloody Queen is coming to the Arms Factory. And besides that, as you already were screaming about, we have the Cowboy right here on HS's side. I'm very excited to see what the Cowboy can bring to the table. And we also see another Perfumer, which worked out really, really well in the previous match. And then we are seeing the Gravekeeper and the Psychologist coming to the playground as well. Since Patient has been banned, we won't see the Patient in combination with the Priestess, with the Psychologist. But yeah, that seems to be a really, really solid lineup. Again, if you are in Team HS, you are currently in the lead. You definitely want to take home some more points, but I think getting a tie in round number 1 would already set them up pretty well to perform in the second half, because if they are getting a tie, they only need to eliminate 1 survivor in the second half. And again, if those conditions are active, if you know you only have to bring down 1 survivor, it's it's just easier because you can camp on that survivor. You don't necessarily have to concentrate on other Cypher machines. You don't have to concentrate on other survivors. Just concentrate on one survivor. And then, if you got that survivor, you can concentrate on other survivors and other Cypher machines to protect, because then it's already a secured victory for your team. So this is definitely the setup that HS is going for. At least get a tie yet again against this Bloody Queen.
Now, Perfumer definitely not the best target. I'm pretty sure Iwane is gonna want to move on from that. And then this Gravekeeper, again, with those shovels can take those hits. Probably the best target for now is the Psychologist, if not the Cowboy. But then again, you're gonna want to get rid of that Cowboy because he can pull off those clutch rescues with the whip. So that's definitely something to watch out for because he can be really annoying mid-game to end-game if not yet eliminated. So it looks like once more Iwane's got his work cut out for him. Again, these are not no decoder presence in this lineup, but only the Gravekeeper has that debuff. And mind you, he doesn't have that much debuff on decoding, at least not as much as the Mercenary. But it looks like here at the match, the Psychologist has already been spotted, and this is Rippernon we're talking about. So looking forward to this kite. Will he make it long enough for them to at least secure 3 ciphers?
Very, very good question, and we already know Psychologist can take that additional hit, but took already a hit, took another hit, and now with the next hit will go down, so that is extremely good for GG right here, picking up the pace and putting pressure on this survivor very, very early in the game, and this is crucial. You already mentioned it. Will we see 3 Cypher machines being popped before the Psychologist goes down, or will we see the Psychologist go down in time? GG was utilizing Blink right here. Rippernon was calling and was trying to get back over that pallet, but wasn't able to get there in time. Took the Terror Shock. We saw the Cowboy. Very, very excited to see what that Cowboy will do. Was trying to get Ivane's balloons away from her, trying to rescue Rippernon, but wasn't really able to. And we can see that Ivane is really just staying here, utilizing the mirror, just as we know from the Bloody Queen, utilizing that mirror to protect other Cypher machines. Great rescue from the Cowboy.
It looks like a Tide Turner is in effect, so this Cowboy did bring Tide Turner after all. Last effort has already popped. The Psychologist will be going down. 4 ciphers remaining. They really need to pick up the pace with the decoding. One's about to get popped, and that's the one of the Gravekeeper. So now he might just be the next one who will try to go for the rescue, as the Psychologist will be returning to the chair. And he's actually already in the area, Grizzly. You see?
Gravekeeper already went into the ground right here, utilizing the skill, trying to get closer to that rocket chair. We can see Ivane catching wind of it and trying to protect the Rippernon right here on the chair, the Psychologist. The thing is, we already see 2 Cypher machines being decoded. We can see the Perfumer is working on another one, and we also have the Cowboy almost finishing up that 3rd one. So that is a really good setup for the survivors. We can see that he's coming, the rescue immediately follows up right here, and now Rippernon will be the target. He has Tide Turner, which provided him an additional 20 seconds. Was able to dodge that one hit, but is just in a very, very difficult situation. What we can see now is Rippernon is trying to get away from the rocket chair as much as possible, so that potentially the Cowboy...
Actually, he's nowhere in the area.
Yeah.
Kind of sad about that, not gonna lie, but at least they are at 2 ciphers remaining. One needs to be touched. That needs to be at 50% at least by the time that the second survivor will go to the chair. Now, one is about to get done, which may be a bit of a disadvantage for them, especially because if Iwane figures out where that last cipher is, she's going to camp that so bad. She's going to defend it with her life. Not only that cipher, but also whoever the chair that she will be defending. So it looks like it's the Gravekeeper that's going to be doing some containment here. Iwane keeping tabs on that last cipher there. Actually changed target already. He's gonna have to defend this cipher right here.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And I mean, you already said it. If Ivana figures out which cipher machine is the one that they are focusing on, she still can just sit there and utilize the mirror to put pressure on the rest of the cipher machines too. So there's really a lot of opportunity in this situation. But at the same time, now going for the perfumer, who can nullify the damage twice now. See, we have the perfume still active. She was not hitting that, and Ivana knows that. Ivana knows that if I concentrate longer on the perfumer, that is nowhere close to any cipher machines, I might have a problem. So therefore, let's transition and figure out where the last two survivors are, which cipher machine they are decoding, and there we have it. They were able to heal up. That's a very, very important fact too, because that's gonna prolong the kite of each survivor. But at the same time, Ivana knows where the survivors are, and it's gonna be a little bit of a tough situation because now we can most likely expect.
Well, it looks like the Gravekeeper here needs to be. Okay, actually, thinking about it, this is a good enough location to at least get one of these ciphers primed. Because by the time that he's going to the chair, one cipher is about to be done already. They were decoding two ciphers, so it doesn't matter where Iwane shares his Gravekeeper, one of these ciphers will get primed. And then we have two survivors that are actually at full health, will be able to do that rescue. Things are looking good for the survivors.
That is for sure. Things are looking good right here. And we can see that we have the last effort kicking in. We have the Cowboy popping that last cipher machine. And now we can see them split up to both exit gates. Ivana is trying to put pressure on the survivor that is in the middle right now, which is the perfumer. She utilized her perfume, but was predicted, but cannot catch, cannot follow up on these hits. Now we have the perfumer down. Both sides of the exit gate will be decoded. There's no teleport in action, there's no mirror in action, so I would assume that both survivors will be able to get onto the gate, and that will secure the tie for the survivors right here. Question is, will Perfumer be able to get up and potentially grab that dungeon right there? But the time might be too short to actually get up right in front of the platform right here. So that is the secure tie that Chi-Chi needed at least. Now, Chi-Chi is in a situation following up into the second half of this round right here, where they have to get the 5 survivor escape.
Definitely.
Am I saying this right? Am I right? Yeah, I'm right. So,
yeah, that's the win condition. I mean, to at least push for a round 4. So
yes.
Really good match. Once more, again, with a Blood Queen, they did manage this correctly. So I think them going for that blood, rather them allowing Iwane to go for the Bloody Queen shows us that they did have the confidence to at least push for a tie and leave it all up to Yasu to seal it in. But I'm sure the survivors of GG are going to want to work against this. They need to keep this from happening. They have to manage more than a tie. They need to have a win. They need to at least have 3, right? Am I right? 3 survivors, or at least 4.
All of them.
To push for that round 4. So the pressure is on the survivors of GG right now. Who will they ban? Will it be the Blood Queen as well? Or do they have something else in mind?
So just to throw this into the chat too, I want you guys to pay attention to how the strategy will work out for both sides. Because what I assume is right now we have HS with the kind of like the upper hand right here. They need 1 survivor eliminated to secure the victory for them. And I can already see the strategy being shifted where the hunter will concentrate on that 1 survivor extremely hard, because that's the win condition. Why would you do anything else? There's no reason to do anything else. So that 1 survivor will be protected on the rocket chair at all costs. And this is also putting Chi-Chi into this situation to rescue every single survivor as soon as they hit the chair. They don't want to rescue after halfway, because that would mean if this survivor hits the chair again, that survivor is out of the game. So therefore, that is definitely something where we can expect a lot of pressure on the survivor side of GG. But now, just shifting back really quick to the stats of the match that we just saw. Ivan right here on the hunting side did a great job with 11 hits right here. Had 2 terror shocks, fantastic terror shocks. We saw them happen when Blink was coming in play.
Yes.
Both survivors were trying to get back over that pallet. We're predicting that Blink, but we're just not in time to get away from that swing. And if we look at the survivor side, we can also see yet again the first hunt right here. Rivernan was the psychologist who was not able to touch the Cypher machine once, but was providing quite a decent kite when it came to the early game. We also saw how the cowboy right here was in the area of the hunter for a little period of time, trying to rescue Rivernan from the balloons and just being there as support, but mainly decoding Cypher machines. We have 220% on the cowboy. Same with the perfumer. Was the target late game, but throughout the entire game was able to just decode her little heart out right here with 270%, almost 3 complete Cypher machines all on her own. And then we also have the Gravekeeper, who was there for rescues, who was coming in and taking time off of the Bloody Queen's hand, but also finishing 1 entire Cypher machine by himself.
I think it was a particularly good decision to have 2 survivors working on both gates. I think they were all banking on the chance that probably if the Blood Queen does go for each of the gates, whoever gets down could try to at least crawl, if not self-heal, to be able to get to the dungeon. But again, this is such a tight map. It didn't take much for Iwane to go from one gate to the other. And it was also a bit of a shame that teleport wasn't available. So looking at those match stats, I think the highlight there was actually, once again, that perfumer with that endgame kite. Did you see those jukes and how she was able to show that discipline, not going for any of those pallets, and really maneuvering in such a way that the mirrors wouldn't hit? That was really impressive, and I'm sure the chat is going wild with that skin as well. That was Madame Coral. That was the limited skin of the perfumer. That's actually quite rare, so I'm sure a lot of the people in the chat are happy.
That is for sure, and I agree. That last kite right there, that last the moment where you have to buy time for your team to go to the exit gates, to open up the exit gates, and to buy enough time for them to just get out and secure the tie right here, was just a little bit difficult for the perfumer, because she was in such an open field. There was nothing for her to hide behind. There was nothing for her to let the Bloody Queen walk into, because she was utilizing her mirror. She could, go away from that area and force the Bloody Queen to walk into a wall. There was just nothing. No pallets, no windows, no nothing. And she was still able to juke and to buy a little bit of time, just enough time that the Bloody Queen, when she went to the Gravekeeper, was forced to watch the Gravekeeper go through the exit gate and then turn back to the perfumer, secure that elimination. So it was quite a short kite, but for, the situation that the perfumer was in that area where nothing is in, where you cannot utilize anything, it was just enough time, the perfect amount of time. And that was securing the tie right here. Fantastic job. It could have been differently. Imagine if that one mirror, the first mirror swing, hit on the perfumer. That would have probably given the Bloody Queen enough time to go back to the Gravekeeper and bring him down, or at least engage into a chase of the Gravekeeper. But at the same time, this might give the perfumer enough time to get up. So even if the Bloody Queen were able to get to the Gravekeeper, this was still a very, very good gameplay of a very good, team composition, team coordination of the survivor side, because I think either way they would have a good chance to secure the tie. They did it with the Gravekeeper and the Cowboy out of the gate. So fantastic job. But again, it's not over. There is still everything on the table. We can still push to a round number 4. But that's definitely going to be a very, very difficult task for GG right here.
That's right. They need to at least do the best they can just to get 5 people out that gate. Now, the pressure is going to be on them and on Yasu as well. He needs to keep this from happening. He needs to at least secure 1 kill. That's it. That's all it's gonna take. Even if he loses this match, they still win the whole matchup, and they're going to advance. And we're about to see if that's exactly what's going to happen. Here we are. Welcome back to Arms Factory. We are now at the picks and ban stage for the final match. Well, potentially the final match of the night, with Yasu banning the forward, the entomologist, and the seer right off the bat. These are really survivors that you don't want to be dealing with, especially not in this map. But we're going to see what the hunter bans of GG are going to be.
For sure, and we are actually seeing the Bloody Queen and, not the Bloody Queen, the Sculptor and the Dream Witch. And now this is opening up another chance for HS to utilize that Bloody Queen that they were utilizing in round number 1. Curious to see if we are seeing another Bloody Queen match. That would mean we have witnessed a total of 5 out of 6 Bloody Queen matches if this is turning out to be another Bloody Queen match. That would be actually very, very interesting. Since Bloody Queen is not necessarily a hunter that we see too often in this tournament. So that is definitely upping the numbers when it comes to Bloody Queen matches. But now, talking about the survivor picks, obviously you still have the Mercenary after the Entomologist was banned instead of the Mercenary. So we are going to pick the Mercenary. That is the mindset of GG right here. If we get the chance to pick one of the meta characters, which in this case is the Mercenary, we are going to pick the Mercenary. Cowboy actually being banned, so we are not seeing another Cowboy, rodeo trick right here. But what we are seeing is another Perfumer, another Gravekeeper, and potentially there are a lot of potential characters. It could be a Mechanic for Decoding, it could be a
Psychologist again? Oh,
yeah,
we're seeing a
for harassment.
prospect. So it looks like this is GG's effort to try to prepare for a Blood Queen, because we do know that Yasu can be really, he's definitely inclined to bring her out, especially in this map. I definitely don't see a reason why Yasu wouldn't use her, and definitely this is it. This is going to be the last match. This Blood Queen, again, this would be the fifth match that we've seen a Blood Queen here in Call of the Abyss 5 with this current meta. This has been an interesting matchup so far, Grizzly.
That is for sure. Again, we didn't really see a lot of Bloody Queens before in this tournament. In general, now these numbers are going through the roof. We are seeing 5 Bloody Queens, so this is the 5th Bloody Queen. Again, I was actually going to ask you if you expect another Bloody Queen in case the Bloody Queen is not being banned, because again, we all know Bloody Queen is just extremely strong to secure the tie. And at the end of the day, if we look at the numbers, it's not a tie what HS is looking for. They only need 1 survivor out of there. So even if they are not getting that tie, that doesn't matter. She is extremely strong when it comes to securing at least 1 survivor, mostly even 2 survivors. So it's going to be extremely difficult on the other side for GG to keep all survivors up and running to the point where they can all escape through the gate or through the dungeon to get this 5-point game for them. Very, very difficult task, but if anyone, GG will come back. GG will clap back right here and make it and get the points so they can proceed into a round 4. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Round number 3, second half, is about to start in a few moments.
Yes, and don't forget to show once more, and probably for the last time, your love and support for these 2 teams, because this is the final match of the night. That's if they do fulfill the win conditions on the part of Yasu. So looking at this current lineup and this hunter as well, I think the top target it's hard to determine which is the top target here because we all know the containment potential of all these characters. Again, the mercenary and the gravekeeper with those tanky skills. We have the shovel and we have the pads to escape from the area of the hunter, and then this perfumer. If these perfumes have been timed correctly, it's a lot of time bought and a very long kite. And let's not even talk about this prospector because he is one of those stunners / harassers, and he's also quick when it comes to decoding. So it looks like it's the perfumer.
Look at these two prospectors. Oh, they changed it. Yes, for sure, I agree. All of these survivors are extremely painful to chase, but that is also making it a little bit easier for Yasu to just commit to one survivor, because it doesn't really matter who you find. Just go for it. As soon as you find the survivor, just go for it. Priestess definitely, perfumer definitely one of the survivors that you don't want to go for, just because you can take additional 3 hits if you manage to utilize your perfumes right. So therefore, let's get away from that. We can see that we now have what is the prospector. The mirror can hit the prospector without being worried about the magnets, right? You don't really need to think about the magnets if you're utilizing that mirror. And that was allowing Yasu to land that first hit right here on the prospector. Now is having a magnet attached. That means we might see a stun quite soon. But again, Yasu just concentrating on one survivor right here, just committing to the prospector right here, and I would assume that we will see this through the end of the entire match. Wow, what a fantastic stun! Knew that the mirror could not really make use of his ability, so therefore was going back, stunning that.
Oh, missed that blink right there! Such a good job from Nyon here, being able to dodge not just that that blink, but also that was such a good stun on the outside part of the factory. This is already such a long kite. The mercenary is about to get done with a cipher here, and I do believe the ciphers have already been rushed with 2 ciphers remaining. Now, these survivors can take their time with this rescue. I'm pretty sure Yasu is going to be hell-bent on defending this the survivor here, and he's gonna want to chair another one to push for that win. Mercenary is in the area. Will he rescue before half?
He will for sure rescue before half. If not, it's gonna put the survivors into a very difficult situation. He just went in, got it, and you can see the, dedication of Yasu to get that prospector right here. Was not able to hit the swings with the mirror, so fantastic job on the survivor side. They are down to 2 cipher machines. Look in the bottom left. Halfway done with these 2 cipher machines, at least with one of them. So that is definitely a very, very interesting match, because there is so much at stake for GG to get into that round 3. And fantastic job right here. Fantastic job
right there. This is definitely concretizing what you just said about the mirrors allowing the Blood Queen to ignore the magnets and instead just use the mirror image to land a hit on whoever it is that is doing the kiting. But look at this cipher right here. One is already about to be done. The mercenary is at half health and has wanted order. It looks like the perfumer was able to rescue right from under her nose and is providing support right here for the prospector to buy as much time, because that cipher is about to get popped.
They need to provide as much time as possible. Fantastic teamwork right here. And we can see that, as you said, this cipher machine is going to get popped very, very soon. We have the hit taken by the Gravekeeper. We have the mercenary at the prime cipher machine. This is going into late game. Are they able to get full survivors out of this match? Are they able to actually secure that victory? We have Yasu taking that hit on the Gravekeeper. Now going back to what is, I think, the Prospector, which you want to concentrate on as Yasu right now, because if you get the Prospector, that would secure that one elimination that you need. But at the end of the day, look at that. Minato coming in. Oh, look at that blink hit right here, avoiding the down of the Prospector. I'm sorry, there's so much going on. This is so intense. This might be potentially a victory of a... We have the mercenary coming in to take the hit.
Will they make it? Will they make it? They have a lot of people supporting this prospector right here. I'm pretty sure they're doing everything they can to body block. They need to. Oh! Still pushing for that force heal right there. Will they be able to heal him? But it looks like Yasu will finally be able to chair the prospector, but still, such a good effort from the survivors. Imagine if this was a ranked match, that would have been such a big moment. And although that just happened, it will be HS who will advance. Wow, I just about lost my voice there.
I am so speechless. Chi right here, performing on such a high level against HS's Bloody Queen. HS's Bloody Queen, I just want to mention that, was able to get a really good match going into the first round right here, putting pressure already on GG. Now, they were just coming in with a lot of banned characters, so they had to deal with a lot of banned characters, they had to deal with off-meta characters, and the way they were performing, honestly, they deserve these 5 points. They deserve these 5 points. Yes, the dedication of Yasu right here really bringing down that Prospector, not letting anything get into the way of bringing down that Prospector was fantastic, and it's definitely a well-deserved victory for HS right here. But for this round that we just witnessed, I would have wished for GG to take that home, to get into round 4 right here, to prove yet again that they might get a, or like to provide them another shot to get into the COA qualifiers next bracket. Wow, I'm sorry, I'm just speechless. GG,
yeah.
Fantastic
That was
job.
so good. That was so good. Not only were they able to tank that hit with the shovel using the Gravekeeper. Imagine
Everything.
if Yasu didn't hit the Prospector, if it was the Mercenary who was able to absorb that hit. That was a 4-man escape, and that, oh my gosh, that I'm just about as speechless as you are. But again, let us highlight the aiming skills of Yasu, having that discipline not to blindly just hit characters. He knows what the survivors are trying to do. He knows that the Mercenary is trying to absorb a hit, doing a body block for that Prospector. And because he was able to successfully change towards that area, switch places to the front gate, the Prospector was in the immediate area, and he was just out there in the open, just available to take that hit. But I think that was such a difficult move to pull off because they were just really protecting him. I think, if I recall correctly, the Gravekeeper was in such close proximity that if Yasu missed that Prospector, he would have missed it by just that much. It was so close, Grizzly.
GG, if you're watching this stream, you have my highest respect. That gameplay was fantastic against the Bloody Queen of Yasu. That wow. I don't even know how to summarize this, but in general, if you look at the teamwork, if you look how they were trying to get that Prospector off the chair and protect that Prospector and buy enough time for the rest of the team to decode the Cypher machines while at the same time protecting the Prospector, because they knew they cannot allow the Prospector to go down again, because the rest of the team, which was Mercenary, Perfumer, and Gravekeeper, have no ability to rescue the survivor from the balloons. Therefore, as soon as the Prospector went down and was on the balloons, that game was basically decided. So that is what they were trying to avoid. And not only trying to avoid, in most cases, they did a fantastic job. We saw that the Gravekeeper was coming in, taking the blink hit that was happening in the shack area. We saw that the Mercenary was always there. Even the Perfumer was always there, just trying to buy more time at every little moment of the game. And they did a fantastic job until this very last moment where Yasu was just coming in with this really precision strike on the Prospector. And that was it. Congratulations again to HS for advancing into the next bracket We will see you guys yet again tomorrow perform against all the other teams that were able to get into the next bracket. For GG, that is their journey right here in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. I think they definitely made a huge impression, especially with that last game being so close.
Definitely. That last game and this whole matchup actually is very, very tight. So I think at this point, it didn't matter that HS was the one that was able to advance because, well, of course, we're happy that HS was able to win against GG, but they gave him such a good fight. And here we have the match data. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing the statistics on this, the numbers on that amazing match. That 140-second containment from the Prospector and the support by the Gravekeeper was able to play aggressively in support of the Prospector. And let's definitely not forget about that Perfumer Kite as well. She did put in some seconds there, was able to use that perfume and pushed the Bloody Queen at the start of the game to transition to the Prospector. But look at how cleanly Yasu was able to work. All she did was strike some survivors, get them down, cheer them. No terror shocks there, but still to be able, I think the icing on the cake was the that on point hit of the Prospector as he was about to exit the gate.
That is for sure. That was, like, obviously that was the game-changing moment because it looked really good for GG up until this very moment where we had that last hit right here on the Prospector. It was so extremely close. And if we look at the decoding acceleration happening around the middle of the match and you see how the Cypher machines were popped, nothing was really going on when it came to, you know, eliminated survivors right there up until the very end. And you can really see what I mentioned at the very beginning. HS knows exactly what they have to do. They have to concentrate on this one survivor and nothing else really matters. As soon as they have this one survivor, that's all they need. And if we look at the stats, hit survivors 9, knockdowns 4. And this is mainly on one survivor. This is mainly the Prospector right here. The hit survivors that are not the Prospector were obviously body blocks. There was no intent of Yasu right here to actually hit a different survivor, but the Prospector. He was really just focusing on that one survivor, and this is what in the end paid off. In the end gave them that 1 point that they needed to secure more points than the opponent team, which is GG right here. And therefore, this is again decided by HS right here. Just by 1 point, they could have went into a 4th round if GG was able to get that Prospector through the gate. And yeah, all I can say is congratulations to both sides, and GG, man, in my opinion, you deserve to get that 5-point game, but HS definitely deserves to get into the next bracket as well.
Also would like to wish best of luck to the player that is going to be selected as the MVP of this match. I do believe we are deliberating on it now, but chat, if you are seeing this, do send in your suggestions. Who do you want to be the MVP of this match? I'm sure we have some names in mind, but we'll definitely see this later on. But in my eyes, I think everyone's MVP, especially GG with that last match. That was so amazing. Everybody did their best. I think being MVP is, as you said, a team effort. So I can't wait to see who that is. But let's definitely not take away from the Hunters as well. We've seen some amazing Hunter gameplay, especially from Yasu. So we know that these are already players that we ought to look out for. So keep your eyes peeled, guys. I think we have the match results right here. Again, a very close competition between these two teams.
That is for sure. I just want to highlight the moments that happened right here. We had a tie in the first round where we saw GG with the Bloody Queen. HS was saying, hey, on Ever Sleeping Town, Bloody Queen, I can do that too, was actually getting a 5-point game right here. Then in the next round, we saw HS on the hunting side where we also saw GG doing extremely well against the Dreamwitch, getting a tie against the Dreamwitch in round number 2 on the red church map. Fantastic job. If we look at the second half of round number 2, we saw another Bloody Queen on GG's side, because that was the go-to hunter for GG throughout the entire tournament. And they were also able to tie yet again. It is, after all, the tie Bloody Queen. And if we look into round number 3, the first half, again, tie Bloody Queen, securing the tie. So she really has that title for a reason, really securing these points, at least, you know, the ties for basically both teams. And then in the last half of the last round, second half, round number 3, we saw the almost impossible. A tie queen that is not getting a tie. I mean, she wasn't getting a tie after all. She was only getting 1 point. But after all, she secured that one survivor elimination. Yasu right here coming in as MVP. As I already said, fantastic round number 1 on Yasu's side. Doing a great job. I mentioned this before. Doing a great job as Dreamwitch as well in round number 2, where she was just putting so much pressure at all the remaining Cypher machines, even after the survivors had such a good early game. And now at the end, you really saw the dedication and the discipline on Yasu's side, knowing they only had to get that one survivor, and this is exactly what we are going to do. This is exactly what we are going for, and this is exactly what happened. So fantastic job. Yasu right here, the MVP of the day when it comes to the matchup of GG versus HS. And the brackets right here for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, is BL versus NM tomorrow, as well as Love versus HS tomorrow. And later tomorrow, we will also see who will win the match between the 2 winning teams of this matchup.
Now I'm particularly excited for the grand finals, because finally we get to see who is going to advance from these top 8 teams and join GH in the slot in the Call of the Abyss proper group stages. So here is today's results for these matches that we've had so far. We have Love and Rename. Again, such amazing matches, such a close fight, even closer than the matchup that we just casted, Grizzly, because this is a 2-point difference between these teams. It was such a good it was such a good show to witness. And just like the matches that we casted, that previous matchup between Love and RE was also very entertaining. So tomorrow, these are our matches that we have lined up for you. We have the one between BL and NM, very exciting, as well as HS and Love.
As you said, very exciting. I'm really looking forward to these 2 matches. Not only these 2 matches, but also the finals, of course. But at the end of the day, we just saw how close all these matches were. And I am very, very optimistic that we will see more close matchups tomorrow in the final day of the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 5. Because these teams, they know what they're here for. They know what is on the line, and they are doing everything to get into the Call of the Abyss 5, and we already saw how close it was today. It's only going to be more intense tomorrow. Really, really looking forward to it. Everyone in the chat, I want you guys to definitely leave some support, not only for the teams that are making it into tomorrow's brackets, but also for the teams that have been participating in the Southeast Asia qualifier for the Call of the Abyss, because all of the teams that made it to the qualifiers are still the top teams on this server and are still the top teams in this world. And yeah, just share the love, show the love to all of the teams, and support your favorite team, of course.
Yes, again, congratulations to the teams and the MVPs that have been voted. Again, such a good job. We're really looking forward to your gameplays tomorrow in your matches. Looking forward more to seeing that top tier gameplay that these teams have exhibited today. But let's not forget about the teams that won't be advancing. Again, we really want to see more of you in the matches to come. Actually, Grizzly, most of these teams, especially today, are competing for the first time. This is their first professional appearance. So I'm sure this has been such an enriching experience for the teams. I'm sure you have a lot to learn, and you have learned a lot from these matches. Now, well, I really can't say how excited I am for tomorrow. So I'm just going to go ahead and say see you tomorrow, everybody. And please be around for the grand finals. Really exciting stuff. Show your love and support. Share the stream always, and let the community know that Identity 5 Call of the Abyss has already begun, and we're here to make Southeast Asia great again. Now, Grizzly, are there some last words that you want to say to the chat before we sign out?
Just want to share all the love to all of you, and I'm very excited to see who will proceed into the Call of the Abyss 5 tomorrow. It's very, very exciting to be here and to cast the action with you guys. We will see you tomorrow. Stay tuned. Definitely check out the live stream tomorrow, because finals, finals, very important. And we will see you tomorrow.
Stop for